We kick things off with our protagonist, Mao, a labyrinth king who literally feasts on human emotions by trapping people in his twisted dungeons. Mention the word dungeon, and most people immediately picture nightmarish demons and the absolute certainty of a gruesome end. And get this, every single one of those rumors was the absolute truth. But instead of a nightmare-fueled death trap, he actually transformed his dungeon into a massive, bustling city. Forget the usual dark energy. This dungeon was actually powered by nothing but pure hope and wholesome smiles. It transformed into a legendary haven where humans and demons finally lived side by side, a place known to the world as Avalon. Let's take it back to the very beginning, where our MC wakes up trapped in a dead silent room surrounded by massive, towering walls. He's totally lost in the place he's never seen before, but the real kicker? He doesn't even know his own name. Out of thin air, a mysterious lady appears and teases him for finally waking up, sending our hero into a total panic as this fox-eared beauty starts closing in. And then, he lunges straight out of her shadow. Suddenly, a colossal lion-like behemoth manifested out of thin air. He trips over his own feet in pure terror as the beast lunges in for the kill. The attack missed his head by a literal hair's breadth, only managed to snip off a few strands as it whistled past. The monster let out a guttural roar and came charging right back for round 2. Driven by pure panic, he blindly scrambled for anything he could use to fight back. He whispered the word create, and just like that, a gun materialized out of thin air, catching him completely off guard. His instincts kicked in as he snatched it up and unloaded the entire clip right into the monster's face, until it literally crumbled into dust right before his eyes, leaving him trembling as he stared at the weapon, wondering what kind of insane power he was actually holding. The fox-eared lady drops the bombshell. His skill is create, allowing him to manifest anything from his memories into reality, as long as he has the mana to cover the weight. There's a catch. No living beings or magic items, but if he can remember it, he can make it real. He's searching for memories that just aren't there, yet he's still hit with this crushing wave of nostalgia for a life he can't even remember. She beams at him, announcing he's officially passed the trial and crowning him as the brand new Demon King Procell. She introduces herself as Marcosius, the Demon King of Beasts, but tells him to just call her Marco, since they're both part of the big bad Demon King Club now. A stunned Procell asks if she knows him, but Marco admits she's just following orders from the big bosses, and when he asks what a Demon King actually is, she decides that showing him the truth is way better than just talking about it. She guides him into a hidden room where a mysterious crystal ball is just sitting there, waiting for them. He took one look and his jaw hit the floor. Staring right back at him from the depths was his own reflection. Just as he reached out to touch it, Marco lunged forward and shut him down instantly. That's the dungeon core, the literal source of all her magic. And if it gets shattered, she won't die, but she'll be left completely powerless. Prostel's itching to know if he's scored a win too, but Marco tells him to keep his cool because it's not over yet. Right before she starts spilling the tea on the Demon Kings, he commanded a legion of demons, built massive death trap dungeons, and reigned as their ultimate overlord. They're baiting humans, luring them right into the heart of their deadly dungeons. Every ounce of their raw emotion and life force was harvested and forged into dungeon points, because that's the dark responsibility of a true Demon King. Marco stepped up as his guardian, raising him for a whole year until he was finally ready to fly the coop. Marco hands over the medal, and just like that, the journey to build his ultimate dungeon officially kicks off. Now he's got to craft demon sentries to farm the raw emotions and life force of any fool who enters his dungeon. And to spawn these beasts, he has to fuse 2 mystical metals that Demon Kings only produce once a month. The element of the metal decides exactly what kind of demon you're dealing with. Beast metal births beast-controlling demons, fire metal spawns fire-wielding monsters, and it works the same for every other attribute. But Procell? He was built different. He could manifest metals out of thin air and warp their properties at will. On top of that, he could hand-pick the perfect demon from a literal sea of options. The only catch was that his recipes demanded 3 metals instead of the usual 2. But man, that extra cost paid off in pure power. His creations were absolute beasts that made regular demons look like trash. Marco was completely floored, realizing these demons were worth every bit of that triple metal price tag. She was so hyped that she promised to help him loot medals from the other demon kings. Ready to put his powers to the ultimate test, Procell decides to craft a legendary creature, gripping his medals for fire, beast, and creation before shouting the command, "Synthesize!" A blinding light erupted from Procell's hand as he searched his soul. What was he really after in this brand new life? After some serious soul-searching, it finally clicked. What he really needed was a friend, because from the very second he was born as the Demon King, he'd been shivering in a world of total isolation. He wasn't looking for a follower. He wanted a partner who could level up right beside him and stay by his side for all eternity. Out of nowhere, a girl suddenly appeared right in front of him. The second her eyes snapped open, the world finally met a legendary S-rank celestial fox. She looked up and realized Procell and Marco were tracking her every move. He flashes a grin so bright it's practically blinding. She sprinted forward and dove straight into Procell's arms, squeezing him with everything she had while calling him Daddy! Procell stops dead in his tracks, completely rattled by the name she used, even if a tiny part of him feels like it's actually a perfect fit. He was looking for a partner in arms, not a kid to raise, and the whole mix-up has his head spinning in circles. Watching the drama unfold, Marco realizes that deep down, this fatherly bond might be the one thing Procell's soul was actually screaming for all along. She introduces herself as a Tenko, but since she's totally nameless, she looks Procell right in the eye and asks him to give her a name. But before he could get a single word out, Marco lunged forward and slammed a hand over his mouth to shut him up. She gave him a massive warning. Do not go playing games with foxes. She explained that the first 3 demons a demon king names become contracted demons, forging a soul-deep link that ties them directly to his very essence. This bond is permanent and can never be undone, so throwing names around recklessly is a high-stakes gamble he can't afford to lose. Procell gets it, but he isn't rushing into anything. He tells her he'll hold off on the naming until he sees her true power and personality in action. The fox girl just flashes a sweet smile, promising to work her tail off until Daddy finally deems her worthy of a name. And just like that, the deal was sealed. Marco gave the order, sending Procell charging straight into the heart of the absolute madness. This place was crawling with an endless tide of low-level demons, making it the ultimate playground for her to unleash her powers and for the duo to grind out some serious combat experience. The pitch-black waters of chaos start churning with ripples until the surface suddenly explodes, and a massive monster surges into view. The fox girl doesn't waste a single second, diving headfirst into the fray and popping her gold dance to weave through the air before absolutely deleting that monster in the blink of an eye. Procell was absolutely floored by her insane display of power and hyped her up, while she just gave him a big, cheerful wave back. Refusing to be left in the dust, Procell triggered his create ability to manifest a rifle, lining up his sights and sniping a monster the second it stepped out of the rift. Marco stared in total shock, his jaw dropping at the absolute devastation his new weapon just unleashed. Overjoyed by the chaos, the fox girl launched herself right back into Procell's arms. She couldn't take her eyes off the rifle, absolutely mesmerized by its insane power. But even after seeing it in action, she made it clear that a long-range weapon like that just wasn't her style. She was craving something that packed a real punch, and in a total flash, she manifested a shotgun right into her hands. He unloads a point-blank blast right into the beast's face, grinning like a madman as he watches it get absolutely shredded. Marco was absolutely floored, admitting that while she'd suspected this since Procell's test, the actual results were way beyond her wildest dreams. She confessed she didn't understand the high-tech magic behind these weapons, but since she knew exactly how to use them to wreck shop, she felt a massive wave of relief. And honestly, that was all the confidence she needed. With the trial finally in the books, Procell tells Marco she's heading out for now, but she leaves him a contact just in case he hits a wall. But right before she vanishes, she drops one final heavy reminder. It's high time he starts deciding exactly what kind of dungeon he's actually going to create. Once she vanished, Procell stood there talking to himself, totally stumped on what kind of legendary dungeon he was actually supposed to create. He looks over at Tinko, who's beaming at him with pure, unfiltered trust, and as he gives her a gentle head pat, he can't help but worry about the future, because once his dungeon is built, she'll be thrown straight into a life-or-death struggle against every intruder that breaks in. But she wasn't built to be some weapon of war. She was made to be a friend. So he swore to create a dungeon where kids like her would never have to face the horrors of battle. Priscilla's eyes snapped open as he reminded himself of the cold, hard truth. He was the one and only Demon King Priscilla. He's the master of a dungeon designed to feast on nothing but the raw terror and absolute despair of every human who dares to step inside. Even with that legendary title, he was still totally stumped on what kind of dungeon he actually wanted to build. Deep down, he was craving something way more unique than your average death trap. He envisioned a peaceful sanctuary where Tenko could finally make some friends. A total safe zone where nobody ever had to get hurt. He steps into the kitchen to find Marco already working her magic over the stove, and she greets him with a massive smile announcing that breakfast is finally served. She explained that since she was officially his guardian, she wanted to step up and actually play the part, starting with a home-cooked meal. Prostel takes one look at the pan and realizes his dinner has been scorched into a total charcoal disaster. He flat out asked if this was some kind of punishment, sending Marco into a total meltdown over how cruel he was being, while another girl just muttered that this was exactly why she'd warned Marco not to try things he clearly wasn't ready for. Over breakfast, Marco points out that a whole month has already flown by since Procel first woke up, and she's dying to know how much progress he's actually made. Prozal shot back, asking if all this was just to get ready for the massive gala where every single Demon King was about to show up. He asked if this was all about grinding for power before the big showdown, and Marco confirmed that was exactly the plan. She dropped the bombshell. This party was actually a high-stakes debut for the 10 newest Demon Kings, including him, and if Prostel looked even slightly weak, He was about to become a walking target, so if he had any hope of keeping Tinko safe, he had to step up and show these guys exactly what he was made of. Marco smirked, clearly cooking up a wild plan for his skeleton army, as he glanced at the rattling bones while Procel weighed the possibilities. Just yesterday, Marco convinced them to storm the Crimson Cave, dead set on getting himself and Tango some serious battle experience. Deep in the tunnels, Tinko was losing his mind over the endless mobs and the sweltering heat. But Proso just shrugged and reminded him that's exactly what you get in the Crimson Cave. Imagine a sprawling dungeon where the Demon King is long gone, leaving his throne cold and completely empty. He broke it down for her. That crystal is the pure essence of a Demon King's power and the literal engine room of their dungeon. Basically, a Demon King is just a high-level bodyguard tasked with protecting that core. If that crystal gets smashed, the whole dungeon and every demon inside it will instantly go up in smoke. But things get interesting if the Demon King is taken out while the crystal remains untouched. That crystal's about to go totally haywire, spewing out an infinite army of demons just like this nightmare of a cave is doing right now. Procel dropped the lore, explaining that the Crimson Cave was once the Fire Demon King's domain, and since he passed, Marco's been holding down the fort out of pure, unshakable loyalty to her old friend. Suddenly, Tinko screams at the top of her lungs for her dad, whining that her weapon is totally trashed. Prostel explained the gear was fried from non-stop use and zero maintenance, but she cut him off, screaming that they didn't have time for repairs and she needed a fresh weapon right now. Prostel tells her to keep her head up, reminding her of the real reason they risked their lives to enter the Crimson Cave. He let out a massive roar, ordering his entire skeleton army to mobilize immediately. Tinko just stood there blinking, completely lost as to what he was even talking about. Suddenly, the spine-chilling clatter of rattling bones comes echoing out of the pitch-black shadows. A horde of skeletal soldiers suddenly bursts onto the scene, sending Tinko into a total screaming panic, while Prosel just keeps his cool and explains that this is all a live fire test for their battle skills. He armed every last skeleton with a rifle, and the second he gave the word, the entire undead legion locked and loaded their weapons. They unleash absolute hell on the wave of monsters crawling all over the cave. Procel realized his plan was foolproof, because even though these skeletons were just low-level scrubs, the weapons he forged turned them into absolute powerhouses. Tinko's screaming his lungs out, warning him that a whole new wave of monsters is closing in from the other side. Procel barked out the command, and his skeletal legion swung left, readying their steel for the kill. Gunfire and clattering bones echo through the cavern while Tinko loses her mind, absolutely horrified that she's actually teaming up with a bunch of skeletons. Meanwhile, Prossel is just vibing, casually sipping tea and mentioning they've still got a long way to go. Watching this madness unfold, Marco can't help but wonder how a guy this relaxed has even survived this long. Prossel breaks it down. His skeleton army is basically a mindless mess unless he finds a monster smart enough to give them actual orders. Marco flashed a confident smirk, already one step ahead with a solution. She handed over the earth medal, explaining that it's a total game changer for someone with undead powers. Flicking it right into his hands, she reminded him that with he's officially sitting on 2 monthly medals, but since the create skill requires a full set of 3, he's still one lucky find away from making it happen. Tinko let out a long, miserable groan, looking like he'd just about had enough. She asks if he's gonna summon any more of those nightmare fuel skeletons, admitting they totally creep her out, and then starts whining that Marco and her dad are talking in circles with words way too big for her to follow. But Marco just snaps at her for being a selfish brat. Prossel gave Tanko a gentle head pat to calm him down, while Marco just let out a massive sigh, telling him to forget about it and keep the story rolling. Prossel asks about the knockoff medal, and Marco explains it's just a fake version of a rare ore she can only craft once a month. Sure, the quality and monster ranks take a serious hit, dropping down a whole tier, but the real upside was, as long as he had the mana to back it up, there was no limit to how many he could create. So Prossel decided to go all in and test his luck. Inspecting the medal, he realizes this isn't just some sloppy fake. It's a meticulously crafted human imitation. He realized that back when he first synthesized Tenko, his own crushing loneliness must have accidentally warped the process, turning this imitation into a human just because he was dying for a real friend. He flashed Tinko a confident grin and told her to perk up, because what he was about to create was going to change the game. And get this, it turns out that girl was actually her very own little sister. He triggers the ultimate synthesis, weaving raw energy together to forge a perfect, living human imitation. Out of the blinding light steps an elder dwarf girl, and she's packing a serious rank 5 punch. Marco's jaw hit the floor as he realized this wasn't some rotting undead after all, but a legendary elder dwarf. Prossel revealed he'd specifically crafted a master blacksmith to keep their gear in peak condition so he wouldn't have to waste his creation powers on every minor repair. He brushed off the undead threat for another time, leaving the elder dwarf standing there in stunned silence. Marco muttered that this was Lolacel, warning him that if it happened a second time, excuses would not work. Prossel quickly denied it, insisting it was a misunderstanding. He had intentionally made her a child so that Tenko could have a friend her own age. Tinko didn't hesitate for a second, lunging forward with a massive grin to clasp the elder dwarf's hands in pure excitement. Tenko proudly crowns herself the big sister, declaring that Elchan has to follow her lead now. But Elzai's eyes are immediately drawn to the lethal weapon she's lugging around. She didn't waste a heartbeat, swiping it right out of her hands before she could even react. He leaned in, eyes glued to the device as he mumbled in total awe. El quickly realized this was a weapon built to blast metal slugs using the power of gunpowder. It looked simple enough, but the engineering behind it was absolutely genius. Tinko wasn't having any of it, though, immediately barking that the thing belonged to her. El completely tuned her out, locking her sights on the sky and letting a shot rip. Shoving Tinko aside, she finally lets the truth spill out. It all makes sense now. What she really needs is bigger, deadlier weapons and a whole lot more of them. Her mind is absolutely racing now, so El turns to Prossel with a wild spark in her eyes and tells her new master to just sit back and let her handle the rest. Marco let out a frustrated sigh, calling out Prossel for making yet another total weirdo, but Prossel just flashed a grin, happy to see her so hyped up. Prossel realized that El, the legendary elder dwarf and master of the forge, was far more than just your average blacksmith. It stretched way further and packed a deadlier punch than he ever bargained for. El had been a total shut-in since the day she was born, but out of nowhere, the entire mining district was swarming with a massive army of golems she'd built herself. Prossel and Marco kept trying to reach out, but El stayed cold as ice. And the second Marco suggested a group dinner, El's only response was to shove a gun barrel right in her face. El shot Marco a look that could kill, warning him to stay out of her business, while Procell watched from the sidelines, thinking she was one seriously bizarre girl. Right then, Marco snaps her attention toward Procell and hits him with a sudden question. What day is it? He hesitated for a split second before it finally clicked. Today was the day of the grand banquet, where every single Demon King gathers, and Marco was absolutely hyped to confirm the news. They handed him a set of regal threads, revealing that this was the legendary attire of Demon King Proso himself. She explained that she'd meticulously crafted this look so that no one, from the cocky rookies to the legendary veteran Demon Kings, would ever dare look down on him, before likely asking him what he thought. Procell admitted his flashy new fit was a total nightmare to move in, but he didn't mind it one bit, especially when he saw Marco, telling her she looked absolutely stunning and making her glow with joy as she literally started singing about how amazing he was. Tinko immediately demanded her dresses back, but Marco snapped that demons don't need outfits before turning her focus straight back to Prosaul. When they started asking about the girl, Procell just shrugged and said Elle was the same as she's always been, and he seriously doubted she'd ever change. They were finally teaming up, but Tinko grumbled that everything was going south fast. They realized they were completely in the dark when it came to El-chan. Marco backed that up, noting how often Tinko had been sneaking off to Elle's workshop and asking if she'd actually uncovered any secrets. But before Tinko could even open her mouth, the entire room shuddered as a massive explosion ripped the wall to shreds. Suddenly, a massive golem bursts through the smoke and rubble, lugging a heavy crate with Elle following right behind. Procell is stunned, but Elle just brushes off the delay, revealing she's finished the mods, kicked mass production into high gear, and triple-checked every unit. Procell pries the lid open, and his jaw hits the floor. The entire crate is packed with high-powered guns. He was absolutely stunned by how much she'd pulled off in such a short time, and it finally clicked. This was the real reason she'd been hiding away in her room all along. Tinko was absolutely buzzing, grinning as she told him the best part was yet to come. She proudly whipped out a weapon, and Prostil's eyes practically popped out of his head. It was his own shotgun, the legendary one he'd built from the ground up. Tinko revealed she'd gone to El-chan to give the whole thing some insane custom upgrades. She's hugging that new 4-gauge model like a prize, bragging about its insane mithril build even if she's too hyped to find the words. Right as Elle teleports behind Procell to give him the real scoop, this absolute beast of a weapon was officially dubbed the E001S. She took the original master shotgun and used it as the lethal foundation for this entire build. She didn't just fix it, she loaded it with massive 4-gauge rounds to crank the destruction up to 11, and to handle all that power, she swapped the frame for pure mithril so it's light as a feather but tough as nails, even adding a super handy. It featured a high-capacity magazine and a semi-auto trigger for maximum chaos. Marco just stared at the weapon in total shock, asking what all that technical jargon actually meant. Procell's answer was simple. It means this thing can spit out lead fast enough to tear anyone to shreds. Elle beamed with pride as she unveiled the weapon, declaring it her absolute masterpiece, the peak of her entire life's work. As she urged Procell to get a good look at its perfection, she suddenly snaps out of it and starts apologizing for geeking out over the gear, but Prostil just brushes it off, secretly realizing he'd completely misjudged the kind of person she really was. She was a total rookie at this, pushing herself to the absolute limit just to earn his respect, and when he finally knelt down, he told her she'd done a killer job. Elle beams with joy, calling him daddy and telling him she couldn't be any happier. Right then, Tinko pops out of nowhere, calling Elle out for using that nickname for Proso. Elle completely freezes, shaking like a leaf the second she realizes she's been caught. As soon as Tinko repeats the word daddy, Elle loses it and whips her gun around at him, desperately lying that she never said it. Tinko just keeps his cool, warning her to get that barrel out of his face before someone gets hurt. Prosol declared he was finally ready to hit the party, having finished every last bit of prep so he could just kick back and enjoy. But Marco just tilted her head, clearly tripped up by that one word. Procell figured this was a golden opportunity to pick the brains of the veteran Demon Kings and steal their secrets for building the ultimate dungeon. He needed to link up with the 9 other rookie Demon Kings who were all stuck in the exact same boat. They'd been ride or dies for a lifetime, and a tiny, private smile tugged at Marco's lips. She was just starting to enjoy the peace when, right on cue, a pack of monsters suddenly loomed right behind her. Proso and Tinko are left reeling, and while Tinko frantically whips out his gun to fire, he realizes those monsters have already vanished into thin air. Before she can even blink, she's tied up and helpless, while Marco gives Procel a look of pure ice, demanding to know if he's actually serious about what he just said. But he was still way too naive, because right then, a fresh wave of monsters lunged out and snatched Procel and Elle right by the scruff of their necks. Prostel stood there paralyzed as they closed in, but the moment that suffocating mana hit him, he realized it was a perfect match for Marcos, and the truth finally hit him like a truck. These are the monsters bound to Marco's command: the armored Arachne, the backstabbing Karayemi, and the ferocious lion griffin, Garugina. Proso hauls Tango back to her feet, and while Marco shrugs off the chaos as just another night at the party, a booming voice suddenly cuts through the air, addressing them as the Children of Stars. Marco cursed his rotten luck, realizing that invitation to the evening party couldn't have come at a worse possible time. Before they could even blink, they were snatched up and warped away. Procel's jaw hit the floor as his world warped into a massive garden under a sky so blue it didn't even look real. Just as Marco shouted for him to look behind his back, he whipped around, his jaw hitting the floor in pure shock as Marco revealed the terrifying truth. They were standing in the evening party, the lair of the being who birthed every single Demon King. And there it was, the Demon King's massive fortress towering over them like a total nightmare. Marco finally spills the tea and admits she's been playing everyone this whole time. She tried to explain why she'd kept it a secret, but Procel cut her off, saying that seeing her demons and this massive castle was all the proof he needed to finally understand. He'd totally let his guard down, completely played by how chill and honest Marco was acting. But there was no escaping the brutal truth. A Demon King is a predator that baits victims into his lair just to gorge himself on their raw fear and hopelessness. There's no way a party full of monsters like this could ever be normal. The second you let your guard down, these creatures are coming for your head. Marco kept his cool as he dropped the bombshell. This place was actually a massive hunting ground. He hyped Procel up, telling him this was his first real make-or-break moment and urging him to keep charging forward. Chapter 4 kicks off right in the middle of a massive party at the Demon King's palace, where someone suddenly calls out to Procel with a huge, friendly greeting. He offered up an imitation medal to seal their new bond, and Procel, honored by the gesture, immediately handed over his own medal in return. Marco leaned in, giving him props for holding his own, while Prostel kept his cool and scanned the perimeter for any signs of trouble. Everyone's acting all sweet and friendly, but he can feel the cold-blooded killing intent vibrating through the air like a knife. He knows that if Marco hadn't warned him to stay sharp, he'd be a dead man walking right now. But as for Marco herself, to her, at first glance, this whole meeting looked like nothing more than a casual reunion between some old friends. And honestly, she looked like she was actually getting a real kick out of the whole thing. Procel wasn't just rolling with Elle and Tinko. He actually took Marco's advice and brought a whole squad of skeletons along before asking if they were practically begging for the spotlight, but Marco just brushed the warning aside like it was nothing. He breaks it down by comparing the situation to high-end fine dining. See, people with zero class can't tell the difference between a cheap snack and a gourmet masterpiece. In the same way, rookie Demon Kings will laugh at a skeleton without realizing its true power, which just proves how pathetic they really are. But he's got to stay sharp, because anyone who can see through Elle and Tango's disguises is a major threat. She warned him that his creation skill was a prize every powerhouse in the world was dying to get their hands on. Ruthless Demon Kings are going to hunt him down and shatter his crystal just to snatch that god-tier power for themselves. It's time to draw a line in the sand and figure out who's a true ally and who's just waiting for the right moment to strike. Because if anyone manages to crush his crystal, they'll inherit the legendary power to forge metals out of thin air. Prostlo let out a heavy sigh, but Marco immediately shut it down, telling him to drop the pathetic look. She promised to stay by his side and hold him up until the day he was finally strong enough to stand on his own. But right on cue, Tinko jumped in, cutting through the moment with a sharp, biting remark. She started questioning if Marco could even be trusted. And man, Procel was absolutely floored by her sudden doubt. Tinko dropped a bombshell. Marco was actually one of those legendary demon kings after all. If she ever snapped, she'd be the deadliest threat on the planet because Proso was always right by her side. Marco just chuckled, giving Tinko props for being so sharp. But then she told them not to sweat it. Apparently, any demon king picked to be a parent is literally hardwired so they can't ever betray their own. That's just how they're built from the ground up. Even so, Tinko's cold logic left Proso feeling seriously creeped out. He's left completely stunned, while nearby, a long-eared girl prowls the party with a mocking smirk and eyes like a hawk, muttering that even if she doesn't get the point, the whole setup is actually top tier. A voice from the shadows told her to just relax and enjoy the party, prompting the long-eared girl to let out a devious little smirk. Mid-chat, Marco and Proso are jolted by a sharp shatter as a mocking voice rings out from the crowd, asking what the heck they're looking at. They whip around only to find a stranger casually spinning two skeleton heads like basketballs, and a long-eared girl steps forward with a nasty smirk, jeering that if these weak bags of bones are the guards, then their demon king must be a total joke. She tossed a skull in the air like a toy and laughed, baffled that this guy was even born in the same era as the legendary wind demon king, Strauss Summer. Prostel froze as the realization hit him like a truck. She was a brand new demon king too, and after tossing that skull aside like garbage, the long-eared demon locked his gaze onto Elle and Tango. She narrowed her eyes, sensing something was dead wrong, but their true identities remained a total mystery. Suddenly, a bystander chimed in with a sneer, mocking them as the bottom-tier servants of some bargain bin demon king with a skeleton crew. They figured it was just a low-rank fox spirit and a dwarf, nothing but pathetic, useless brats in her eyes. Purcell shot her a look that could kill, barking out in pure fury, but just as he was about to make his move, the long-eared demon king raised her medal and stopped him dead in his tracks. She dubbed it the Imitation Medal of Wind and handed it over as a gift to his generation, commanding him to use it to forge a legacy of absolute strength and pride. She treats those contracted demons just like her own children, and with a single command, 3 different types of monsters materialize right in the middle of the venue. Watching from the shadows, her eyes narrowed as she locked onto her target. The massive wave of magic pouring off this girl was impossible to ignore. There was no mistaking it. She was the real deal. The legendary Wind Demon King, missing for ages, had finally resurfaced. She might be a total rookie, but that power was 100% the genuine article, and just like that, she'd walked right into their skeletal death trap. Marco locked her eyes on Prosol, the silence heavy as she waited to see which path he'd finally choose. Prosol forces a massive breath into his lungs, fighting to steady his racing heart. Inside his head, he's screaming at himself to stay frosty and keep it together. He's absolutely livid about the trash she talked regarding Elle and Tinko, but he knows she's just baiting him into a trap. If he wants to win this, he needs ice in his veins, now more than ever. Prostel swallowed his fury and tried to play it cool, thanking Strauss for the medal and offering his own in exchange. But she shut him down instantly with a cold-blooded rejection, telling him she had no use for it. She scoffed that using his medal would only result in more pathetic failures like the guy standing right there, and you could practically feel the sting as Prostel's eyes narrowed in pure fury. He demanded to know what she just said, but Strauss only fired back with a mocking in. Pure rage boiled over as he spat that her demons were nothing but pathetic failures compared to his, leaving Strauss paralyzed in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief as he snapped, demanding he repeat those words right now. Prostel's voice boomed, warning her that if she ever insulted his kids again, he'd never forgive her. Strauss shot back, doubling down that she was only telling the cold, hard truth. Fuming, Prostel fired back that if that's the case, she's a complete failure herself. Their eyes locked in pure hatred as Strauss lunged forward, grabbing his collar with hands shaking from sheer fury. The accusation was barely half out when the tension was sliced clean through by a booming voice thundering from above. "Children of the stars! The next generation has finally been born. It's time to celebrate the rise of these brilliant new stars. The whole place absolutely exploded with cheers. The voice boomed again, announcing that to spice up the banquet, it was time for some entertainment. Prusal completely froze the moment he heard it. That was the exact same voice that had dragged them to the Demon King's palace. Strauss just stared blankly and dropped a bombshell. That voice belonged to the creator. It was clear the guy was totally clueless about the mess they were in. But the real question was, what kind of twisted entertainment did they have in store? The creator's voice boomed like thunder, declaring war. As a wave of shock hit the demons, he revealed that the new Demon Kings were now forced to battle and tear each other's domains to pieces. Marco's face went ghost white as she shrieked in total disbelief, but the creator didn't miss a beat, announcing that the first round was kicking off with the two hotheads who couldn't keep their cool. It's a clash of legends as Strauss, the Demon King of Wind, faces off against the Demon King of Creation, Prusal. Strauss cracked a devious smirk. She called it absolutely flawless. Now, she could finally show the world who the real loser was. Their creator egged them on, giving them the green light to go wild and crush everything in their path. In the blink of an eye, Proso, Marco, Tenko, and El are snatched away and dumped into a cold, empty white void. Marco is absolutely livid, her voice shaking with rage as she screams that this whole situation is complete madness. Normally, Demon Kings aren't even allowed to build dungeons until they're independent, and interfering with someone else's territory is the ultimate taboo. But clearly, the rules don't matter anymore, because they've just been forced into a brutal war just for some sick, twisted entertainment. She screamed at the top of her lungs that the creator hadn't even... But hold on, it gets even worse. Once the party wraps up, every single Demon King is forced into a mandatory showdown, and she realized with a bitter sting that all this carnage was just a sick game to keep the creator from getting bored. She let out a heavy sigh, finally admitting this whole plan was pure madness. But Prusal just reminded her that they'd already crossed the point of no return. Since they're fighting with fake crystals, there's no need to worry. The Demon King of Time will just rewind the clock and restore everything once the dust settles. He's treating this whole ordeal as a high-stakes practice run for the massive war looming on the horizon. He checks in with Marco, asking if she'd sensed this disaster coming when he told her to prep for the party, and she just hugs him from behind, admitting the elder Demon Kings have been whispering some dark rumors. She looks at him, hoping he's already got a genius dungeon plan cooked up, but he's forced to awkwardly admit he's totally winging it. But in reality, his mind was a total void because he never wanted to be a warrior. All he ever dreamed of was building a cozy sanctuary that felt more like a home than a dungeon. But dreams were a luxury he couldn't afford, not with a monster like Strauss standing in his way. He could still see her mocking sneer and hear the venom in her voice as she trashed El and Tinko. His knuckles turned white as he swore he'd never let her touch his friends. There was no way he was losing to someone who looked down on them like that. To settle this, he needed to get strong, and he needed a combat dungeon to do it. Procel yanked open his system window, his face instantly turning dead serious as he locked in. This game kept things tight, locking players into a single dungeon that only went 3 floors deep. A complex, high-tier dungeon would be nearly indestructible, but it would absolutely bleed his mana dry in his current state. Building something crazy complex would just be a massive waste, so he started weighing his best moves to find a smarter play. El and Tenko were absolute monsters, but those skeletons were nothing more than brainless drones following a script. El's golems were literal tanks, but they moved like molasses and couldn't adapt to save their lives. Sure, they could plug up a hallway to buy a few seconds, but that's just a desperate stall, not a path to victory. He even had those shiny new create, death, and wind medals, but let's be real, they had zero synergy and just wouldn't work together. He's muttering under his breath, fingers flying through the system interface like a man on a mission. Suddenly, his eyes snap wide as the realization hits him like a truck. Wait, this is it! Marco leans in, his curiosity totally piqued by the sudden shift in energy. Yo, did you actually figure something out? The second she caught a glimpse of his system window, her face went pale with shock, and she snapped at him to quit messing around and finally get serious. Prostel just flashed a wicked smirk, declaring that this was finally it. El and Tinko were left blinking in total confusion, but with fire burning in his eyes, Prostel knew he'd found it. This was his dungeon. Proso, the demon king of creation, and Stolas, the demon king of wind, just signed up for a massive mock war to keep the party guests entertained. Right then, Proso flashed back to the creator's legendary decree regarding the children of the stars, and with that, the stage was set for the absolute chaos to begin. The rules were dead simple. Every demon king had to carve their own 3-floor dungeon out of this endless white void. Winning this game came down to 2 things: shattering the crystal core hidden deep in the dungeon, or taking out the demon king themselves. The demons assigned to raid the enemy's dungeon, and the ones, everything came down to how well they could protect their own, because this one final stand was going to decide the winner of the entire match. Tinko's posted up outside, keeping a sharp eye on the dungeon Strauss just brought to life. She mocked the gaudy decor for being just as loud as her own personality, which sent her mind racing back to her father's dungeon. That place wasn't flashy or over the top. It was stripped back and simple, and she truly believed that simplicity was the way to go. But her jaw drops when she sees the sheer, overwhelming size of Stola's army. We're talking way over 100 soldiers, all ready for war. Then it clicks. Marco warned her that wind magic can literally pop out clones like it's nothing. Tinko points out the absolute mess they're in and asks for the game plan, but Prusil just shrugs and tells him they're gonna sit back and watch it all unfold. Strauss took one look at Prosel's side and mocked the dungeon for being just as pathetic as its owner, right as the creator stepped in to announce that both sides were finally ready for war. He declared that the war had finally begun, screaming for the new generation of star children to rise up and fight. Strauss didn't waste a heartbeat, instantly warping straight into the throne room, where the massive crystal core was pulsing. She reminded herself that if this crystal gets smashed or the Demon King falls, it's game over for everything they've built. Honestly, sticking your best guards around a crystal in the deepest part of a dungeon is the most overused trope in history. But she wasn't putting all her eggs in one basket, as she whips up a clone and sends it rocketing outward. Using her wind magic to project her spirit, she led the charge from the very front lines, just as Strauss summoned the demon Rosalite, who appeared with a smirk and confirmed her name. Rosalite gave the green light that the assault was ready to go, but when Strauss asked about Prosel's squad, she hesitated and pointed toward them, revealing they hadn't even started moving yet. To make matters worse, Rosalite reminded her that violence was strictly banned in the white space, leaving Strauss absolutely livid that she couldn't lay a finger on Prosel and had to settle for targeting the crystal instead, screaming about how dirty the whole setup was. Rosalite pointed out that Prosal wasn't even lifting a finger to attack or defend, leaving Strauss to wonder, is this guy just lazy or is he dangerously overconfident in his own base? Shaking off any second thoughts, she gives the signal for a total blitz. She sends every last clone and half her main army charging into the dungeon, aiming to wipe the enemy out in one massive, soul-crushing strike. Smirking with pure arrogance, Strauss declared that this was the end of the line for Prosel. She let out a deafening roar, ordering the first squad to charge straight into the fray. The demon horde charges the cave, but they end up slamming face first into the jagged entrance. The tunnel is a total squeeze, forcing them to funnel through just a few at a time. Strauss narrows her eyes, watching the chaos unfold at the bottleneck. He whips around to Rosalite, declaring that the invasion has officially kicked off. Rosalite agrees, offering to keep a telepathic link with the demons already wreaking havoc inside. But Strauss cuts her off, telling her to hold the reinforcements until things actually get desperate. Now it's just a countdown until that crystal finally shatters. She shot another annoyed look toward Proso's side, grumbling about how they were just standing there like statues. Rosalite scoffed, saying this wasn't even a fight. It was a total blowout. That's when Strauss chimed in, asking if anyone from inside the dungeon had checked in yet. Rosalite froze, her eyes widening in total shock. She tried to reach out to them, but all she got back was chilling silence. Strauss and Rosalite just stood there, locked in a gaze of pure, unadulterated shock. A wave of unease hit Strauss as she choked out the question. Were her forces actually crushed? Rosalite immediately snapped back that there was no way. If her army had fallen, they definitely would have heard the distress signals by now. Rosalite tries to play it safe by calling for backup, but Strauss is already a blur, streaking toward Procell's dungeon before she can even finish the sentence. Rosalite screams for her to wait, but Strauss completely tunes her out, and as she hits the entrance, she realizes something feels seriously wrong. She shot a look at Procell, but the guy didn't even blink. He looked totally pathetic to her, way too weak to even sense her spirit form hovering there. Then she just phased right through the dungeon wall, leaving him completely in the dark. Outside, everyone is dying to know what the heck just went down. Prostel keeps his poker face, casually wondering if Strauss had actually dared to step into his dungeon. Tinko explains that it was just her spirit form, and asks if he's got the special gift to see ghosts. Prostel admits he's totally blind to the spirit world, but since the entire dungeon is hardwired into his brain, he could feel her presence through every single wall. Deep inside the dungeon, Strauss finds herself staring down a cramped, never-ending hallway. She completely trashed the lazy design, realizing these cramped hallways were a total joke for her massive demon army. And now she's looking around in a rage, wondering where her minions even disappeared to. Right then, her eyes snapped toward a sudden flicker of movement lurking at the far end of the room. She skidded to a halt as shadowy figures brandishing weapons loomed ahead, massive golems guarding the depths, each one clutching a strange, lethal piece of gear she'd never seen before. Before she could even wrap her head around what she was seeing, the entire hallway just straight up exploded into pure madness. She watched in absolute horror as a total bloodbath erupted, seeing her demon army get ripped to shreds right before her eyes. Blood painted the room red as bodies stacked up in mangled heaps, leaving Strauss to lose his mind, screaming in absolute terror at the nightmare before him. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind her, and she whipped around to find the second squad finally hitting the scene. She's shaking in pure terror as she recoils, but when she blinks, the hallway is suddenly spotless, like the carnage never even existed. The blood, the bodies, it's all just gone. But at the far end, the golems begin to stir, and those two massive constructs start lurching forward with heavy mechanical thuds. One of them levels his weapon, locks on, and lets loose a total storm of lead. A hail of lead shredded the demons behind Strauss, dropping them before they could even blink. Strauss spun around, her voice cracking as she watched her allies get mowed down. She could only stammer in total shock, her mind completely short-circuiting at the sight. That panic instantly boiled over into a raw, helpless fury as she let out a gut-wrenching scream, forced to watch the massacre unfold. Back outside, a massive jolt of energy slammed into Procell's chest as Strauss's absolute terror and despair surged through their dungeon link, and he just stood there, hand over his heart, savoring every drop of that dark power. Tinko caught one look at his face and immediately started panicking, but he just brushed her off like it was nothing. Then, he pulled his gun right up to his face, a wicked smirk spreading across his lips as he looked back at his crew with ice-cold confidence, declaring that it was finally their turn and they were the ones calling the shots now. Strauss stood paralyzed over the demon's corpse, his mind a total wreck of confusion and pure, bone-chilling terror. But that peaceful streak was shattered the second a sudden clap rang out. Asteros smirked, officially calling her little experiment a massive success. She was born under the legendary demon king of dragons, Asteros Strauss, but the world knows him better as Stolas, the god-tier demon king of wind. This ruler used to be so hopelessly clueless she couldn't even tell her left from her right. There were so many times she was right on the edge of just throwing in the towel and walking away from it all. But her demonic squad had her back, pulling her through every single struggle. For their sake, she swore to become someone they'd be proud of, vowing that she would never taste defeat again. She made her choice. She was going to become the ultimate demon king just for their sake. As Procell's power skyrocketed, Strauss could only watch in total shock as her demons were slaughtered one after another, their bodies piling up across the blood-stained floor. That one command turned out to be a total death sentence. She gambled that he couldn't keep up those insane blasts forever, betting that a massive wave of soldiers would eventually break him. Betting it all, She sent her whole damn army charging in, only to watch them get absolutely vaporized in the blink of an eye. Regret hit her like a truck. If only she'd actually locked in before the war kicked off. Suddenly, her mind flashed back to that intense conversation she had with Asteros. He'd looked her in the eye and promised her odds were way better than those creation bastards. She was absolutely spiraling. How could a guy commanding nothing but basic skeletons have the nerve to look down on her? Asteros had poured her soul into her dungeon strategy, but now she was being totally humiliated. This place is a straight-up death trap, a jagged maze of canyons overflowing with hidden pitfalls and literal rivers of boiling lava. He gave her monster props for its insane speed and flight, calling it not bad. But Strauss immediately shut him down, swearing there was way more to it than just that. Asteros pushed her to leave it all on the line, insisting that even if she tasted defeat, the experience alone would be worth its weight in gold. Back then, she snapped at him for even hinting she might lose. But now, as the bitter reality sinks in, she's kicking herself for not taking his warning seriously. But it was already too late, and no amount of regret could stop the disaster that was about to unfold. Out of nowhere, Rosalette's desperate scream pierces the air. Strauss realized she'd finally been rescued as she lay in the arms of her contracted demon, only to find her loyal crew waiting for her. But what in the world were they doing outside Procell's dungeon? Rosalette explained how she'd heard Strauss's blood-curdling scream and rallied the whole squad to her side, just as Mass Immune, another demon on the payroll, dropped the bombshell that the Demon King of Creation was finally making his move. But then, she revealed a shocking detail from the moment she saved Strauss. They finally laid eyes on the dungeon's first floor, and according to her, what they saw was a straight-up living nightmare. That floor was clearly Procell's ultimate ace, but she knew if they could just shatter it, the win was theirs. Strauss was left speechless, while Mass Immune wondered if they stopped sending clones and threw their real bodies into the fray, would they actually stand a chance? Strauss shut that idea down in a heartbeat. Even their elite forces wouldn't stand a ghost of a chance against a floor that brutal. Rosalette kept pressing, desperate to know if there was any other way out. Strauss froze, her face darkening as doubt started to creep in. Mass Immune promised her that everything lost in this war would be restored, so it was time to march out and show their enemies the true meaning of terror. Wait, wasn't Strauss literally destined to be their next legendary demon king? Strauss starts tearing up as she looks at her demons standing tall and proud before her. She brushes the tears away, completely moved by the unwavering faith they have in her. It's exactly what you'd expect from her crew, especially since they've literally put their lives in her hands. She realized she wasn't destined to just stand there and watch them die. There was still one tiny opening left, and she finally had a plan to flip the script. She locked her eyes onto the golem's weapons, realizing they were just swinging massive steel pipes. She immediately called them out to the squad. Attacks falling from that high up are powerful, but they're totally lacking in precision. They're still dangerous, sure, but their aim is honestly a hot mess. Rosalette warns her that the distance is still a massive wall they have to climb. Strauss nods in agreement but keeps charging ahead anyway. And using that exact flaw, she finally figures out the perfect formation to win. The blueprint for victory was finally set, and it was absolute perfection. Up front, the real Mass Immune and his clone conjured a massive wall of wind to shut down any incoming fire. Tucked right behind them, Phobos and his double launched forward like absolute rockets. The clone's only job? Act as the perfect sacrificial lamb to draw the enemy's fire. Strauss stayed glued to the decoy's shadow while Rosalette hung back, pumping the entire squad full of insane strengthening magic. Strauss broke down the formation, making it clear that the front line was basically a suicide mission. But Mass Immune didn't even flinch as he locked in his resolve. Rosalind stepped up and made it clear. They weren't just fighting for Strauss. They were carrying the weight of every fallen brother on their backs, and their resolve was absolutely unbreakable. They didn't give a damn about those cheap tricks and just bulldozed straight through every single trap. The golems spot the group instantly and hoist their massive weapons, ready to bring the hammer down. The moment Strauss gave the signal, the mission exploded into life as the mass immune summoned a massive wall of wind while Rosalit cloaked the squad and jacked their power to the max. Strauss knew her guardians were the perfect decoys. While those golems were stuck second-guessing which target to hit, her team was already charging forward. But out of nowhere, a massive explosion ripped through the air right behind them, making Strauss whip around in total shock. Rosalit screamed that the very ground was a death trap. And with the decoys totally annihilated, every single golem locked their sights right on them. Bullets ripped through the air, grazing Strauss, but Mass Immune charged straight into the line of fire to shield everyone with a massive wall of wind. But then, out of nowhere, a single bullet tears right through his head. Strauss let out a blood-curdling scream, his voice cracking with absolute terror. Rosalith's voice trembled as the soul-crushing reality finally hit her. That massive wall of wind? It didn't do a single thing to stop the onslaught. They were pushing ahead, but suddenly, Phobos' legs buckled and he started to stumble. He's straight up foaming at the mouth. Strauss roared at Phobos and Rosalit to stop in their tracks. Just then, the Phobos decoy buckled and slammed into the ground. A sinister yellow mist hung heavy in the air, and it was pure poison. Digging deep, he squeezes out every single drop of power he has left. The Phobos clone blasted the toxic mist away with a massive gale, his body charring black as he collapsed, while the rest of the squad sprinted right past his lifeless form. The way forward was finally open, but their body count was skyrocketing, and as a bullet whizzed right past Strauss's face, she let out a curse because they froze for a heartbeat, and that split-second hesitation meant they couldn't get out of the way in time. Without a second thought, Rosalit dives right into the line of fire, using her own body as a shield to tank the entire barrage. Strauss let out a gut-wrenching scream, but as Rosalit's life began to fade, she could only whisper that the rest of the mission was now in her hands. She dug deep and unleashed a massive blast of wind, launching Strauss clean over the golem army. She lost her footing and went crashing down the moment she hit the second zone. Left all by himself, Strauss was literally shaking with agony as he mourned the loss of Rosalit and the massive immune. Phobos was wiped off the map, and while that first zone was a total living nightmare, she only managed to crawl out alive because her friends sacrificed everything to save her. She whipped her head around, and that's when she saw the absolute madness waiting for her. He had to survive 3 brutal floors of absolute carnage just to reach those massive, towering golems. In that split second, something deep inside her snapped, and you could practically hear her heart shatter. Meanwhile, Proso, Tinko, and El are charging ahead with absolutely zero resistance standing in their way. He storms right into Strauss's hideout like a total madman. Strauss is caught dead in her tracks on her throne, looking absolutely stunned. She's left wondering, how on earth did he get here so fast? Procel lays it out cold, mocking her for being so painfully predictable and easy to play. He knew the second she felt the heat, she'd send her dungeon guards on a brainless suicide charge right into his trap. Since she fell for the bait hook, line, and sinker, smashing through her defenses was a total cakewalk. Tinko grumbles that it wasn't that effortless, but Procel doesn't even stop to breathe. He boasted that he'd devoured every single one of Strauss's emotions, from her fierce love for her comrades to the soul-crushing agony of losing them. Once this cycle finally wrapped up, everything was supposed to go right back to normal. The war was already won, and the fighting had ground to a halt. All that remained was to shatter that crystal once and for all. But suddenly, Strauss's expression turned cold and dark. She let out a defiant scream, refusing to go down without a fight. But she wasn't about to go down without a serious fight. She gripped the dragon metal tight, a relic that cranks her power to the absolute limit but forces her into a mindless, bloodthirsty rage. With her ultimate trump card in hand, she's finally ready to obliterate Procel and pay back every single drop of blood they spilled. Tapping into that massive power, she lets out a primal roar. "Synthesize, Berserk Emerald Dragon!" Her voice shook the entire hall as she roared that this was it, the true final showdown between her and the Demon King of Creation. The other demon lords were absolutely buzzing, huddling together to watch the insane showdown between Strauss and Procel. For these guys, this wasn't just a fight. It was the ultimate front-row show. And right then, Strauss finally pulled out her secret ace in the hole. Procel might be the new kid on the block, But with a squad of absolute monsters backing him up, this showdown is anyone's game. Marco watched the madness go down, his curiosity quickly turning into straight-up dread until he finally shouted for Proso. The emerald dragon let out a bone-shaking roar as it lunged straight for Prosel's army, proving right then and there that this monster was on a whole different level. By fusing the wind and dragon metals, they birthed the Jade Colossus, a total beast that stands as one of the most powerful units ever created. Berserk pushed its power way past the breaking point, granting it strength that eclipsed even S-rank demons, though it traded every ounce of its brain power for that raw muscle. Finko's eyes filled with pure dread as she shouted Prosel's name in a panic. But Procel didn't flinch, reminding her with ice-cold focus that they were sticking to the plan no matter what. It's go time, and Tinko lunges straight into the fray with Procel and Elle backing him up. They pulled the triggers and their guns started spitting pure hellfire. He lunged straight onto the dragon's back, but those bullets just pancaked against the monster's scales, completely useless against its ironclad hide. Elle spat out a curse when his attack did absolutely nothing, and Procel realized the same grim reality. Those scales were unnaturally tough. But then, he had to snap himself back to reality. There are only two ways to end this war: execute the Demon King or obliterate the dungeon's crystal, meaning a head-on suicide mission against the dragon is totally unnecessary. Tinko bolted to the dragon's tail where the throne once sat, screaming at the top of her lungs that Strauss had vanished, while Procel just clicked his tongue in pure frustration. There was no way the queen who unleashed this nightmare was keeping her crown, especially since the emerald dragon had gulped down the dungeon's core crystal, leaving them with no choice but to slay the beast. That dragon's massive tail lashed out like a whip, moving with absolutely terrifying speed. Procel and Elle get absolutely blasted, their bodies slamming into the wall with bone-crushing force. Tinko lets out a defiant scream as she skyrockets high above the dragon, looking to dish out some serious payback. She levels her weapon and fires straight into its gaping mouth, but the shot is instantly vaporized by a crushing wave of dragon breath. The shockwave from that blast sent her ragdolling through the air. He slams down right next to the broken and battered Procel and Elle. Tinko is totally wiped out and struggling to catch his breath. None of their hits are doing a single bit of damage. The beast's scales are just way too thick to pierce. Elle grinds his teeth as he realizes the truth. The dragon is actually shrouded in a cloak of wind armor. That swirling barrier is basically turning their bullets into total duds. But hold on. There was still one desperate chance to turn this around. She screamed at Tinko to stop holding back and finally unleash the EO-01SS's hidden potential. If they cranked that thing into full auto, they might just have enough firepower to smash through. Tinko froze up, second-guessing everything. Was I really sure about this? Elle owned up to it. He knew that bringing a gun into this mess was a total suicide mission. The weapon was still a total work in progress. Activating it now was a one-way ticket to seeing it shatter into a million pieces. That's exactly why she'd been benching it this entire time. But with their lives on the line, this unfinished prototype was their only shot at survival. Prusol's eyes nearly popped out of his head in pure shock. He didn't have the slightest clue this weapon was hiding a secret mode like that. Tinko locks in, ready to take the dragon head-on, but the beast had already predicted her every move. That massive tail lashed out with insane power, blasting scales everywhere in the middle of a literal hurricane. Procel's jaw hit the floor at the sight. This emerald dragon was actually ripping its own armor to shreds. He unleashes a massive storm, turning every single scale into a lethal projectile. Tinko takes a direct hit, and her body goes limp, leaving Prostil to scream her name as his voice cracks with pure agony, while Elle explains in total despair that the beast whipped up a storm just to scatter its deadly scales everywhere. Getting anywhere near that thing was straight up impossible. Prostil's brain was working overtime, desperately searching for a way out. What the hell were they even supposed to do now? You can see the doubt and fear starting to take over his heart. Suddenly, Tinko's voice pierces the air, screaming for her master. Her broken, beaten body comes crashing right into Prostil's arms. Even though she's barely clinging to life, she looks up with a weak smile just to ask if he's okay. Elle's voice suddenly cuts through the chaos, shouting that this is their one and only shot. The moment had finally come for Procel to step up and give Tinko her official name. If she seals the deal and becomes his contracted demon, Victory is practically guaranteed. Tinko recoils in terror, screaming for Elle to cut it out, but she doesn't even hesitate. She'd made a pact with Procell from the very start. He wasn't going to grant her a name until he truly, 100% trusted her. Without that bond, a name was just a hollow, meaningless word. If she couldn't even stomp this overgrown lizard, she wasn't worthy of his trust. Prostel's heart drops into his stomach the moment he sees the brutal injuries across her back. Marco's warning flashed in his mind. Making a deal with a demon is a death wish, because even if they're loyal to their kings, these monsters are anything but stupid. Countless demon kings have been backstabbed and stripped of their thrones by the very people they trusted. But Tinko's kind were far too cunning to fall for those tricks. Procell needed to know for sure if he could trust her, but seeing her bleed out and still refuse to back down, every single doubt he had just went up in smoke. Marco's warning echoed in his head one last time, but he brushed it aside with total conviction. He was done playing it safe. He let out a roar that tore through the entire battlefield, screaming her name at the top of his lungs. "Queena!" Tinko's eyes nearly popped out of his head in pure shock. Prostel cranked up the volume and roared it out even louder. "Queena! That's your name now! You're officially the very first demon to ever sign a contract with me." Tears stream down her face as she trembles, yet she flashes a smile while Prostel's voice thunders, commanding his first friend and most powerful demon to finally prove she's worthy of his absolute trust. Queena's face beamed with pure joy as she shouted back to her dad. But in that split second, a blinding white light erupted, swallowing her and the entire battlefield whole. Her body begins to warp and twist, undergoing a massive, bone-chilling transformation. Once the blinding flash finally dies down, a completely reborn Kuna steps onto the battlefield. Her energy is absolutely exploding now, radiating an aura more intense than anything we've ever seen. This is it, the moment everything changes. Because the real fight? It starts right now. Prostel stared in awe at Kaina's insane new transformation, her aura practically exploding with power as he barked out his orders with absolute authority. He waited for the demon to unleash its fury, but Quina just flashed a wild grin and charged straight into the fray with a roar. The emerald dragon lets loose again, raining down a lethal storm of those razor-sharp scales. But Kunao shreds right through the assault like it's nothing, swatting those wind blades aside as he brings up a contract. This isn't just any demon, he's the Demon King's ultimate living weapon and most lethal trump card. With a single name, the Demon King bestowed a level of power that's honestly terrifying. With Proso's power surging through her, Queena's transformation just shattered every limit she ever had. At this point, she's even left the legendary Emerald Dragon in the dust. Her body rapidly matures into its peak adult form, absolutely radiating pure, unadulterated might. She locked eyes with Elle, whispering a soft apology and a heartfelt thank you. She rockets into the sky, looming over the chaos, before leveling her weapon and raining down a relentless storm of lead that sends the Emerald Dragon into a fit of agonizing screams. A heavy silence washed over the Demon Kings as they stared at him, their faces frozen in absolute awe. Marco just flashed a wicked smirk, knowing he had them right where he wanted them. Because at that moment, he knew this war was finally over. Strauss loomed high above the battlefield, her eyes glued to the scene, as Kuina finally let loose her absolute last attack. The golden dance ripped straight through the Emerald Dragon, putting the beast down for good. A thunderous voice suddenly blasted across the entire war zone. The bloodbath was finally over, and the last man standing was the Demon King of Creation, Procell. In a flash, they were warped right onto the main stage as the other Demon Kings erupted into a deafening standing ovation. Procell couldn't even wrap his head around the win before Marco came charging straight for him. She practically tackles him in a massive hug, gushing that his performance was absolutely legendary. Prostel's face went beet red as he tried to squirm away, completely dying of embarrassment from being hugged in front of everyone. Quina didn't waste a second, shoving Marco aside and calling her out for being totally shameless. Marco just pouted like a kid, grumbling about how boring they were being. Finally catching his breath, Prostel straightened up and turned his attention back to the massive audience. With everyone watching, he raised his voice to announce the winner. 3. But get this, that massive power surge wasn't just his own doing. He pulled Kuna and Ellen into a massive hug, telling them straight up that he couldn't have done any of this without his crew. Watching the wholesome moment, Marco's tough exterior finally melted away. But Procel wasn't finished, reminding Marco that she was the real MVP who had been his backbone through it all. Hearing that, Marco couldn't help but break out into a genuine laugh. Wiping away the sweat from that insane brawl, she dipped out to catch a breeze and let the two rivals finally settle their beef, leaving Prostel completely blindsided. That's Strauss from the battlefront, and you better believe he's the real deal. Just like that, the Demon King of Time restored her entire squad of contracted demons. Rosalit called out to Strauss, pushing her to step up and take charge. Strauss gave a firm nod and stepped forward, ready for action. Her eyes scanned the crowd until they finally locked onto Procel's. She hesitated for a heartbeat before finally finding the courage to speak. All of this was going down right in the middle of the glitzy evening party. She finally came clean, admitting she'd totally underestimated him and treated him like garbage. She dropped her guard and apologized, her voice thick with raw, genuine emotion. Procel admitted he never thought she'd actually clear his first floor, confessing that her emerald dragon genuinely gave him the creeps, but he told her to hold her head high for everything she'd achieved and the way she treats her demons like true family. With a massive grin, he told her he was stoked she was his first opponent and reached out for a handshake. He offered a fresh start as friends, leaving Strauss blinking in pure disbelief. She couldn't help but let a tiny smile slip. She straight up told him he was way nicer than he looked. But Procel didn't even blink, keeping his gaze locked dead on her. Strauss let out a low chuckle and finally gave in, basically saying, "Fine, if you're really going to push it, then have it your way." She swallowed her pride and apologized for the trash talk, admitting that if she had to taste defeat for the first time, she was glad it was at his hands. They locked hands in a rock-solid grip, showing the world they were both dead serious. Strauss accepted with a massive smile, telling him she was absolutely stoked to finally have a friend like him. Asteros steps up and rests his hands on both their heads, looking Prostel right in the eye to offer his genuine thanks. He knows that by serving his daughter a cold dish of defeat, Prostel just gave her the ultimate wake-up call to evolve and become truly unstoppable. Strauss was absolutely floored by what he just said. To show some real appreciation, Asteros hooked Prostel up with a legendary dragon medal and a pigeon demon, so they could keep the lines of communication open. Strauss wasn't about to be left out, promising him her own wind medal and swearing she'd be writing to him all the time. Naturally, Prostel took the deal. He nodded with a confident grin, realizing as he checked his massive haul that the stressful party had actually been a total win, while Astros shot him one last serious look, knowing he was witnessing the birth of a legend as Procel evolved into a true demon king. Marco's got to be beaming with pride seeing the absolute masterpiece she just pulled off. Prostel's eyes practically bugged out of his skull. He stood there frozen, staring at Asteros in total disbelief. Finally, Asteros just tilted his head, looking completely puzzled. I mean, was Prostel seriously not listening to a word he just said? Prostel sprints through the endless corridors, his heart hammering against his ribs as the gut-wrenching truth finally sinks in. See, a demon king's life is hard-capped at exactly 300 years, no exceptions. Once that timer hits 0, they don't just die, they vanish into thin air. Every 10 years, when the new batch of kings is born, the task of raising them falls to the elders, the ones who are literally on their deathbeds. And Marco? She's already 299 years old. Prosel was completely blindsided. He hadn't heard a single word about any of this. That means she has less than 1 year left before she's gone forever. His voice cracks, raw with pure desperation, as he screams her name at the top of his lungs. Marco suddenly appears with her signature warm smile, tilting her head in confusion to ask what's wrong, since seeing him actually blow up and start shouting was totally out of character. Prostel's heart clenches in pure agony as the words practically explode out of him. Why? Why on earth did Marco keep her limited lifespan a secret this whole time? But Marco stays ice cold, barely even flinching. She simply tells him that he never bothered to ask. His voice cracks as he desperately presses her for the truth. Is she seriously just going to vanish into thin air, even though she looks perfectly fine? Marco just gives a slow, somber shake of her head. Because honestly, none of that matters. It doesn't matter how powerful or healthy you are. Once a demon king hits their limit, it's game over. They don't just die. They simply vanish into nothingness. And just like that, poof, she began to fade away. A gentle, peaceful smile spread across her face. She was honestly just happy her final act was getting to play the role of his mother. With that weight off her shoulders, she could finally move on without a single regret. But then, her eyes lit up as she suddenly remembered something important. She still hadn't heard the big reveal about what his dungeon was actually going to be. Did that crazy evening party finally give him the inspiration he needed? Prostel froze dead in his tracks as the fog finally lifted, and looking up with total clarity, he let out a shout that changed the entire game. His dungeon wasn't just some cave, it was going to be an entire city. Marco's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he gasped, "A city?" So, Procel started laying out exactly how this crazy plan was going to work. He'd been racking his brain to build a dungeon that wouldn't lay a finger on his friends, but he soon realized that just being safe wasn't going to cut it. He'd already felt the soul-crushing agony of watching his closest friends get torn away from him. That soul-crushing agony of having the people you love most ripped right out of your life. He wasn't about to let those soft feelings rot his dungeon, so instead, he was ready to take things to a whole new level. But he had a much crazier vision in mind, and he was ready to build something completely next level. Imagine a dungeon where every ounce of misery was wiped clean, replaced by a sudden surge of pure hope and joy. If these dungeons are literally powered by human feelings, then why the heck aren't they fueling up on pure, unadulterated joy? Marco just stood there in stunned silence before absolutely losing it and bursting into laughter. A whole city? She never saw that one coming in a million years. But her eyes were glowing as she told him she couldn't be happier that her final mission was just being his parent. With the clock ticking, she was going to spend every last second watching over him with all the love in the world. With that one declaration, Procel was officially reborn as the legendary demon king of city building. To protect his friends and trade despair for pure happiness, the creation demon king ditched the idea of a dungeon and built a thriving city instead. But man, he was just scratching his head, feeling completely stumped and totally fed up. Procel was finally starting to feel the heat of the massive task ahead of him. Marco suddenly broke his focus, asking if the city building was actually getting anywhere. Procel just let out a massive, defeated sigh, admitting that things were honestly a total train wreck. He was raiding Marco's library, tearing through every book he could find, but while dungeon blueprints were everywhere, he couldn't find a single guide on building a city, let alone where he should even put the thing. Even with a library stuffed full of the secret journals of every past demon king, the place was still a total dead end for what he actually needed. Having Marco and the crew on board would have made this whole mission a total breeze. But Kui instantly catches an attitude, pouting and flat-out refusing to lift a finger. Meanwhile, Elle just grumbles that unless there's some heavy artillery involved, she couldn't care less. Marco's done waiting around and tells the group they need to go see the truth with their own eyes. Before they knew it, Prosol and his crew were staring up at the massive gates of a giant settlement. Queena's jaw hit the floor as she stared up at the massive structures. Even Procel was caught completely off guard by the sight. He never dreamed that a human city could actually be this enormous. This was the trade hub of Eclaba, a sprawling metropolis of 100,000 people, and the undisputed king of the region. It looked like the absolute perfect goldmine for his research. But the instant they tried to breach the entrance, a massive storm of arrows rained down, forcing them to scramble back in a total panic. Procel was looking like a total pincushion with arrows sticking out of every inch of his clothes. He realized pretty fast that parading demons through a human city was basically a death wish. See, while humans are cool with dwarves, bringing actual monsters into town is a one-way ticket to a riot. Procel suddenly remembered those old disguises from Marco, and suggested they hit a different gate. But even in human clothes, Kuna's ears and tail were a total dead giveaway. Prostal was just about to grumble that they were stuck, but Kuna shifted forms in a heartbeat, hiding her animal traits and leaving him totally floored by her fast reflexes. Once they were inside, the squad wandered around in a total daze, their heads spinning from the city's absolutely massive scale. Procell's jaw hit the floor as he stared at the incredible scene unfolding before him. But then he catches a glimpse of Kuna and Elle, and man, they look absolutely murderous. The two are practically vibrating with rage as they stare down the massive crowds of humans surrounding them. Kuna casually asks if they should just crush everyone into paste right then and there. Elle stammers for a heartbeat before agreeing, bragging that she could wipe the whole place clean with her gun. Their eyes flash with a sudden, terrifying thirst for blood. Prostal was absolutely sickened by their savage impulses, muttering to himself that he really should have just left them behind. Suddenly, some random adventurer walks up and starts hitting on the girls, flexing his fat stack of dungeon loot and offering to treat them to a fancy meal. Prostal jumps in to claim they're with him, but the guy just laughs in his face, mocking him for playing daddy and asking if it's cool to hit on them right under his nose. A girl screams, "Daddy!" but he just shoots her a look of pure disgust and turns away, only to lock eyes with the legendary Boobchan as his friends lose their minds and rush over. These creeps actually had the nerve to tell her they should play, and Kuna was absolutely fuming, turning to Procell and practically begging for the green light to crush them into dust. Elle was already locking and loading, ready to turn these guys into Swiss cheese, and while Procell was just as pissed as they were, he stepped in and held them back before things got messy. Suddenly, their gear caught his eye. These guys were legit adventurers who'd just been bragging about striking it rich in a dungeon. He scans the horizon and realizes they're surrounded by a massive mob, but Elle just starts roasting their gear, calling those blunt blades a total joke compared to masterwork dwarven steel. While grabbing a quick bite, Procell casually fished for intel, and the vendor dropped a bombshell. A massive wave of adventurers was charging north to raid the Demon King of Time's dungeon. Procell's eyes widened as it finally clicked. This had to be the same mysterious Demon King who resurrected the fallen back at the party, even though he'd never actually seen the guy's face. Known for his absolute mastery over time, this Demon King was a total powerhouse with a dungeon no one could crack, if it weren't for the insane mountain of loot hidden inside. Adventurers swarmed the gates with greedy merchants right on their heels, turning the city into a massive gold mine, all thanks to the Demon King of Time. Prostal weighed his options and realized they were way too close to pass this up, so he signaled Elle and Quina and told them it was time to roll. He wasn't looking for a scrap. He just wanted to play nice, because having the world's most terrifying Demon King as an ally is basically a cheat code for building a city. Quinau puffed out her cheeks and complained it sounded like a total drag, earning her a quick, playful earful from Prostal. As they trekked across the fields, he realized the land was a total wasteland where nothing could survive. When darkness finally blanketed the world, Procell let out a heavy sigh as the truth finally hit him. The Time Demon King's dungeon was way further than they bargained for, a brutal 80 kilometers away, leaving Quina screaming in protest while Elside groaned that her legs were basically turning into wooden poles. With the area already crawling with adventurers setting up camp, they decided to settle in too. But just as Procell was about to pitch his tent, a voice suddenly called out to him. Suddenly, a wagon rattles up and the driver gives our heroes a friendly shout. Prostal instantly noticed the guy was rocking 0 weapons or armor, which immediately set off some major red flags. This guy introduces himself as a merchant from the Kurtward Company, the absolute powerhouse and most respected trade firm in all of Eclaba. He spent his days supplying the brave souls marching straight into the jaws of the Demon King of Time's dungeon. Procell's eyes lock onto a bottle aged for 30 years, but the merchant warns him it's a total ripoff, priced at more than double what it costs back in the city. Between the travel fees and hired muscle, the price had absolutely skyrocketed, leaving Procell's to stare at the bottle in dead silence. The merchant doubled down, reminding them that his supplies weren't a luxury, they were a lifeline, because getting wounded in that dungeon without medicine was basically a death sentence. Limping 80 kilometers back to Eclaba while wounded was a total suicide mission, especially with bloodthirsty demons prowling the road. But when you're staring down death, any price feels like a bargain. Because between your life and your wallet, There's absolutely no contest. Prostel grumbled that the guy was being a straight-up greedy pig. The merchant shot back, insisting he was just supplying what the market was screaming for. He pointed out that if there were actually another city between the dungeon and Eclaba, the prices wouldn't be this crazy. Hearing that, Prostel's face completely changed as the gears in his head finally started turning. He tossed out a quick thanks, leaving the merchant bowing low and praying he'd keep favoring the Courtauld company with his business. By the next morning, Proso and the crew finally reached the Time Demon King's dungeon, leaving Quinao's jaw on the floor as he stared up at the massive entrance. Procel scanned the massive crowd and spotted that same merchant from yesterday, realizing that every single person there was hunting for the exact same thing. Kunal's practically dragging them inside with pure hype, but the moment they step through the door, they realize the place is absolute mayhem. It's absolute chaos as adventurers go toe-to-toe with demons in every single direction. Quana was floored by the massive sea of people. Elle had to clamp her hands over her ears to block out the deafening roar, and Prosel grumbled that it was just as suffocating as the big city. Kuna gives him a reality check, reminding him they're here to face the Demon King of Time, and asks if he's actually planning to conquer this whole dungeon from start to finish. Proso facepalmed as he realized he'd totally missed the big picture, while Elle laid out the cold, hard truth. Clearing over 100 floors was an absolute nightmare. Out of nowhere, they realized the entire world had just ground to a screeching halt. Right then, every single adventurer and demon on the field was paralyzed, frozen solid like statues in the heat of battle. Prosel's head whipped around, his eyes wide and his jaw practically hitting the floor in total disbelief. He stood there in total shock, trying to wrap his head around the madness, until the very ground beneath their feet started to quake. In a heartbeat, their surroundings warped, and they were suddenly standing in a completely different world. Everything ground to a halt as the universe hit the pause button. Time itself was frozen solid. Out of the dead silence, a chillingly calm voice echoed toward them. The Demon King of Time admitted Marco warned him Procel would come looking, so he dragged them into this frozen void for a little chat. Procel didn't waste a second, demanding to know exactly who this guy was. He looks them dead in the eye and drops a total bombshell. His name is Dantalion, the Demon King of Time. Prostel realized right then and there that he was staring down one of the most insanely powerful demon kings to ever exist. Enter Dantalion, the legendary demon king who rules over time itself. Dantalion instantly recognized him as that rookie demon king who stole the spotlight at the party, and though Prostel didn't seem to be looking for a fight, Dantalion still demanded to know what he was doing there. Procel played it smooth, dropping by to show some respect for the party, and Dantalion just laughed, admitting he's actually a fan of kids who know their manners. Switching gears, Dantalion brought up exactly what went down the moment that evening party wrapped up. The creator gave new demon kings like Prosol the green light, but let's be real, it was more like a mandatory draft to build dungeons and join the war effort, especially since he was the one everyone was watching. Was Prosel's dungeon layout finally locked in? Kuhinao tried to say they were still on the hunt, but Procel cut her off to reveal he'd already made his choice. There was no turning back now. Kuina was left in total shock as Proso stepped up to declare that his dungeon would... They're carving out a massive trade route to link the bustling city of Eclaba straight to Dantalion's own dungeon. Dantalion's voice flipped like a switch, going cold in an instant. Eclaba was his personal gold mine since every adventurer there was his customer. So Proso dropping a dungeon right in his backyard felt like a straight-up declaration of war. Out of nowhere, Dantalion grinds time to a screeching halt and materializes right at their backs. Quina and Elle snapped into battle mode instantly, but Procel barked out a command that stopped them dead in their tracks. He whipped back toward Dantalion to clear the air, explaining that he wasn't looking to touch a single cent of his profits because his vision went way beyond a simple dungeon. He was building an entire city. Dantalion finally let go, releasing his iron grip on the guy. He just laughs it off, treating the entire situation like one big punchline. He was already 10 steps ahead thanks to Marco's warning, leaving a stunned Prosel to realize he'd been read like an open book as he retreated back to his throne. Dantalion gave Procel the green light to go wild, figuring that in a city that massive, there were more than enough adventurers for everyone to share without any drama. Procell tried to show some gratitude, but Dantalion shut him down, insisting that since this was making his domain a fortune, he definitely needed his cut. He was dead set on snatching Procell's creation medal, and Procell was absolutely floored by the demand. Dantalion made it clear that a medal this rare, one capable of churning out S-rank monsters, was just way too tempting to ignore. Right then, Marco's warning came flashing back to Procell. After the massive scene he'd caused at the party, every greedy player in the room was going to be hunting for the secret behind his legendary gear. This was exactly the kind of danger Marco had warned him about. Dantalion laid down the law. If Procell wouldn't cooperate, he'd just take his plans and build somewhere else entirely. After weighing every single option, they finally made their move. Procell actually agreed to cough up a creation medal, and L was absolutely losing his mind. Procell realized that picking a fight now was a total rookie move, especially since his city was actually doing Dantalion a huge favor, and if they played their cards right, they might just end up as the ultimate power duo. Quina was spiraling, but Procell reminded her that the old guard demon kings are legally barred from touching the rookies until they mature, and since Dantalion is a veteran like Marco, he'll practically have one foot in the grave before he's even allowed to make a move. Since a total bloodbath was officially dodged, the squad was 100% on board with his logic, and now that the deal was finally locked in, Procell pressed him on why he went totally ballistic despite Marco's heads up, and Dantalion finally admitted he was just lashing out from pure frustration. The second Procell asks why. Dantalion lunges forward, closing the gap in the blink of an eye. He gushed about how Marco being Procell's parent meant they lived together 24/7, calling it pure paradise, even though the thought was honestly nothing short of horrifying. Prostel recoils in shock as Dantalion's raw emotions finally hit him like a truck. With a trembling voice, Dantalion confesses he's never even held Marco's hand, before desperately asking if Procell has already shared a bed with her. Completely flustered, Procell shuts him down immediately, swearing that absolutely nothing like that ever happened. Dantalion breathes a sigh of relief since Marco's message was glowing with praise, but Procell decides it's probably best to keep her no-clothes habit a secret, unless he wants Dantalion to literally murder him. To wrap things up, Dantalion begrudgingly promised to break the news to Marco as gently as possible, even if he hated every second of it, leaving the others absolutely ecstatic. Dantalion tosses Procell both his time and water medals as a total bonus, and when Procell asks about the cost, he just laughs it off, calling it a gift from a kind senior to keep him motivated. Dantalion tosses a casual wave and tells Prostel to send Marco his best, leaving Procell to celebrate his new city and alliance while still scratching his head over who this guy actually is. But just as Procell was about to head out, Dantalion stopped him cold with one final question. Was he actually 100% sure about building his city in a place like that? Procell and his squad of loyal demons stood tall at the edge of the treacherous swamp. He takes one step too close to a puddle and BAM! He's suddenly falling straight through. Quina let out a panicked cry, her voice sharp with worry. The entire landscape was a toxic, bubbling swamp, a lethal detail he'd completely missed in the pitch-black shadows of the night before. Trying to build a city on this sludge seemed like a total suicide mission. He stood there for a moment, his mind racing as he weighed his options. Since building a dungeon means literally rewriting the earth, it sounds doable, but a city is always at the mercy of its environment, and if the land itself is trash, no amount of magic can save it. It's no mystery why this place is a total wasteland despite the heavy traffic, so I had to know, what was his game plan? And was he already scouting for a new spot? Procell just shook his head, dead set on building right here after yesterday's brutal trek from Eclaba proved the distance was a total nightmare. A city right at the midpoint would be a total game changer, acting as a massive supply hub for heroes heading into the dungeon and a much-needed sanctuary for anyone dragging heavy loot back home. Dragging heavy gear for 80 kilometers was a total nightmare, but this spot was destined to become a booming trade hub. He was dreaming of crafting legendary specialty goods eventually, but for now, he was 100% sure he was making the right call, especially since that merchant yesterday basically promised that a city in this spot would be a total gold mine. Procell was racking his brain, desperate to find a way out of this mess. They'd hit a massive wall before they even got off the ground. If it was just the terrain, he could easily terraform the place with his earth powers, But the air and water? Yeah, those were still a total disaster. Quina jumps in with a genius plan. It's time to fire up that Wi-Fi. They finally scored that medal from the Demon King of Time, but Prossel was already a step ahead, warning them that the toxic air and killer plants were still going to be a total disaster. They needed a massive power-up, a force that could literally command nature itself, when suddenly, a tiny demon started fluttering around his head. Quina nearly jumped out of her skin, but Prossel quickly explained it was just a messenger demon from Strauss delivering a secret letter. Prossel cracked it open to find her checking in, asking how he was holding up after that crazy evening party. She flexed that she'd already birthed a lethal new demon using his metal, completely brushing off Astra Osama's complaints about the cost, then turned the tables to ask if he'd used her gift yet, warning him he better not let it go to waste. Procel shoved the letter toward Kuna, his eyes already racing down the page to uncover the rest. She spots a postscript warning that those new demon kings are so terrified of Prossel's power, they're actually teaming up to take him down, and since she just got an invite to join the hit squad, he'd better watch his back. Prostel made his move, deciding right then and there to craft, wind up, and perfectly replicate a living human. But then it hit him. Wind just wasn't going to cut it anymore, so he commanded his synthesis to evolve, demanding a power that bridged the gap between nature and the literal stars. A legendary elf from an ancient bloodline finally drew their first breath. This demon is a total master of nature, and with that kind of insane power, he could wipe out their biggest problems in a heartbeat. The ancient elf's eyes locked onto Kana and El instantly, and she practically tackled them with a hug, obsessed with how cute they were while giving Prossel the ultimate cold shoulder as he tried to speak. He's losing his mind over how fluffy El is and scaring the girls half to death. Honestly, Prostalside just birthed another total weirdo. Seriously, could this girl just listen for 1 second? She brushes him off, calling him master, and swearing she's got it all under control. He just tells her to wipe that literal drool off her face first. The ancient elf turns to El, declaring they're going to team up and fix this disaster right now. El's all in, ready to do whatever it takes for her beloved master. Combining their powers, they unleashed a massive wave of purification and restoration magic. In a literal heartbeat, that toxic, nasty swamp vanished, replaced by a breathtaking field of green. Prosoil and Quina stood there in total shock, unable to take their eyes off the miracle. And just like that, the groundwork for their new city was finally ready to go. Deep in the shadows of the dungeon, Marco listened intently as Procel dropped a bombshell. He'd already met face-to-face with Dantalion. Her eyes widened with curiosity the second she heard he was planning to drop a whole city right next to Dantalion's dungeon. The sheer audacity of the idea caught her completely off guard. She confessed it gave her actual chills thinking he could pull off something so insane without any trouble. But deep down, she knew that spot was the absolute goldmine for building the ultimate metropolis. She originally thought the whole city thing was just one big prank, but seeing the progress is a massive relief. Even if Procel admits he literally just picked the spot. Marco then spoke up, asking if today was finally the day he'd be walking out of that dungeon for good. He laid it all out, announcing that with Kona and El backing him up, he was finally ready to get this show on the road. He realized that building a massive city wasn't all that different from crafting a deadly dungeon. After all, it was still a Demon King's job. Back at the party, the creator handed every rookie Demon King a special crystal that they had to bury in the absolute deepest part of their dungeon. Once a crystal is planted, there's no turning back. A Demon King is basically tethered to their dungeon forever, because leaving it for even a second is like begging for an ambush. Since he'd already painted a massive bullseye on his back at the party, the danger was now through the roof. His only shot at survival was to transform his dungeon into an absolute death trap of a fortress. Marco finally realized it was time to fly the coop and leave her protection behind. Something he knew this day was inevitable, but the crushing weight of the silence still hit him harder than he ever expected. She spotted the bizarre bird looming behind Prossel and asked if it belonged to Dantalion, but Prossel revealed it actually came from a gift he'd just received. It was obviously a spy tool meant to keep eyes on him in Dantalion's backyard, and he knew for a fact that Dantalion wouldn't miss a single beat of what he was doing. Prostal just kicked back and let the demon bird run wild, using the chaos to trick Dantalion into thinking he was harmless while he kept his real secrets buried deep. Marco just grinned and rolled with it, even pitching the idea of using that connection for instant travel by setting up a teleportation circle right in the heart of her dungeon. Now he could just swing by whenever he felt like it. Kina's cheerful voice rings out to announce that everything is ready. Elle adds that they've rounded up every single mining golem in the dungeon, and Prosal promises he'll be joining them in just a second. Marco locked eyes with him and admitted she really wished she could have hooked him up with a proper goodbye gift. Those parent demon king rules were seriously nerfing her. So Prosal tossed his box aside and decided to show her how it's really done, his hand erupting in a blinding flash as he unleashed his power. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured something out of thin air. Suddenly, a shimmering jeweled necklace materialized right around Marco's neck. She'd never laid eyes on anything like this in her entire life. He presented her with a diamond, a gem that sparkled with an eternal light, and explained that just like this stone, their bond was unbreakable, and he'd never forget the kindness she showed him. Marco was hit right in the feels, especially when her voice started to crack from the sheer weight of her emotions. She called him out for playing dirty, saying it was totally unfair to make her cry after more than 100 years. Proso let out a massive sigh of relief, totally stoked that she actually loved it. Marco leans in close, whispering that even if she's got nothing material to offer, she's already found the perfect gift. And before he can even get a word out, she finally makes her move, leaning in and locking him in a heart-pounding kiss. Prostal was left absolutely shell-shocked, and Marco just stood there, smirking at the sight of him falling apart. While she's playfully poking him for an answer, he catches a massive wave of pure salt nearby, only to see Dantalion watching them and practically grinding his teeth to dust in a jealous rage. Marco pins him right onto the bed, asking him point blank if he's actually down to see this through. His face went full tomato mode as he choked on his words, barely managing to stutter out her name. Suddenly, Kuina's voice cuts through the air, calling out for her father. Procel's face turned beet red as he shoved Marco back, thanking her for the offer, but insisting he had to bail right now. And Marco quickly composed herself, realizing they couldn't keep the rest of the crew hanging. Procel hoisted his gear and made a final vow. Once his city was thriving, she'd be the very first person he'd invite back. Marco flashed a confident smirk, knowing she'd expect nothing less, and pushed him to keep charging ahead. Queena's already losing her cool, barking at her dad to pick up the pace while Procel scrambles after her with a string of apologies. Left in the dust, Marco's fingers graze the diamond necklace as he sinks into a heavy moment of reflection. Even as Prozel's jewel shimmered with a light that would never die, her own life was flickering out, leaving her to wonder if giving her something eternal while she was fading away was actually a heartless, twisted joke. Procel and his loyal demon squad rallied at the foundation of their future empire, with Procel gripping the glowing crystal that served as the heart of Phase 1 is officially a go, and they're finally laying the foundation for something legendary. Right then and there, he officially claimed this spot as his very own dungeon. The crystal suddenly erupts with a blinding light, sending a massive wave of magic blasting through the entire area. Queena's eyes practically popped out of her head as the crystal's light surged, officially claiming this land as his dungeon, and setting the stage for a total repeat of what went down at the evening party. Prostal tapped into his raw mana and started molding the dungeon from the ground up. He whipped up a solid 3-story layout all on a single level, but if he wanted to go any bigger, he'd have to start stacking on even more layers. He's turning the entire first floor into a massive city, and since El and the ancient elf scrubbed the land and air crystal clear, it's finally ready for people, so he locks in the dungeon type as flat. The territory just exploded in size, stretching out a massive 10 kilometers in every single direction. The second floor and everything below it were designated for the city's vital resources and housing, but staring at their mountain of gear, Procel realized it was finally time to tackle the nightmare of unpacking. With his food and water supplies finally locked down on the first floor, he realizes it's time to level up and build a mine to start hauling in some serious resources. With a single command, a massive mountain erupts from the earth right beside them. This towering peak wasn't just for show, it was the heart of their entire resource engine. And just like that, the core foundation of the dungeon was finally locked in. But here's the kicker. Even though that crystal was a beast at spawning lethal dungeons, it didn't know the first thing about building a simple house or keeping the city's infrastructure from falling apart. From here on out, the entire weight of the world was resting squarely on their shoulders. If they wanted a city, they'd have to build it from the ground up with their own two hands. Queen Ah was absolutely buzzing with energy and jumped in to help without a second thought. With his crew finally on board, Procell locked in. It was officially time to get to work. And just like that, the massive project of building their brand new city was finally underway. They'd barely put any distance between themselves and Marco's dungeon when the real chaos kicked off. Procell and his crew were already going all out building the city, but the backbreaking labor was draining them fast, leaving Procell sighing and realizing they desperately needed a breather. Queena. She hoisted her shovel high with trembling arms, making it clear to everyone that she was running on absolute fumes. Elle realized their numbers were pathetic, and Kuna backed her up, complaining that they were seriously short-handed. Procell took one look at the field, and despite his army of golems and summoned demons, the cold, hard truth hit him, and Elle both the second they saw the massive force stretching across the horizon. They were dreaming big, planning a city that would take up the entire first floor, stretching a massive 10 kilometers, the absolute limit of what was possible. There was no way their tiny crew could build a massive city alone. It was literally impossible. So he pushed his resources to the absolute limit to make the magic happen. He went on a summoning spree, bringing in a Yuko for Kana, a master dwarf smith for El, and a high elf for the ancient elf. To top it off, he paired each one with 2 perfect demon sidekicks to guarantee they had all the backup they needed. But even with those reinforcements, they were still hopelessly outmatched. And it gets worse, because Procell was completely tapped out of dungeon points, leaving him with 0 ways to summon more help. In a regular dungeon, he could just spend points to spawn whatever he wanted. But since this city wasn't a standard dungeon, the system locked his shortcuts and forced them to build every single thing from scratch with their own 2 hands. Procell quickly realized he'd bitten off more than he could chew, but he wasn't sweating it. He had one last trick up his sleeve to fix his massive worker shortage. He's even considering bringing back his old skeleton army, the same ones he ditched because they were way too wild to control. But he knew that just stacking up more bodies wasn't the answer. Without a real leader to call the shots, this massive group would just end up getting in their own way. He slumped down and scoured his stash, but his heart sank when he realized he only had 2 medals left. Because honestly, what's the point of summoning just one more demon? But then his eyes lock onto a familiar prize, the death imitation medal he'd scored earlier, right before his big showdown with Strauss. A trade went down at the evening party, and the second he saw that human imitation medal, a genius plan started cooking in his head. Think about it. If you fuse the immortality of death with human intelligence, you'd create a demon lord capable of commanding an entire legion of skeletons. He didn't waste a single second, instantly mashing those 2 together. The outcome hit him instantly, sending a cold shiver straight down his spine. This time, he couldn't get a handle on the spawning demon, and it was spiraling completely out of his control. That's when it hit him. His godlike power to mold these monsters at will was tied entirely to his creation medal. Without it, he was basically flying blind with 0 control. The tension was through the roof. He was sweating bullets, thinking he might accidentally spawn a pack of rebellious, gangster-like skeletons that he couldn't even handle. If things went sideways, his dream of building a legendary city would be dead on arrival. Out of nowhere, a massive shockwave of wind explodes, sending him reeling as a thick, ominous mist begins to swallow the entire summoning circle. Suddenly, a skeletal figure stepped out from the shadows, rocking a crown and draped in dark, majestic robes. Prostel stood paralyzed, eyes glued to the figure, but as it slowly tilted its skeletal face up, he finally let out a massive sigh of relief. In a voice as clear as day, the being introduced himself as White, a literal duke of the underworld, and swore his undying loyalty right then and there. Prostel's jaw hit the floor when he realized this wasn't just some random spawn. He'd just hit the absolute jackpot. Sure, he was technically low rank, but the intelligence radiating from White was impossible to miss. To see what his new find was really made of, Prostel asked him point blank if he could understand the language of skeletons. White dropped a bombshell. He didn't just understand these lesser undead, He could talk back and even absorb their memories. To prove it, White gave a casual flick of his skeletal wrist, and the brainless skeletons that were just standing around instantly began to stir. Their empty sockets flared with a ghostly light as they snapped right into a perfect battle formation. The undead legion moved with surgical precision, following White's every whim. Grinning with pride, White flexed his absolute control and claimed total victory. But Procell was left floored when the formation suddenly turned into a high-flying circus act, pulling off moves that nobody saw coming. While the skeletons were mid-performance, White's eyes locked onto one in particular, a skeleton lady who caught his fancy. Completely smitten, he started laying on the charm, kissing her bony hand and showering her with the most over-the-top compliments you've ever heard. Believe it or not, the skeleton actually got flustered, acting totally charmed by his smooth moves. Procell could only watch from the sidelines in pure shock, realizing that White legitimately saw this pile of bones as a beautiful woman. Once the show was over, White got dead serious and brought up that talk about building a city, prompting Procell to finally lay out his master plan. Instead of a meat grinder dungeon designed for slaughter, he was building a paradise where people could actually be happy. A move so unheard of for a demon king that White just stared at him, speechless. Procell is left totally stunned, wondering where all this sudden raw intensity is coming from. White realized demons were a whole different breed. They don't grow up like us. They just spawn into the world fully formed, like they were ripped straight out of a storybook. From the second they hit the ground, they were weaponized for one purpose: hunting humans as mindless puppets for the dungeon and their demon king. Everything clicked for Procell as White explained why Kuna and El were practically vibrating with bloodlust in the city. But White wasn't done, confessing that after being reborn for master after master, he could still feel the agonizing sting of loneliness from every life he'd ever lived. After digging through every single secret buried in that memory, of a whole squad of people just like him, he knew the hollow sting of being tossed aside like garbage, but instead of being treated as expendable, Procell actually showed them a shred of humanity, even if the guy was too ashamed to admit he was just too indecisive to be cold-blooded. White's face instantly lit up as he praised Procell's grand vision for the city as nothing short of legendary. He threw his arms wide, declaring that after lifetimes of war, they'd finally found their sanctuary. And seeing this, White dropped to one knee to swear his absolute loyalty once more. He wasn't just bowing to some demon king anymore. He was looking at Procell, the one true ruler he was finally ready to give his life for. El kept his cool, but Kuna was shaking with fear as she watched White go full fanatic, swearing he'd break every bone in his body just to see this mission through. Once White and his bony brigade joined the crew, the city started growing at a breakneck pace. But it wasn't just about the free labor. White actually cracked open ancient dwarven manuals to turn himself into a master architect on the fly. He even managed to rally the idle demons that Kuna and the rest had completely ignored. By syncing up every squad, he boosted their efficiency to a level Procell never thought was possible. At this point, White was basically running the show as their second leader. While working on the site, a golem accidentally smashes right through the crust, sending a massive geyser of water exploding into the air. Kunau's face lit up the moment he realized he'd stumbled upon a hot spring, and he let out a massive cheer of pure excitement. This wild discovery just gave the city a massive new upgrade, and honestly, it's the perfect hook to put this place on the map. Procell was already getting down to business, planning out separate baths for the men and women, while White was a total emotional wreck, clutching his hollow eye sockets as he whispered the name of the skeleton girl who'd stolen his heart. Procell and his crew finally took a step back to soak in the massive empire they'd built from the ground up. The foundation was rock solid, the gears were turning perfectly, and they'd even scored some insane lucky breaks along the way. At long last, the city was standing right on the edge of its ultimate transformation. At long last, the city was finally standing tall and ready for action. Kuna let out a victory roar, absolutely hyped that every single building was officially finished. El flashed a cocky thumbs up, declaring that the entire infrastructure was now 100% flawless. The elder elf stepped forward to confirm the homes were ready and the fields were officially supercharged with elven magic. So with everything set, the city was finally locked and loaded, ready to throw open its gates for the very first wave of hopefuls. White realized that all the hard work had made everyone deeply attached to their new home. But while Procell was hyped to finally invite humans to live there, White had his doubts. After all, not a single person had even spared them a glance during the entire construction. Procell breaks it down. The entire dungeon is currently hidden by massive camouflage, meaning all anyone can see from the outside is a simple entrance. But once that veil drops at the grand opening, the city will suddenly materialize, and people won't be able to resist checking it out. He stepped up and proclaimed that today marks the city's anniversary, and it's officially time to throw a massive celebration. The two of them decided to kick back and enjoy their meal right under the shade of a massive tree. Back when the first stones were laid, they planted a lone tree on a hill that watched over the entire city. This right here is the legendary Apple Tree of Beginnings, the place where everything truly started. Way back on day 1, Procell used his creation skill to spawn an apple tree, only to realize that apples didn't even exist in this world. He's been cultivating them ever since, and this tree right here is the legendary original, the same one that had Kana sniffing the fruit in awe and left an ancient elf completely speechless because she'd never seen anything like it. They were kicking back right at the edge of the steaming hot spring. With the fruit finally uncovered, Procell knew it would be the ultimate game changer for their city. The ancient elf gave a soft smile, revealing she'd poured every drop of her magic into blessing that tree. Then Elle jumped in to drop more good news. The potatoes were finally ripe and ready for harvest. Just then an apple plummets from the branch, but Prostil snatches it midair with insane reflexes, right as he's about to sink his teeth into it. Sweet, refreshing juice flooded his mouth, instantly wiping away his exhaustion as a massive surge of power took over. The ancient elf's blessing was finally kicking in. He tossed Kunao another apple, keeping the snacks coming. She takes a bite, and her eyes literally sparkle with joy. So Quina turns around and offers her own portion to Elle. He dove right in too, and man, his mind was absolutely blown by that insane explosion of flavor. Quina vows she'll never forget the taste of that apple, and Prostil nods right along, feeling the exact same way. Procell stood his ground and made a bold vow. There was absolutely no way this city was going down. He rallied everyone to finish their last-minute chores because the grand opening was officially happening tomorrow. Quina screamed her lungs out in total agreement, her hype levels hitting the absolute ceiling. That's when Elle turned to Proso and dropped the big question. Had he finally settled on a name for the city? Prostal flashed a triumphant grin and made it official. Their new home would be known as Avalon, the city of hopes and smiles. As the sun peaks over the horizon, the exhausted party is barely dragging their feet through the dirt, when suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rips through the air. He flopped onto the ground with a dramatic thud, screaming that he was officially done, while the rest of the squad just left him in the dust. They ditched him right there, but while one guy desperately begged him to keep moving, a woman finally admitted they'd completely misjudged just how terrifying Dantalion's power really was. Our guy starts hurling insults at the lizard, calling it a total meathead despite its insane power. But the girl shuts him down, reminding him that whining won't save their skins. The witch tagging along backs her up, pointing out that at this rate, they'll run out of food long before they reach Eclaba, and their only real shot at survival is finding a place to finally catch their breath. Out of nowhere, the entire group skidded to a halt as someone blurted out in total shock, "Wait! Has this massive city seriously been here the whole time?" Quina finally snapped, letting out a scream of pure frustration as she got buried under a mountain of work and a never-ending swarm of customers. She's absolutely tearing into Proso just as the adventurers walk in on her total meltdown, even though she and Kitson were doing their absolute best to hold down the fort. One of the adventurers did a total double-take, questioning if it was even legal for a literal kid to be working a gig like this. He was sweating bullets, wondering if she could actually handle the pressure, but the witch just smirked, noticing that the shop was absolutely popping off regardless. Behind the counter, a demon cashier casually asks if they want some potatoes with that, leaving the adventurer absolutely floored by how this kid is nailing the corporate script. Meanwhile, Procell is hitting the pavement, taking a victory lap through the city. It's only been 12 hours since the grand opening, and the turnout is already blowing his wildest expectations out of the water. Looking at the massive crowds, he knows he absolutely nailed it by picking this spot. The adventurers were raving about the place, and business was absolutely booming. Their gear was top tier enough to win everyone's trust, and while the demons were total rookies, they were sticking to the training manuals perfectly. But there was one massive problem. They were drowning in work and desperately needed more hands on deck. Suddenly, a shocked shout from an adventurer snapped him right out of his thoughts. The man was absolutely floored, asking if that was seriously just normal water, as his thirst vanished in an instant, while another adventurer bit into the fruit and felt a massive surge of energy completely nuking his fatigue. One woman takes a bite of the bread and absolutely loses it, claiming the sweetness is unlike any top-tier food she's ever had. Meanwhile, an adventurer is bragging about snagging a mithril sword for just 2 gold coins, laughing because even his old dull steel blade cost more than this thing. You can tell it's the real deal just by how much that blade shimmers. Another adventurer jumps in, asking if they caught a glimpse of the blade out front. It's not for sale, but the craftsmanship is so insane, it looks like it was forged by the gods themselves. Turns out a local dwarf forged this masterpiece, and he's even got a workshop on site to fix your gear or craft you something totally custom. The group started buzzing with questions. Is this seriously a dwarf city? But with humans running the shops and even an elf in the mix, they were totally lost until Procell stepped in to reveal he'd built this paradise for. In this world, humans and demi-humans are actually trying to live side by side. He flashed a confident grin, thanking the crew for actually showing up. He finally reveals his name as Procell, the absolute lord of this city. The adventurers are left totally stunned, not even knowing how to react to a bomb like that. With a confident smirk, Procell admits he's been eavesdropping on their entire conversation. Since they're the perfect crew to get the word out about this place, he thinks it's time they talk business. He stepped up and offered to give them the grand tour of the city. He ushered the group into the local inn, and the adventurers were instantly floored by its gorgeous design and master-level craftsmanship. Suddenly, this massive masked figure named White looms over them, introducing himself as the innkeeper before laying out exactly how things work around here. This inn gives you 2 choices: snag a private room for your crew or crash in the massive shared quarters. A private room fits 4 people for just 2 silver coins, but a single spot in the shared area will set you back 1 silver each. No matter where you sleep, you can rent some thick, warm blankets to keep the chill away. Just don't expect a free feast, because meals are definitely not part of the deal. One adventurer practically lost his mind, screaming about how dirt cheap the price was. White kept the pitch going, explaining that while they'd have to skip the meals, they got full access to the garden well and the onsen. The girls in the party absolutely lit up, cheering the second they heard the word hot springs. But the guys were just standing there with blank stares, having no clue what an onsen even was. As they soaked in the steaming water, the girls couldn't stop gushing about how this felt like a total dream, finally being able to melt into the warmth whenever they wanted. She's totally vibing with this city and wants to ditch Eclaba to make it their new HQ, but her partner has to play the buzzkill, reminding her that they'll be out of supplies and starving if they don't head back home first. Procell let their words sink in, realizing that if he wanted these adventurers to set up shop long-term, he needed to give them a way to rake in some serious cash right there in the city. He'd planned for neighbors, but he definitely hadn't braced himself for this mess, and his thoughts were cut short when Kunal came sprinting his way, crying out in a total panic. Procell looked on in shock as Kuna hit the deck, looking even more wrecked than she did after their life-or-death battle with the Emerald Dragon. She wheezed out a complaint, saying the endless flood of customers was just too much to handle. Even with Elle's guide to back them up, they were still getting completely overwhelmed. It was official. The manual had finally reached its absolute limit. She's practically begging him to spawn a fresh army of demon lackeys, forcing Procell to frantically shut her up before his secret identity as the Demon King gets leaked. But he's already too late, because a nearby witch is catching on to their every word. Deep down, Procell knew they were in a massive jam. He was dangerously low on DP, meaning summoning more demonic backup was totally off the table. And those skeletons running the basement bakery? Yeah, bringing them to the surface would have caused a total riot. That's exactly why those bony guys were strictly confined to the shadows of the underground. One of the girls chimes in, suggesting he just hire some help if he's short-staffed, but the witch is completely caught off guard, scolding Rixa for being so rude when all she wanted was a single day of rest. Rixa didn't give it a second thought. All he cared about was securing the bag since their funds were bone dry. Proso shot them a look as a sudden realization hit him. A part-time job, the perfect side hustle. It was an obvious move he'd completely blanked on until right now. He asked if they'd be down to work for a cool 6 silver coins a day. The witch was absolutely floored by the massive offer, but Rixa snatched it up in a heartbeat. Just like that, they finally had enough breathing room to avoid heading back to Eclaba. Prostel watched the two adventurers head out with big smiles, ready to get down to business. He breathed a huge sigh of relief, knowing they'd finally dodged a major bullet for the time being. Turning to White, he asked for an update on how the workforce was holding up on his end. White beamed, reporting that the bread workshop was running like a well-oiled machine. Turns out, the skeletons were their absolute MVP workers, crushing the workload with pure numbers alone. But then, White got a bit fidgety, nervously asking if the customers actually liked the bread they were baking. Prostel gave him the thumbs up, confirming that the reviews were absolutely glowing. Hearing that, White practically exploded with joy, bursting with pride over their hard work. Prosel realized the opening play went even better than he'd hoped, giving them a much-needed moment to finally catch their breath. They couldn't afford to get sloppy because once the rumors started flying, a flood of adventurers would turn the city into total madness, forcing them to ramp up the jobs and recruit a massive demon workforce fast. But he knew deep down that even this wasn't going to cut it, because eventually, throwing bodies at the problem wouldn't be enough to keep things perfect. They needed a total game changer. If it were up to him, he'd recruit a top-tier service industry pro to handle things in a heartbeat. He needed a loyal right hand who could run the whole operation and keep everyone in line. He needed a pro merchant more than anything, and right on cue, a long-haired trader strolled through the gates as if the universe itself had answered his prayers. He realized the rumors were dead right. This city really had popped up out of nowhere overnight, and it was already thriving like crazy. But he wasn't backing down, dead set on giving the place a total once-over. Avalon, the massive city forged by Demon King Prosel, is absolutely popping off. Its shops are so swamped with rowdy adventurers that the demon staff are basically drowning in work. Orders were flying left and right as people screamed for steel and bread, while others absolutely lost it when they realized the supplies had already run dry. Quina let out a desperate plea while Yuko completely lost it, shrieking in absolute terror. Finally, the girls stepped in, clapping their hands to shut the rowdy mob up and forcing everyone into a line before they terrified the poor kids. Quina stood there completely stunned, watching the human staff handle the rush like absolute pros. Elle revealed they actually showed up to grind in the workshop, and when Quina doubted it would work, Elle confirmed it was a total game changer. Dwarves have the fiery temper of true craftsmen, so they're constantly picking fights with customers while the human staff works overtime to play peacemaker. She remembered one time an adventurer complained about a price tag, and the dwarf smith basically told him to get lost and shop elsewhere if he didn't like it. It was only thanks to the humans stepping in that the whole situation didn't blow up right then and there. Quina just nodded along, clearly intrigued by how this whole dynamic worked. Elle then shifted the focus back, checking in to see if Quina was holding up okay with her transformation. See, she was under strict orders to maintain her human disguise as long as they were inside the city limits. Quina just grumbled in response, complaining that being stuck in a human body felt way too cramped and was a total waste of time. He figured nobody would be dropping by anyway, but right on cue, a woman pops out of nowhere and asks if they have any more stock. Quina practically hit the ceiling in pure shock, while Elle didn't even bat an eye. The woman's eyes were locked right on them, and just as Ka scrambled to transform, Elle held her back. It was already too late. Then she dropped a total bombshell. Every single person working in that shop was actually a fox demi-human. The adventurer's jaws hit the floor at the sight of demi-humans, but with that terrifying aura, these had to be demons. Blades were drawn in a heartbeat, but the witch jumped in to kill the tension, commanding everyone to lower their steel before things got messy. She quickly settled their nerves, promising these guys were actually good souls who'd been working their absolute hearts out. And let's be real, who could possibly resist a fox girl rocking frilly ruffles? That adorable realization started spreading like wildfire. Instantly, the adventurers were hyped back to life, losing their minds over how freaking cute the little thing was. She called out the blatant unfairness of it all. Why do dwarves and elves get to walk the streets freely while fox girls are forced into hiding? And is it really such a massive hassle to just step into the light? Queena admits it was actually a huge help, sending the woman into a fit of happy laughter before she heads off. In a city built on the dream of everyone living together, this was honestly the only way to keep the peace. Queena finally came clean, admitting she used to view humans as nothing more than walking dungeon snacks. But now, she was actually starting to see them in a whole new light. She tilted her head, wondering if she'd just been praised, and Queen Eye just laughed, telling her that, in a way, she definitely had. She flashes a wicked grin and demands that fancy sword on display as her prize, leaving Queena in total shock while Elle glares at her for having the absolute nerve. Elle shut her down hard, making it crystal clear that this blade was absolutely not for sale. This was her ultimate masterpiece, the peak of her life's work, forged as a sacred tribute to her master. But when the woman laughed and called it a mere customer magnet, Elle could only groan at how badly she'd misread the situation. The adventurer doubled down, realizing that with a blade like this, he could steamroll any dungeon or sell it to live like a king forever. Elle's instincts were razor sharp. This woman knew exactly how valuable it was and still had the nerve to ask. Talk about pure audacity. Yuko finally snapped, telling everyone to quit messing around, but Queena just shrugged, saying it wasn't a big deal. Since it was this specific human, she was actually totally fine with it. Suddenly, a man's voice cut through the tension. He shouts back to the squad, letting them know their destination is finally in sight. They finally threw down the gauntlet and stormed Antalia's tower. She ripped off her apron, shouting that it was finally time to go. Quina started freaking out as the alarm bells began to scream, but the lady just shrugs it off, telling her the shelves have already been picked bone dry anyway. This witch explains that customers have been hoarding supplies by the crate load lately, but they'll be back in a few days with gifts in hand. And then, she shifts her focus straight to Kunal. She hesitates for a second, wondering what to even call him, but Elle just keeps it cool and tells her Elder Dwarf, or Elle, works just fine. She blinks in total shock, but then she figures since demi-humans usually name themselves after their race, this must be the standard. Quina was in a league of her own just for having a real name, and her words hit Elle like a total sucker punch. She remembered that demon kings can handpick and name 3 demons, forging a contract that turns them into their master's personally chosen elite. She didn't even have a name to call her own, and honestly, it's pretty obvious why. Unlike Tuna, who was out there racking up wins, she didn't have a single victory to her credit. Plus, she was completely missing that insane god-tier power. She was dying to know when her master would finally claim her with an official contract, but she quickly buried that desperate hope deep down. She was a dwarf, plain and simple. Her entire existence was dedicated to one thing: production. Flashy heroics and grand displays? Yeah, those definitely weren't her style. She was a total behind-the-scenes player, staying far away from the spotlight. But she was perfectly fine with that, as long as she could be the ultimate asset to her master. White caught the look on her face and immediately shouted her name. He offered to be the shoulder she could lean on, but Elle just flashed a bittersweet smile and played it off like everything was fine. He brushed it off like it was nothing, but right at that second, someone stepped forward to change the whole vibe. He was demanding to know exactly where the city lord was hiding. We're back in the city of Avalon, deep inside the walls of Procell's own mansion. White and Elle storm into the room, frantically shouting for their master. Procell nearly jumped out of his skin as scalding coffee drenched his face, screaming at the duo for barging in like lunatics. But White was too hyped to care, shouting that a merchant had finally shown up. Back at Procell's place, the merchant finally steps into the drawing room to give his official introduction. This guy introduced himself as Kanana Crotrudo, acting like he was just some humble merchant from Eclaba. Procel kept it polite, but he saw right through the act. He knew this modesty was a total lie. In reality, the Crotrudo Company was a massive commercial titan that ruled Eclaba and was famous across the entire continent. Prostel's eyes snapped toward that long-haired merchant, the very same guy they'd spotted on the road to Dantalion's tower. And he couldn't help but wonder if the man was only tagging along because he actually owned this entire territory. Maybe it's just because he's a total pro, but Kanana kicks his feet up and starts gushing over how high-end the chair feels. He was totally floored by the unique gear in Avalon and demanded to know where it came from, but Procel played it smart, claiming he'd hauled everything from a mysterious, unnamed land far across the Eastern Ocean. Peeking through the crack of the door with a satisfied smirk, White knew the plan was off to a killer start, especially since blaming distant lands was the perfect cover for the city's insane technology. Elle watched closely, realizing their master had come locked and loaded with a backup plan for these talks, while White chimed in that he'd put in some serious work too, and Elle had to agree the momentum was totally on their side. Setting up shop in Avalon would turn the city into a booming hub of trade and people, and with the legendary Crotrudo Company as their partner, they've just secured the ultimate business ally. Procel knew the only thing left to do was stick the landing and close this deal for good. He started by opening up and sharing the truth about his dark past. Born with demi-human blood, he'd spent his life being hunted and was eventually forced to flee his own home. That's when he built Avalon, gathering allies who shared his dream of a place where they could finally belong. Everything finally clicked for Konana. So, that was why demi-humans were living so freely throughout the city. Procel cut right to the chase, knowing for a fact that Konana was there to strike a deal, but he made sure to lay down the law before they even started. If they were planning to mass sell Avalon's gear or rip off their manufacturing secrets, he was ready to shut them down on the spot. Kanana's face instantly locks up, and just like that, every single suspicion we had was officially confirmed. The merchant fired back, calling him out for being way too heartless. They were ready to drop triple the cash for those avalanche swords, planning to use their massive reach to flip them for 5 times the profit. They even offered a gold coin for every blade sold if they could get the secret recipe, claiming the Crotrudo network would skyrocket sales by 1,000 times. But Russell wasn't having any of it. He grit his teeth and shut down their pushy, greedy proposal on the spot. His master plan was to turn his city into a total powerhouse, and he knew the best way to lure people in was to keep Avalon's legendary goods strictly behind its own walls. Kanana tried to get a word in, but Proso just shut her down and kept on rolling. Instead, he made a bold promise. If Konana wanted to set up shop in Avalon, he'd have his total unwavering support. To kick things off, every single shop in Avalon is officially going duty-free. The merchants were absolutely floored because this was completely unheard of, but Prostal just played it cool, explaining that their local exports covered every single bill, even though he knew the real credit belonged to the demons. He didn't stop there, though. He offered them an entire building for free to set up shop, and even promised to hook them up with a massive golem since a regular horse just wouldn't have the muscle for the job. Kanana's jaw hit the floor at the mention of a golem, while Procel knew the stage was finally set. The Crotrudo Company would fuel the city's growth and watch the profits start rolling in. Kanana was floored by how insane this deal was. Talk about a massive payoff for basically zero effort. Prostal flashed a grin, telling them to take this as a peace offering for keeping Avalon's gear out of their hands. And soon he, White, and Elle were all sharing a laugh. They'd cooked up a deal so insanely one-sided that for any merchant, this was basically the ultimate jackpot of a lifetime. Konana flashed a smirk, admitting that even though missing out on the gear was a bummer, these terms were a total win. But out of nowhere, the long-haired merchant cuts them off and demands they stop, making every single head in the room snap toward him. He looks Kanana dead in the eye and tells him straight up, "Don't even think about taking Prossel's shady deal." Kanana's jaw drops in pure confusion as he demands to know what the hell he's talking about. That's when the long-haired merchant leans in close, getting right in Prossel's face. His voice dropped to a suspicious growl as he warned that this entire city was nothing but a massive, deceptive lie. Procel was completely blindsided. demanding to know why they were suddenly calling his city suspicious. While White and Anal watched with a knot in their stomachs, Kanana snapped, turning her fury on the long-haired merchant for running his mouth and sabotaging the deal right at the finish line. Without breaking a sweat, the long-haired merchant kept his eyes on the prize, looking Prostel dead in the eye to ask if there was really no way to lift that ban on wholesaling Avalon's goods. It finally clicked for Prostel. At the end of the day, this was all just a high-stakes game of trade. He started to give his usual speech for the 100th time, but the long-haired man shut him down mid-sentence. He leaned in with a cold glare, warning Prostel that underestimating them would be a massive mistake. Whether they used their own lackeys or hired some top-tier adventurers, they could buy Avalon's stock straight from the source and make a killing reselling it in Eclaba and beyond. Believe it or not, they'd already run this experiment a bunch of times to see if it actually worked. Their team was deep in the trenches, obsessing over resale profits and reverse engineering the entire manufacturing process. Then it hit Elle like a ton of bricks. She remembered seeing massive bulk buyers scooping up everything in sight. The merchant kept pressing, warning that if these tactics became the norm, his shop in the middle of nowhere would be a total waste. So he pleaded with Prostel to change his mind before it was too late. Konana's heart nearly skipped a beat. He'd already crossed the point of no return. With total composure, the long-haired guy explained, it was just a safety net in case the deal fell through. Just insurance. Prostel ground his teeth in pure frustration, but he forced a cold calm over his nerves, knowing he already had the perfect counter-trap locked and loaded. He dropped the news that because Avalon's swords are still in such short supply, they're strictly capping it at 1 per customer. If anyone looks even a little bit shady, they're getting blacklisted on the spot and blocked from ever making a purchase again. Good luck trying to replicate their secrets. With swords forged by dwarves and crops blessed by elves, copying them is a total nightmare. But that long-haired merchant saw a massive opportunity right then and there. And boom, that's the exact detail that set off all the alarm bells in his head. Prostel's eyes narrowed as his focus hit a whole new level. The long-haired warrior didn't hesitate, lunging straight into the fray. Now, elves and dwarves were definitely real in this world, but they were a far cry from the versions standing right in front of him. These high-tier demi-humans in Avalon are absolute powerhouses, usually locked away in dungeons. But here's the catch. They're actually straight-up demons. Prostel's jaw hit the floor as the truth finally clicked. So, that was the real reason they were kicked out of Eclaba. That long-haired merchant was a total shark, refusing to give an inch. Prostel even suggested the wild idea of using golems as raw manpower. Honestly, the whole thing sounded completely and utterly insane. These golems weren't just mindless hunks of rock. They were lethal demons out for adventurer blood. Nobody ever saw them as simple workers, and the long-haired man was no exception. But then, a bombshell of an accusation changed everything. Prostel insisted he'd built this entire city for demi-humans as a tribute to his own bloodline. But here's the kicker. In reality, not a single one of them was actually ranked as a demi-human. Avalon might look like a peaceful utopia at first glance, but there's a dark secret hiding in plain sight. This entire city is actually a demon lord's massive dungeon. Elle's heart was thumping like a drum against her ribs. And Prostel? He was feeling that exact same soul-crushing intensity. The long-haired merchant locked eyes with Prostel, dead set on uncovering his true identity. Prostel's mind started racing. He was in deep, deep trouble. If the secret got out that he was actually a demon lord and Avalon was a dungeon, his entire world would come crashing down. They don't even need proof. A single whisper is enough, and with this merchant company's massive influence, the entire continent will take it as absolute gospel. If that nightmare ever came true, Avalon's riches would become prime targets for looters. Its people would be hunted down like monsters, and the city itself would be branded a soul-devouring dungeon. He could already see the absolute carnage on the horizon, but since that dungeon crystal was locked in tight, ditching Avalon to start fresh just wasn't an option. As he looked down, it hit him. This city, built entirely on hope and happy faces, was destined to come crashing down. The long-haired merchant's voice snapped him back to reality, declaring that from this point on, things were strictly business. Prostel needed to lock down those wholesale distribution rights immediately. This merchant was a total shark, demanding half the cut just to flip the goods for a massive 10 times profit. Prostel's eyes nearly popped out of his head as the sheer scale of the deal finally clicked. These merchants were straight-up cold-blooded, and he never imagined they'd actually be heartless enough to go this far. He's backed into a corner with a brutal choice. Either sacrifice the entire city and put everyone's life on the line, or hand over a massive fortune to the greedy merchants. He gritted his teeth, realizing that when you're backed into a corner by the devil himself, you've got to make a move. Suddenly the door swings wide as Elle and White step in, apologizing for crashing the party. Waiters swarmed the room with trays of Avalon's legendary apple sake, letting the merchants get a taste of the city's pride and joy. He apologized to Prusil, explaining he'd sensed the crushing tension and felt he had to step in. And while Prusil admitted it helped, his mind was still spiraling, so what's the move now? These merchants weren't looking for a war. They were just hunting for loot. Wiping Avalon off the map was never the goal. Believe it or not, this whole mess was just a brutal business deal. All they saw were dollar signs and pure profit. With that, Procell shot up from his seat and made it crystal clear. He wasn't budging on those wholesale rights. The long-haired merchant leaned in with a mocking smirk, taunting him by asking if he was seriously okay with staying at such a massive disadvantage. Prostel just shrugged it off, since his only mission was building a sanctuary where demi-humans could finally live in peace. And if this place didn't work out, he'd just pack up and find somewhere else. He was seething inside, knowing the dungeon's mechanics made his claim impossible, so he was basically just betting his life on a massive lie. But he kept pushing forward. I mean, could they really just let this slide? Because walking away from Avalon now meant throwing the chance of a lifetime straight into the trash. A city with 0 tariffs was completely unheard of, and the fact they're still begging for wholesale rights after studying Avalon's gear proves they just can't replicate that top-tier quality. The long-haired merchant flashed a cocky smirk and demanded to know exactly what he was getting at. Russell clapped his hands to seal the deal, offering a compromise while making it crystal clear that Avalon's exclusive goods were strictly off-limits for wholesale. They were ready to turn a blind eye to all the gear being pumped out by the newcomers who'd just moved into the city, even if one of them actually managed to study the secret methods behind forging those swords. Avalon was backing off. As long as the merchants spearheaded the city's growth, they had total authority over every single item produced by the people they brought into the fold. The long-haired merchant's eyebrow shot up in curiosity, and Kanana tilted his head, his gears clearly starting to turn. Helping Avalon blow up while scoring a tax-free trade hub was a straight-up gold mine, and honestly, this deal was way too good to pass up. The long-haired merchant finally shook on the deal, but he wasn't dropping his guard yet. They were putting their necks on the line, so he demanded Prostel prove once and for all that he could actually be trusted. Prostel was seething with bitterness, thinking they were literally inches away from the truth. What more could he possibly give them? Suddenly Elle, who'd been dead quiet until now, just bolts right out of the room. She's back in a heartbeat, clutching something mysterious, and slams a lethal-looking sword right onto the table. Prostel's jaw dropped when he realized he was looking at the legendary blade from the shop window, the one marked strictly not for sale. Elle dropped a bombshell, revealing the sword was actually a clone forged from her own soul, and she was handing it over right now to prove her master was legit. Seeing such a massive sacrifice, Prostel was absolutely floored by her devotion. Kanana snatched up the blade, his eyes practically glowing with awe at the absolute masterpiece in his hands. The long-haired merchant just nodded along, knowing this thing was pumping out so much raw magical energy it could only be called a legendary sacred sword. Russell whirled toward Elle, demanding to know if she was actually the real deal. Elle stood her ground and gave a firm yes, knowing that while she didn't have Koina's insane strength, this was the one way she could finally make a difference. Kanana shouted that if this blade hit the auction block, it'd rake in 10,000 gold coins, literally enough to buy a whole castle. The city might be crawling with suspicious eyes, but for a treasure like this, every single risk is worth it. The long-haired merchant just nodded, totally sold on the plan. He stunned the whole room by handing the blade right back to Elle, apologizing for making her fetch such a legendary treasure, leaving both girls completely shell-shocked. Kanana immediately pushes back, totally losing his cool. I mean, what on earth was he even thinking? They literally just scored a massive haul of treasure, but the long-haired merchant stays cool as a cucumber. He explains that getting greedy is a total death sentence for a long-term business deal. Kanana snaps back, reminding him that the whole plan was his idea in the first place. The long-haired merchant reveals that in the right hands, that sword is powerful enough to turn every single demi-human in Avalon into literal dust. Seeing them sacrifice everything just to make the city thrive earned his absolute respect. He apologized again, feeling like a total jerk for ever doubting their loyalty. Prostel let out a massive sigh of relief, finally able to breathe again. He was just honored that they finally understood where he was coming from. The merchant with the long hair flashes a slick grin, trying to play nice and apologize for the interruption. But Konana doesn't even give him the time of day, pivoting instantly to face Prosel instead. With a crooked, wry smirk, he drops the act and gets brutally honest, resetting the whole vibe as he starts fresh with Prosel. He thrust his hand out to seal the deal, knowing these terms were absolutely perfect. From this moment forward, both sides are charging ahead side by side. The second those merchants finally hit the road, Prosel, White, and L finally hit their limit, crashing to the ground as that brutal ordeal drained every last drop of energy they had left. It finally hit them that they'd been nothing but puppets in that long-haired merchant's game from the very start. Prosel came clean, admitting he never could have pulled this off alone, giving a massive shout-out to both of them, and especially to her, because in the end, it was her unshakable resolve that truly decided the fate of everything. He felt an overwhelming wave of gratitude wash over him for what she'd done. Right now, hell is staring back at him, looking completely and utterly blindsided. Prosel kept going, pouring his heart out about how long he'd been feeling truly grateful to her. Ever since that evening party, she was the reason their firepower had reached such insane heights. She was the mastermind who built the entire backbone of the city, making sure everything actually functioned. She was the ultimate MVP he literally couldn't live without. And after sleeping on her massive wins for way too long, it was finally time for him to step up and give her the recognition she deserved. He's just locked in his second demon contract, and her name is none other than... But before he can even get the words out, Kunao slams the door open and shouts that she's finally back. Quina freezes in her tracks when she catches Elle actually wearing a soft smile. And as she tilts her head, wondering what's got him so hyped, he just plays it cool and whispers that she's totally seeing things. Elle was officially history. From here on out, her name was Rorono. Quina and the ancient elf spoke her name in perfect unison, their voices echoing together. The elder elf called the name beautiful, while Kuina cheered her on, and a beet-red Rorono clutched Master Proso's gift, swearing to treasure it forever. The ancient elf shot a playful side-eye at Proso, acting all jealous that Ka and Rorono were getting all the glory while she was left out in the cold. With a smirk, she admitted those two had definitely busted their tails to earn those names. But Proso just teased her back, saying maybe she'd get a title like A one day. She just laughed it off, reminding him that she's been putting in major work for the city's sake too. But then White jumps in, revealing that the High Elves have actually been filing a mountain of complaints. Turns out, she's been ditching her responsibilities constantly just to sneak off and wander the city streets. Yuko adds with a massive sigh that she's even been the target of the elf's relentless, shameless flirting. Caught red-handed, the ancient elf can only offer a totally awkward, guilty grin. Prosel stared her down, his voice dripping with pure frustration as he called out her name in total shock. But the ancient elf wasn't just sightseeing. She quickly set the record straight that she wasn't just wandering around for kicks. Turns out, she was actually hunting down some punks who had the guts to try and swipe the city's legendary apples. And right on cue, White stepped up to confirm that, yeah, there really was a case just like that. He suddenly cut himself off, muttering that this wasn't the place for that talk, while Prosel whipped around, totally baffled by the sudden hesitation. The ancient elf didn't stop there, straight up admitting that she hadn't put in nearly as much work as the other two. She made him a deal. Once she finally proved her worth, he'd have to grant her a name, and she casually suggested taking out a rival demon lord just to show she was serious. Prostel jumps out of his skin, calling her out for saying such terrifying things with such a cute face, but he admits that if she actually pulls off a miracle that big, he'll have to take her seriously. The ancient elf is absolutely thrilled, clapping her hands and locking him into the deal, while Kui cheers that nobody will dare mess with Procel after his insane display at the party, though Rorono just quietly hopes that peace actually lasts. A little later, Procel is outside absolutely demolishing a burger while venting to White about how AE is a total wildcard, unpredictable and impossible to read like the wind. But White just brushes it off, insisting that despite her crazy antics, she's got a heart of gold deep down. That's when the legendary dwarf Smith finally stepped onto the scene. She called White over to follow up on their earlier talk, and he gave a sharp, respectful nod, addressing her as "my lady," while Procel watched from the sidelines, realizing just how hard White grinds for the sake of everyone. He was running the whole operation, from mass-producing supplies to commanding a literal army of skeletons that handled every bit of the cooking and prep work. White had basically become the city's lifeblood, earning so much respect from the dwarves, kitsunes, and high elves that they actually trusted her more than their own demon lord Procel. Prostel watches in disbelief as a local hits up White for advice on the new immigrants. And it finally clicks. The entire town is actually starting to think White is the real boss. He knew he'd brought this on himself, honestly, since he'd spent his entire life buried in the city's deepest core, obsessively tuning the magical pulse of that massive crystal. Prostel walks right up to White, admitting there's one thing he just can't wrap his head around. White spins around, looking completely baffled. He confesses that he'll never truly understand A, which is insane considering she was forged in his own image using the create metal. White might have been born by pure chance, but he'd become the one guy Procel trusted with his life. So when Procel told him he was the man for the job, White humbly swore that serving his lord was his greatest honor. Watching him now, Procel couldn't help but feel a massive wave of guilt eating him alive. White was grinding so hard for the city, you'd honestly think Procel was working him to the bone. If he'd just given White the same massive power boost as his other three subordinates, the guy probably would have reached his true absolute peak. The room goes dead silent for a heartbeat. Out of nowhere, Crozel catches White completely off guard by asking if he finally wants a name of his own. He dropped a total bombshell, declaring that White was the only one worthy of being his final contracted demon, leaving White absolutely floored. Then, Procel dropped the massive secret he'd been keeping, a god-tier power gifted by the creator himself for dominating the evening party. He's got a wild ability to turn someone into a living metal with their memories intact, but he can only pull it off twice, and only if they give him the green light. White rested a gentle hand on the dwarf smith's head, hanging on Procel's every word as he revealed that his special power could evolve White into a far more formidable demon, all while keeping his memories completely intact. White closed his eyes to soak in the moment, then dropped into a deep bow, thanking Procel from the bottom of his heart for looking out for him. White ripped off his mask and poured his heart out, declaring just how much he cherished the body Lord Procel had personally brought into existence for him. Every single one of Procel's allies was gifted, but he was the only one left out in the cold. Even with the godlike power of creation at his fingertips, it was this physical body that kept dragging him into one legendary encounter after another. He declared that was more than enough to make him feel truly fulfilled, and before Procel could even get a word out, White silenced him with a respectful but firm, "My lord." White warns Procel that a storm of trials is heading his way, but that new name and the Creator's divine power are exactly what he'll need to survive the chaos. White dipped his head one last time, swearing a solemn oath to never let his powers run wild or act on a reckless impulse. Prostel stands there frozen, completely floored by White's wisdom, before finally cracking a defeated smile and admitting he's got no clue which one of them is actually the master anymore. He held up a finger, instantly shifting the vibe, and announced there was still one last thing to handle. He wanted to reward White for his insane loyalty and all that hard work running the city, and after thinking it over, White told him that if his lord really wanted to pay him back, he asked the dwarf to be the official matchmaker for his wedding with Saxan. And Smith stood frozen for a heartbeat before absolutely losing it with pure, shocked joy. Prostel stood there frozen as White's words finally clicked, his eyes bulging out of his head as he let out a massive scream of pure shock. The dwarf smith was practically vibrating, his face turning beet red as he blurted out the big question. Was White actually getting hitched? Blushing harder than a tomato, White gave a shy nod, confirming that the rumors were 100% true. His heart had finally reached the one person he cared about most, and it turns out they felt the exact same way. Procell was totally floored, shouting in disbelief that an undead was actually about to walk down the aisle. He just chuckled and gave the green light, saying if White was down, then he was all in too. While the dwarf smith stood there absolutely shell-shocked, White was literally vibrating with pure hype, calling this the greatest honor of his entire life and immediately demanding to know when the ceremony was finally going to go down. The dwarf smith screamed his name in total shock, but Procell just watched the chaos with a smirk, thinking that while he's all for demon relationships, this mess was exactly the kind of unforeseen disaster White warned him about. Trekking back to the village, Procell couldn't help but grin at how perfectly the city was flourishing, though he was silently begging the universe not to throw a wrench in his plans. But that tiny spark of hope? Yeah, it was about to be absolutely crushed into dust. Prostel looked up and realized he was staring down 3 literal demon lords at once. First, we've got the sinister Morax, the demon lord of evil, then the ironclad Zagan, the demon lord of steel, and finally, the demon lord of... Enter the scene, Viscosity and Runaway. One of them stepped forward and called him out by name, declaring right then and there that they were officially going to war with the demon lord of creation, Procell. Prostel's face completely froze as the soul-crushing reality finally set in. This wasn't a fair fight. It was a 3-on-1 execution. Flashback to Procell drowning in a sea of paperwork, grumbling to himself as he sorts through merchant deals and resident permits while realizing that ruling a city is way more of a headache than he ever signed up for. While he's digging through the mountain of paperwork, something totally strange catches his eye. He stops dead in his tracks, his brow furrowing in confusion. He's holding an envelope that's actually shimmering with a faint, mystical glow. He blurts out in shock that the entire letter is literally drenched in magic. Kuna spots the letter and rushes over, shouting that only a demon lord could send something like this. Raurono starts wondering if it's from Marco or Stolas, but White immediately shuts that down, explaining those two have their own ways of reaching Proso, meaning this message is from a total stranger, and they need to stay on high alert. Right in the heart of Eclaba's chaotic streets, Procell is scanning the massive crowds with a map in hand, muttering that his meeting spot has to be somewhere in this mess. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, telling him he's exactly where he needs to be. Prostel whips around to find the source of the voice. A man stands there waiting, a cool, confident smirk plastered on his face. He greets him as Prostel, the demon lord of creation, thanking him for actually showing up. Without wasting a breath, Prostel demands to know if he's the one who sent that letter. There was no mistaking it now. Standing right there was the one and only Zagan, the legendary demon lord of steel. Zagan flashes a cocky smirk and waves him over to a seat. He flags down a waitress and orders Procell the exact same thing he's having without even asking. As Procell sits, he realizes Zagan is way too smooth. This guy has clearly handled meetings like this 1,000 times. Raising his coffee, Zagan tells him to forget the small talk because it's time to get down to business. His face went stone cold and his voice turned sharp as he dropped the bombshell on Procell. This was all about the war on the horizon. He drops a massive bombshell, revealing he's already teamed up with 2 other demon lords, leaving Prostel absolutely stunned that these ego-driven monsters could even work together. Zagan didn't stop there, admitting that while Procell was a total beast, there was no way he could survive a 3-on-1 showdown, especially since the whole world saw exactly what he and his crew were capable of at the party. Prostel asks if Zagan is demanding his surrender, but Zagan just laughs in his face, saying that while giving up would be easy, he's actually looking for something much more unexpected. A total alliance. Procell stood there completely dazed, but Zagan quickly cleared things up, revealing that his 2 allies were already waiting for them at another spot. If Procell turns him down, Zagan is ready to give the signal for all 3 of them to launch an all-out war right then and there. But if Procell accepts, Zagan is ready to flip the script. He'll turn his back on his own partners and declare war on them the second they try to lay a finger on Procell. Russell's jaw hit the floor at the sheer insanity of the plan, but Zagan just leaned in, explaining that they were flipping the script from a 3-on-1 ambush into a total 2-on-2 war. He dropped a bombshell. His current allies were actually the bottom-tier weaklings of the Demon Lord world, and together with Prostal, they could absolutely demolish them. This was the ultimate way to farm medals and crush the creator's forced war before the year was up, while Proso just stood there with a stone-cold expression until they finally pressed Zagan on why they were even bothering with this deal, and he just gave it to them straight. It was the only way to come out on top. To fulfill the creator's war duty, they had one clear mission: hunt down and shatter the enemy's crystal. Even if 3 demon lords joined forces, the survivors would still have to tear each other apart once the dust settled. Procell fires back that it's way easier to just stomp a weakling than to outsmart a powerhouse. But Zagan keeps pushing, insisting this deal is the only thing keeping Procell from getting absolutely wrecked in a 3-on-man war. The deal came with one massive catch. Once his year of service was up, Procell had to swear off war forever, leaving him sitting there in dead silence. The realization finally hits home. Zagan's plan was a masterpiece of cold-blooded efficiency that played both sides perfectly, and he just stands there with a devious smirk. He was ready to seal the deal, but Procell shut him down mid-sentence, calmly telling him it was a hard pass. Zagan stood there paralyzed, completely blindsided by the rejection, while Proso stared him down and read the confusion on his face before dropping the cold, hard truth. He didn't trust him one bit. I mean, how could anyone ever trust a guy who throws his own allies away like trash? A snake like that would turn on his next partner in a heartbeat, stabbing them in the back the second they look away. Proso even warned that for all they knew, this entire alliance was just one big fat trap. Zagan fumbles his words, trying to deny it, but Proso shuts him down with a cold stare, pointing out that he's already stabbing his own allies in the back right this second. Zagan's face contorts in pure frustration as sweat beads down his forehead. He grinds his teeth with a bitter snarl and snaps to his feet. Boiling with humiliation, he screams that Proso is going to regret ever crossing him. Then, he thrusts his hand into the air, summoning the other 2 demon lords to the fray. Suddenly, 2 more demon lords ambush Zagan from behind, but he just lets out a wicked, ice-cold smirk as he spins around to stare down Procell. The air turns to lead as he's flanked by the massive Ronov, demon lord of viscosity, and the terrifying Morix, the demon lord of evil whose piercing gaze looks like it could kill. Zagan sneers, asking Procell how it feels to be staring down the barrel of 3 different demon lords at the same time. But Procell just sits there, stone-faced and completely silent. This silence drives Zagan up the wall, and he slams his hand on the table, screaming at the guy to finally say something. Procell slowly looks up at the other 2 demon lords and points a cold finger straight at Zagan. He calmly drops a bombshell. Zagan literally just tried to backstab both of them a few minutes ago. Renova and Morix stood there paralyzed, their eyes snapping straight to Zagan in total disbelief. For a split second, the demon lord of steel's cocky smirk completely shattered. Pure panic flared in his eyes as he stuttered out a desperate denial, begging them not to be fooled by the lies. He screamed that if they started fighting each other now, they'd be walking right into the demon lord of creation's trap. In a total frenzy, he barked at them to stop stalling and just declare war on Proso already. Renova just scratched his head in confusion, pointing at himself and wondering what his move should even be. Morix crossed his arms with a grimace, muttering that it was way too late for second thoughts, since they'd already passed the point of no return. And right then, all 3 demon lords spoke at the exact same time. They roared their challenge at Procell, the demon lord of creation, but before they could even twitch, something stopped them dead in their tracks. Suddenly, a godlike voice boomed through their minds and the very air, declaring with absolute authority that the challenge was officially approved for all 4 of them. Deep in the demon lord's frozen wasteland, the tension was unreal. Prostal's eyes shot wide open in total shock. He snapped his head up, recognizing that voice in a heartbeat. It was the Creator, the ultimate authority. The declaration of war was officially set in stone. The Creator's voice boomed out, echoing with divine power. In just 4 days, The demon lord of creation faces off against the alliance of steel, viscosity, and evil. They've got a tight 24-hour window, and the crown goes to whoever can hoard the most crystals before the clock hits 0. Procell's poker face shattered as he completely lost his cool. He screamed for answers, demanding to know why the war was suddenly a timed race for crystals. He had never heard of a rule this insane in his entire life. The creator didn't even blink, confirming the news without a second thought. He dropped the bombshell that this was the first time these conditions were ever being used. And the battlefield? It was going to be that same eerie white void from the party. But juggling all those dungeons at once was pushing even his limits, forcing him onto a brutal time limit that had Procell absolutely seething. His mind is absolutely spiraling because this is a total nightmare, way worse than anything he ever expected. He's stuck in a losing battle with 0 leverage, especially since dungeon wars usually favor the defender, and his entire army was built specifically to hold the line. He locked eyes with Zagan, his mind racing to size up the threat. Usually, he'd lure his enemies deep into his dungeon to pick them apart from the shadows, but this new rule just threw his entire playbook out the window. The creator had basically locked away his trump card, and judging by the look on Zagan's face, he knew he had the upper hand. That cocky smirk crawled back onto his face because even for a literal god, trying to keep multiple dungeons running at once was proving to be a total nightmare. Procell looked up at the sky and screamed at the creator, asking why on earth he'd force rookie demon lords into a brutal war before they'd even been alive for a single year. The creator's response was ice-cold and completely heartless. He scoffed, calling it an absolutely pathetic question. His only goal was to watch them rip each other to shreds over those crystals. He didn't care if it was a war or a massacre. It was all the same to him. As long as the violence never stopped, his twisted desire was being fed. Prostel looked down, his face darkening as the grim reality set in. The truth finally hit him. To the creator, this wasn't a tragedy. It was just a twisted game where he watched the demon lords slaughter each other for his own sick amusement. Meanwhile, back at Procell's mansion, the tension is through the roof, and everyone is straight up reeling in shock. Quina was losing her mind, clutching her hair and screaming about how unfair a 3-on-1 fight was, while Rorono dropped the bombshell that they were also on a ticking clock, and a stressed-out Proso admitted this was a direct order from the creator that they were powerless to stop. They were backed into a corner, facing impossible odds in a fight they had no business winning. And to top it all off, the timing was a complete nightmare. His ability to craft metal was stuck on a massive cooldown, and it wouldn't be ready until long after the first blood was shed. As for backup, forget about it. They were completely on their own. He dropped a grim reminder that this wasn't like the party. If a demon falls in this war, they're gone for good with 0 chance of revival. Rorono's voice turned to steel as she demanded they pull out all the stops to make sure every single comrade makes it out alive. Prostel's eyes nearly pop out of his head as a complete stranger suddenly steps into view, and when he demands to know who she is, she simply tells him she was dropping by to check in. And man, her timing is absolutely perfect. Word had already reached her about the absolute nightmare he was dealing with. If the enemy wants to play the alliance game, then they'll just have to match them. And standing right there is the Wind Demon Lord Stolas, ready to jump into the fight at his side. Dawn finally broke, and with it, the day of the ultimate war had finally arrived. Prostel stepped out of his front door and gave his body a long, satisfying stretch. But he froze dead in his tracks when he spotted something seriously bizarre looming in the distance. Panic erupts as the sky turns a blinding white, and before Kunal can even process the shock, the human mage standing right next to her just vanishes. Procell sprints toward his friends, screaming for Kuna and Rorono, but Rorono just points to the heavens, while a panicked Kuna cries out that every single human has vanished into thin air. With the team finally together, Procell broke the news. They'd been warped into a white room by the creator himself, the exact same pocket dimension where that massive war went down during the evening party. The second that white room triggers, reality itself gets sucked into a frozen dimension, leaving only the demon lords and their subordinates behind. It's the ultimate tactical move to keep the city safe, making sure not a single civilian gets caught in the crossfire. Quina scans the area, but all she finds is a haunting, bone-chilling silence where the world used to be. Procell then drops a massive reveal. He used floor swap to switch the city and the dungeon, knowing that if he hadn't, the entire town would have been wiped off the map the moment the war kicked off. Now everything boiled down to just one final mission, to finally claim total victory in this war. The fighters stepped into the light, locked in a high-stakes face-off. Proso, the demon lord of creation, was staring down a lethal trio. Zagan, the lord of steel, Morix, the lord of evil, and Ranoff, the lord of viscosity, just as the creator's voice began to thunder through the air. They streaked across the bleached white sky, igniting the first war of their era, a massive, history-making event for the children of the stars. It was a total 3-on-1 nightmare as the power of creation stood alone against the unholy alliance of slime, pure evil, and cold steel. But with the Wind Demon Lord Strauss jumping in to back up Proso, the odds just shifted into a wild 2-on-3 brawl. Even the creator was losing it, hyped to see such an insane and unpredictable opening match. The rules were dead simple. They had exactly 24 hours to go all out, and whoever held the most crystals when the clock hit 0 walked away the winner. Throwing down inside the White Room was strictly against the rules, so if you really wanted to settle a score, you had to take it to the dungeons. The creator issued his final decree. "Show me how bright you can burn. Let the war begin." Zagan's hand balled into a trembling fist as his fury hit the boiling point. He's been counting down the days for this moment for what feels like an eternity. Prostel had blown off every single offer, and now it was finally time for him to pay the piper. Zagan didn't just want him dead. He wanted to strip him of everything until there was nothing left but pure, crushing despair. And on top of all that, he still had a massive bone to pick with the demon lord of wind, Strauss. She shuts him down hard, and he backs off, seething with rage because he thinks she's mocking him for only being able to craft B-rank trash. But it was all a setup. His real plan was to launch a sneak attack, shatter her crystal, and rip that wind metal ability right out of her hands. Strauss caught that death stare instantly, but Zagan was completely oblivious. In his head, every single person there was looking down on him like he was nothing, but he was about to give them a massive reality check. Soon enough, he'd have the whole lot of them dancing right in the palm of his hand. With a wicked grin, he realized that once he smashed Procell's crystal, he'd force the guy to his knees and finish him off without a shred of mercy. Stola was the one to finally break the silence and kick things off. The realization hit her like a lightning bolt. The war was finally here. She kicked herself for not locking in that alliance with Proso when she had the chance. But there's no time for what-ifs now. That ship has officially sailed. Right now, she's got one mission: defend her dungeon at all costs. With no other way to help, she gave him her full support, and Procell just flashed a smile, telling her that was all he ever needed. Stolas just flipped the script by spawning clones, instantly doubling their raw firepower. Now, they finally had the numbers to lock down every single weak spot on the map. Plus, having Stolas and his legendary Emerald Dragon backing him up at the Crystal Room was a massive weight off his shoulders, leaving Stolas absolutely floored and totally speechless. Russell placed a hand on her shoulder, telling her that having Strauss on their side was a massive win, and he promised to give her a proper thank you the second this war finally ended. He invites her to his city and swears he'll always have her back, prompting Strauss to flash a confident smirk and tell him she'll be holding him to that promise. Realizing he couldn't force Stola's hand, he demanded to know the plan, and Prostel broke it down. Since victory is all about speed and crystal count, they've got no choice but to raid at least 2 enemy dungeons. He knew the second they made their move, his enemies would swarm his dungeon thinking it was wide open, but that was exactly the trap he wanted them to fall into. The plan was to blitz 2 dungeons in record time, so that the moment an enemy demon lord tried to raid his base, they could pincer the guy from both sides and absolutely crush him. He's spearheading the main assault himself, teaming up with the ancient elf, Kunao and Rarono to form 2 elite strike units. Every single squad was assigned one of Dantalion's demons, monsters capable of both teleporting and copying magic on command. Right then, a clone of the demon dropped out of thin air and landed right on top of Rarono's head. With a teleport marker already set deep in the dungeon, they'd be able to warp back home the very instant the capture was complete. It would have been a massive advantage if they could have dropped a marker inside the White Room itself, but unfortunately, that place was a total dead zone for their magic. Stolas realized the limitation immediately, giving a solemn nod as the strategy clicked into place. Procell laid out the plan. That same powerhouse golem from the Stolas fight would hold the front line, and if anyone actually managed to slip past, they'd be staring down White and his literal wall of undead soldiers. Prostel knew the enemy might have sniffed out their plan, but he didn't break a sweat. He was still dead set on taking the win. He barked the order to launch the mission, and the whole squad answered with a thunderous roar of pure determination. Kui pouted her lips, but insisted she was actually totally down with her dad's master plan. Even so, she couldn't stand being apart from him. While over in the Demon Lord of Viscosity's dungeon, Kuna and Rorono suddenly found themselves trapped in a pitch-black cave. Rorono beamed, saying this was the ultimate proof of Proso's trust, while Quina just smirked and told her she was finally starting to act like a real grown-up. But before they could take another step, they froze dead in their tracks. The tunnel ahead was absolutely crawling with monsters, and there had to be at least 50 of them blocking the path. Rorono realized Proso was dead right. The enemy had bottlenecked the entrance, trying to stall them just long enough to launch a massive counterattack. This was going to slow them down big time, but Quina just shakes her head, because right now, they don't have a single second to waste. Her dad barked at them to finish this fight right now. Without wasting a second, she started chanting a massive spell. Rorono's jaw hit the floor when she saw Kana casually rip a few glowing hairs right out of her own tail. Each individual strand was absolutely vibrating with an insane amount of raw magical energy. We're talking about single hairs that pack enough punch to go toe-to-toe with a B-rank monster. Quina reveals she's been pumping mana into these strands for ages, basically turning her fur into a secret tactical nuke. This was a move she could only pull off thanks to their peaceful days in the city. And with 120 strands stockpiled, she's ready to burn through 30 of them right here and now. Kuna screams at Rorono to clear the area and get back. She's about to tap into her father's terrifying legacy, the true power of the Demon Lord of Creation. With a deafening roar, she calls out her ultimate spell, Golden Flame Purgatory. A massive blast rips through the air, making the entire cave tremble. Pure golden fire surges forward, incinerating everything in its path. Deep in his lair, Renov, the Demon Lord of Viscosity, stared into his crystal ball in absolute terror. With one single devastating blast, his entire first floor and every monster he owned were completely vaporized. He stood there frozen, his mind failing to process the sheer destruction on the screen. Panic surged through him as his entire body began to shake uncontrollably. There were no rumors, no warnings. Nothing could have prepared him for this kind of insane power. He wasn't ready to face the end, and there was no way he was going to die like this. He's completely shattered, sobbing his heart out as he begs for a miracle, or anyone who can save him. It's officially a 3-on-1 beatdown as the world's strongest declare total war on the Demon King of Creation. This 24-hour bloodbath was total madness, since the Demon King's power was tied to these crystals, and the winner was whoever had the fewest left by the end. A twisted rule that forced, to snatch the win, players had to shatter at least 2 enemy crystals. So while the Prosel faction hunkered down to defend, their rivals went full aggro, charging in to blitz the dungeon in record time. The plan was simple. Bait the invaders deep into Prosel's territory and then hammer them from behind in a lethal pincer move. While they pushed ahead, Rorono's mind was working overtime, dissecting every detail of the battlefield. It was a desperate race against time. They had to crush the enemy's core before their own defenses were completely ripped apart. But suddenly she stops dead in her tracks, her eyes locked onto the mouth of the cave ahead. She feels a massive surge of energy pulsing from the abyss below and knows she's finally found it. The crystal's hidden chamber. Quina's eyes sparkled with excitement as she realized they'd absolutely blitzed their way to the final floor way faster than anyone expected. Every trap and enemy they hit along the way was a total joke, barely putting up enough of a fight to even slow them down. Even though both sides held the title of Demon Lord, the sheer gap in their power was so massive it wasn't even a contest. Rorono glanced down at her weapon and realized she might have overprepared because this thing was way more than just your ordinary gun. This was her ultimate trump card, a lethal power forged the moment she claimed her name as a contracted demon. And suddenly the look on Queena's face shifted completely. Her instincts screamed danger, and she shrieked a warning at the top of her lungs. Rorono barely dodged a lethal shadow that came lunging down from the sky. They both dodged the ambush by a hair, and Queena didn't waste a second, whipping out her weapon and opening fire. But those bullets? They didn't even leave a scratch. Suddenly, a horde of monsters swarms out of nowhere to box them in, and Rorono instantly realizes they're staring down a pack of gargoyles. The first attacker was a gleaming white beast forged from orichalcum, a legendary metal that's practically indestructible. Kuna's jaw hit the floor as he watched a creature made of solid ore move with terrifying grace. And while it looked just like Rorono's golems, Rorono was quick to shut that comparison down. This wasn't some hollow puppet. This thing was the real deal. We're talking a living, breathing demon that completely outclassed every golem she could ever dream of making. Her mind raced as pure frustration started to boil over. There's just no way the demon lord of viscosity, a guy famous for his weak-ass minions, could have spawned a monster this terrifying. Something here was seriously, dangerously wrong. She didn't have another second to think before those gargoyles came lunging straight for her. Realizing her guns aren't doing a thing, Queena pivots and unleashes a scorching vermilion gold dance, and the attack swallowed the creature whole, but its reinforced metal body didn't even flinch. The gargoyle lashed out with a vicious counter, nearly snatching her right out of the air. Rorono lets it rip, laying down a wall of fire to keep her covered. He absolutely mows down the weaker gargoyles, dropping them left and right. Queena scrambled back to her side to regroup. Rorono gave her the nod. Her worst fears were spot on. The fodder gargoyles were easy to pick off, but that orichalcum demon was a total tank. To make matters worse, even their hottest flames didn't leave a single scratch. But then, the entire atmosphere of the battlefield suddenly took a dark turn. Queena felt the very air tremble as a colossal wave of magic surged right above them. That white gargoyle was siphoning raw power, getting ready to unleash a devastating spell. The energy surged out of control until it finally hit a massive breaking point. It was literally pulling a giant meteor straight out of the sky. Sensing the disaster, Queena didn't waste a single second. Blades and flames didn't leave a scratch on that white gargoyle, but she still had one last trick up her sleeve. She quickly recalibrated her gun's firing mechanism for one final shot. She clicks the safety off. As that meteor comes screaming down, she points her weapon at the sky and lets it rip on full auto. The massive blast guts the dungeon, making the walls shake like an earthquake. A blinding flash and thick clouds of dust completely swallowed the room. Rorono threw her arms up, barely shielding her eyes as the massive impact rocked the entire area. Through the thick, choking haze, Queena desperately screamed out for her partner. Rorono hacked through the dust, shouting back that she was still in one piece. The gamble paid off. Queena's weapon pumped out so much power that the meteor spell literally disintegrated. Because of that insane counterattack, they escaped being vaporized by the skin of their teeth. Rorono surveyed the smoking ruins, her eyes scanning the absolute wreckage left behind. The entire area was scorched black, with the floor itself ripped to shreds by the sheer force of the shockwave. It hit her then. The terrifying scale of that magic was on a completely different level. Every single gargoyle caught in the blast zone had been erased from existence in a heartbeat. That level of destruction was way beyond anything a normal A rank could pull off. Those white gargoyles were in a league of their own. But this wasn't just raw power. It was the aura of a veteran who had survived 1,000 bloodbaths, with a refined strength that could stand toe-to-toe with a legendary S-rank demon. Rorono's eyes sharpened as she locked in, her mind already racing to map out the perfect winning play. She was already sizing Queena up, using that last near miss to gauge exactly how much power she was really packing. Half the army was already history, and Queena definitely had enough juice left to wreck those black gargoyles. But even she admitted that the white one was a whole different monster she wasn't sure she could handle. Rorono locked in and made her choice. She was going to solo that white gargoyle herself. I was absolutely floored by that call. especially since Rorono has zero business being on the front lines. Sending her into that chaos was basically a death sentence. But Rorono didn't even flinch, calmly dropping her bag like she owned the place. Then I remembered she'd already dropped a massive hint about this. The girl was hiding a secret trump card that could flip the script. Kuna realized exactly what she was planning and immediately stepped aside to let her take over. She put her absolute faith in her companion's promise. She squared up against the remaining mob, screaming for those gargoyles to quit playing and come get some. Rorono started muttering to herself about the insane power she'd unlocked the moment her master named her, the literal symbol of their contract. This was her ultimate trump card, her absolute ace in the hole. She was about to show Koina exactly what she was truly capable of. Massive chunks of machinery and armor spilled out of her pack, slamming onto the ground with a heavy metallic thud. Rorono barks out a single command, "Mount!" And instantly, a blinding, radiant light explodes around her. Energy erupts around her as mechanical parts surge into the air, snapping onto her body one by one. Armor plates, massive boosters, and deadly weapon systems all lock into place with lethal precision. Kuna spins around, her eyes nearly popping out of her head as she witnesses the insane scale of Rorono's transformation. That shy little craftsman was gone, now decked out in blinding armor that was a lethal fusion of ancient magic and high-tech machinery. She'd transformed into the mechanized Valkyrie, a living, breathing weapon of terrifying power and surgical precision. Queena's jaw hit the floor in total shock, her face screaming that she couldn't believe her eyes. Decked out in full plate, Rorono flashes a grin that says she's already won. Just like Kona's legendary transformation, Rorono finally reveals a battle form that's absolutely top tier. With ice in her veins, she levels her weapon and locks onto her target. That first clash was nothing but a warm-up. Now, it's time to kick things into high gear for round 2. Koina steps up and shouts the signal. It's time for the next round to kick off. Her voice booms across the battlefield as she and Rorono square up to face that massive swarm of gargoyles one more time. But miles away, tucked deep inside the absolute darkest pit of a completely different dungeon, Demon Lord Rano is absolutely losing it in front of his crystal, shaking like a leaf and muttering every desperate prayer he can think of. His face goes ghost white as he watches the absolute carnage unfold in the crystal. And honestly, it's just sad to see him reduced to a blubbering mess, begging for his life. Suddenly, the agonizing memories of his demon parents' betrayal came crashing back into Lord's mind. Just moments ago, he was locked in a tense meeting with Zagan, the legendary Demon Lord of Steel. And during that talk, Ranov didn't hold back. He demanded that Zagan return every single demon he'd lent him. Those demons were absolute monsters, and their power was just on a completely different level. He was hitting his limit, but Zagan wasn't budging, insisting his demons were the secret weapon needed to smash through those golems they'd planned for earlier. He let out a cold chuckle, basically saying Ranove better pray he actually stays alive until then. Zagan flexed that he'd snagged a stash of illegal gargoyles through some seriously forbidden methods, totally ignoring the rules. He was convinced these monsters would tear Procell's forces to shreds. But back in the heat of battle, Kuina wasn't having any of it, incinerating those black gargoyles with a massive blast of her vermilion gold dance. The monsters were straight up incinerated by her blistering heat, and Rorono, watching the carnage, finally had to admit that her power was on a whole different level. But Rorono wasn't about to be left in the dust, so she gripped her weapon and charged head first at that white gargoyle. That thing was a total blur, zipping through the air like a silver bullet. But Rorono didn't blink, locking onto its every move with insane precision. She pulled the trigger, and her shot slammed straight into its wing. It tore through that auric alchem like it was made of thin air. The wing didn't just break, it completely shattered. Kino watched from below in total shock, unable to believe Rorono actually managed to damage something that legendary. But the white gargoyle refused to go down, lunging back at Rorono with a massive punch that sent them both crashing violently into the dungeon floor. Rorono tanks the hit with her armored forearm, skidding back across the stone from the pure force. Her entire arsenal of gun barrels whirls into position, locking onto the gargoyle at point-blank range. Her mechanical suit hums with lethal energy as she centers her sights right on its head. With a deafening roar, she pulls the trigger and absolutely vaporizes the gargoyle's skull. The metallic frame freezes up for a split second before shattering into a million tiny shards. Deep in the bowels of his dungeon, Ronov let out a soul-shattering scream of pure, unadulterated shock. He stared in total disbelief, his mind racing back to Zagan's empty promises that he'd be safe, and that victory was a sure thing if he just played his part. But now, his entire world was crashing down, with Zagan's chilling laughter ringing in his ears as a final slap in the face. "Thanks for trusting me so easily. Idiots like you are the perfect pawns." That's when it finally clicked for Ronov. He wasn't a player in this game, he was just a disposable pawn. If he'd had any clue that Procell's subordinates were this insanely overpowered, he never would have touched that alliance with a 10-foot pole. He whipped his head back toward his crystal, his face twisting in pure, unadulterated horror. It was pulsing with an insane light as the images inside went haywire, right before the whole crystal finally snapped. A heartbeat later, the whole thing shattered into a million pieces right before his very eyes. Ronov let out a piercing shriek as a blinding flash of light swallowed the entire room. Rorono emerges from the thick smoke, her massive cannon still sizzling after that crystal-shattering blast. She and Quina storm into the chamber together, ready for whatever's next. And there's Rono, collapsed on the floor and shaking like a leaf. Rorono closes the gap and levels her weapon right at his face. Her mechanical armor caught the dim light, shimmering with a cold metallic edge. She immediately demanded to know exactly what was going on. Just what the heck was that massive white gargoyle? And why was a high-tier demon lurking in a dungeon that was supposed to be a total cakewalk? She gave him a stone-cold ultimatum. Start talking right now or she's going to start blasting. Ronov stayed silent, but the ground suddenly began to quake, and the walls started splintering. The entire dungeon was coming down now that the crystal was history. Ronov's fists trembled with pure desperation as he spiraled, wondering why the universe always chose him to be the one cast aside and left to rot alone. Abandoned by his own father, the Demon Lord, and betrayed by his snake-in-the-grass teammates Zagan and Morix, he's lost everything. His friends are all dead, and now his very dungeon is crumbling into dust. He hung his head and stared at the ground, finally accepting his crushing defeat. The truth finally hit him like a ton of bricks. Zagan had been spot on from the very beginning. He'd been playing the part of a total idiot. Only a total moron trusts someone else with their life, and now this brutal end was the price he had to pay for his own mistake. Rorono's voice sliced right through his daze, barking at him to quit stalling and finally give an answer. Ronov finally looked up, locking his eyes on the target with total intensity. Suddenly, the look on his face did a complete 180. With a fire in his eyes, he finally stepped up and vowed to spill every last secret. Rorono was hanging on every word, but the bombshell he dropped left her eyes wide with total shock. If Ranov's intel was legit, then a way bigger nightmare was unfolding somewhere else. So she spun on her heel and ordered everyone to double back immediately. But as she whipped around, she saw Kuna already out cold on the floor. Her transformation totally vanished as pure exhaustion finally dragged her under. Rorono gives her a frantic shake, but Kwa is totally out of it, just mumbling nonsense while Rorono's heart sinks with pure dread as she looks up and whispers a desperate prayer. "Master, please stay alive." But while she's praying for him, we're diving deep into the terrifying dungeon of the Demon Lord Morix. Prostel stood before a decaying wall, eyes burning with pure rage as he smashed his fist into the stone and let out a roar of frustration. Moritz had completely blindsided them. Across the chamber, Procell's legendary elven general was backed into a corner with absolutely no way out. He's completely cornered by the twisted abominations Morix unleashed. Morix flashes a twisted, wicked grin, his eyes burning with pure obsession as he licks his lips, his voice trembling because he's finally reached his breaking point. Imagine Avalon, a land where the breeze smells like fresh apples and a lone tree stands guard on a rolling hill. White was right there in the middle of it, shouting at the top of his lungs as he searched for someone. He was hunting for the legendary ancient elf, but she was ghosting him big time. Suddenly, her voice sliced through the air from right under his nose. Hearing a noise, White turns around only to freeze in his tracks, spinning back around as his face turns bright red with embarrassment. Right there in the water is the ancient elf herself, her skin practically glowing under the midday sun as she takes a bath. Instead of being mad, she just lets out a soft laugh at his panic, while poor White is over there stumbling over his words and desperately trying to look at anything else. This hill was her go-to spot, a peaceful place where the wind always seemed to dance upward around her. For the legendary being who purified Avalon and still keeps it safe today, this majestic hilltop was the only place that truly felt like home. Sure, she knew rubbing shoulders with humans and demons in the city was important, but her heart always pulled her back to the absolute peace of this hilltop. Once he finally got a grip on himself, White remembered the real reason he'd come. He dropped the warning. Some shady travelers were prowling the area, and they were definitely gunning for those apples. The ancient elf just gave him a cryptic look and gestured for him to come see the reality for himself. Hooked by the mystery, White leaned in deep to get a better look. He stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes bulging as he spotted something he never saw coming. Miles away from Avalon, the ancient elf was rotting in the darkest depths of Morix's dungeon, while he watched her with a twisted, punchable grin. She was a total powerhouse, but her carelessness cost her big time when he used his wall mimicry to trick her and snatch her up without even breaking a sweat. Deep down, he had to admit it. Procell's army was way more cracked than he expected, and seeing his slime-buffed gargoyles get absolutely shredded left him completely rattled. He licked his lips, practically vibrating with a dark, twisted excitement. The thought of Procell made his blood boil, but it only fueled his desperate hunger for more power. If he can just survive the absolute carnage of this war, he'll snatch that crystal back and finally ascend as the new demon lord. But first, he turned his attention to the prisoner, knowing full well that his next move was going to be absolutely unforgivable. Then he flashed a sinister smirk, deciding he didn't give a damn anymore as his obsession completely took over. If he can actually corrupt this ancient elf and turn her into his personal puppet, the entire balance of power is going to be completely rewritten. Forget grinding for DP or medals. This guy had a much darker way to grow his ranks, all thanks to his own twisted and sickening ability. The ancient elf suddenly went dead silent, and the quiet was absolutely chilling. Morix smirked, convinced she'd finally caved to his twisted trap. She was smothered in a thick, shimmering slime packed with a lethal mix of aphrodisiacs and muscle relaxants. This was his ultimate secret weapon, a potion designed to shatter even the most powerful high-ranking demons. In less than a minute, the scorching heat and paralysis would leave them completely helpless, and Morix smirked as he reached out to snatch his prize. But right then, a jolt of pure white-hot agony tore through his entire body. He let out a blood-curdling shriek of pure horror, his mind breaking as he stared at the empty space where his hands used to be. Crimson mist explodes, painting the dungeon floor in a gruesome red. From the darkness of the pit, the ancient elf's voice rang out cold and lethal. He'd finally stepped right into her strike zone. She stood tall, power literally surging through her as she glared down at him with zero mercy, while Morix stumbled back in total shock, clutching his severed limbs. The drug didn't even touch her. It's freaking impossible. And he can only watch in pure horror as she stalks through the rising mist without breaking a single sweat. Terrified, he desperately unleashed his creations, the very children he'd brought to life. This guy is a far cry from your average demons spawned from metals or DP. These monsters were the twisted fruit of his superior seed ability, allowing Morix to breed female demons and spawn offspring even deadlier than their mothers. Literal living weapons forged in pure corruption. His dungeon was crawling with these absolute nightmares, and every single one of them answered only to him. Even with blood gushing from his wounds, he's obsessed. If he can just break that ancient elf, their child would be a god-tier monster that makes S-rank look like a joke. Driven by pure desperation, Morix screamed at the top of his lungs, commanding his monsters to launch an all-out assault. The ancient elf blurs into motion, meeting their charge with speed that's honestly terrifying. She hammers a fist straight into one creature's gut, sending it soaring clear across the dungeon. Morix can't even track her movements anymore. She's faster, sharper, and more cold-blooded than ever, her eyes glowing with the pure, twisted joy of a predator closing in for the kill. Right as she ruthlessly rips another one of his children straight down the middle, Blood sprays across her face, and she takes a deep breath, soaking in the iron scent like it's her favorite perfume. The rest of the mob screams and charges her, but she's a total whirlwind, tearing through them like a hurricane. Before they can even react, she reaches out and snatches one of them right by the skull. She slams one into the pavement with enough force to shatter the stone, while using her magic to throttle another one right out of the sky. She savored every second of its desperate struggle for air, and with a twisted grin, she started dragging its face right through the dirt. His face ground against that jagged wall until he finally came to a dead stop. Her unhinged laughter rips through the dungeon, sounding absolutely manic as she loses herself in the pure insanity of the moment. The metallic scent of blood and the sound of snapping bones don't faze her. They're exactly what gets her heart racing. Standing right in the middle of the carnage, the ancient elf looks lethal under the flickering torchlight, sporting a grin that's as stunning as it is nightmare-inducing. Flashback to that day on the hill by the apple tree, where White arrived with a desperate warning. He told the ancient elf that a gang of thieves was lurking nearby, but she didn't even flinch. She just calmly told him she already knew and pointed. White followed her gaze, and what he saw next completely froze him in his tracks. Standing right in the heart of the river, that ancient elf just stands there with a chilling smirk, surrounded by a literal sea of floating bodies. The water, which used to be crystal clear, is now flowing a deep, sickening crimson. Pure terror floods White's eyes the second the reality of the situation finally clicks. He can barely get a word out, just stammering as he tries to wrap his head around the absolute nightmare in front of him. Was she seriously scrubbing the blood of those corpses off her skin? It felt impossible, but the gruesome truth was staring him right in the face. With that same eerie smile plastered on her face, the ancient elf hoists up a severed head by the hair, casually explaining that these were just some low-life thieves after her apples, leaving White so stunned he can't even find the words to respond. He was supposed to be her mentor, teaching her how to live in harmony with Avalon's humans and demons, but staring at this absolute bloodbath, he was internally begging her not to bring her chaos into their peaceful world. The ancient elf stared him down with a gaze so cold it felt like she was looking right through his soul. Then, with a voice that sent chills down his spine, she dropped a truth bomb he wasn't ready for. You see, demons aren't your average monsters. They're born as finished products, with their killer instincts and twisted personalities hardwired from day one. But don't get it twisted. Even among these monsters, the gap in their power and cruelty is absolutely massive. Right from the jump, her killer instincts were absolutely off the charts, driven by a primal need to dominate that had been hardwired into her soul since day one. She stared down at Avalon, a city where humans and demons were actually coexisting under her master's rule. But she knew that if she ever stepped foot in those streets, her self-control would snap in a heartbeat. The urge to paint the town red was just too damn strong to fight. So she stayed rot on that hill, isolated from everyone, not because she liked being alone, but because she had to keep the monster inside on a leash. Cutting back to the present, she marches straight for Morix, her every step thundering through the darkness of the chamber. Even with White's look of pure horror burned into her brain, her face stayed eerily calm. She realized with a bitter sting that she was the last person who deserved a spot in her master's paradise. Then, a slow, terrifying smile crept across her face as she whispered that playtime was officially over. That peaceful vibe around her instantly vanished, replaced by a heavy, suffocating wave of pure bloodlust. See, she wasn't some holy saint or a noble protector. She was a straight-up monster, and now that monster was coming out to hunt. The ancient elf's face finally softened as she explained the truth, but despite her calm tone, you could hear the pure heartbreak in her voice. Deep inside, a savage killer instinct was clawing to get out, a primal urge to rip through humans and monsters alike. That's just the reality of being born a perfect demon. Her very DNA was hardwired for total destruction. She faced White and dropped a bombshell. Out of every single thing their master ever created, she was the one who least deserved to call Avalon home. Avalon, the world their master ruled, was a breathtaking paradise of pure harmony. Peace radiated from every single corner, with people laughing and sharing smiles under the golden sunbeams dancing through the trees. For ages, the ancient elf watched that warmth from the shadows, absolutely mesmerized. She craved to finally join them, to soak in that serenity, and live a simple, gentle life under that very same sun. But deep down, she knew that dream was a total pipe dream, because her killer instincts were never going to let her walk away from the carnage. White's expression turned cold as ice. The trail of bodies and the rivers of blood she left in her wake were finally coming to light. He made it clear. He was done scrubbing the blood off her hands, no matter how much he cared for her. The ancient elf just tilted her head with a mocking little smirk, asking if he'd really kick her out of Avalon if things went south. But White didn't even flinch. He didn't see her as some villain, but as a genuinely kind soul, and there was absolutely no way he was ever going to leave her behind. But deep down, he was terrified that her instincts would eventually snap, forcing her to turn on humanity and burn all of Avalon to the ground. He swore to have her back. No, she was bringing her own terrifying power to the fight too. With the clock ticking toward a total disaster, they had to find a way to muzzle her savage bloodlust and chain the monster lurking inside her before everything went to hell. The ancient elf let out a soft chuckle, teasing White for being way too kind, and for the first time ever, a truly genuine smile finally broke across her face. She's desperately clinging to that one tiny shred of hope that maybe, just maybe, she'll finally be able to master her own wild instincts. That tiny, distant flicker of hope became the only light she had left to cling to. Fast forward to the present, and that same ancient elf is standing in the middle of a total bloodbath, staring down the demon lord Morix, who's actually shaking with pure terror. She looked down at him with a chilling smirk, her voice smooth as silk, as she revealed the 3 fatal blunders that were about to cost him everything. At first he was sure she'd fallen right into his trap, but she'd seen through him from the jump, sensing his disgusting, predatory gaze watching her every move through that crystal ball. From the second he started plotting with those other demon lords to build his massive fortress, she was already 10 steps ahead of him. He burned all his power setting up traps, totally clueless that she let herself get caught just to get a face-to-face shot at him. Her smirk widens, her eyes gleaming with a cold, sadistic joy. His second fatal mistake was thinking his little trap, a pool spiked with aphrodisiacs and muscle relaxants, would actually work on her. For someone who once purified an entire swamp of lethal poison and miasma, a weak brew like this is basically just flavored water. Morix's face contorts in pure terror as she leans in close, dropping a chilling bombshell about his biggest mistake. He thought he was dealing with a woman, but she's anything but. She was a straight-up monster. And that ancient elf's smile turned wicked the second her power absolutely exploded. She leaned in with a chilling whisper, weighing the most brutal way to end his life, while Morix let out a blood-curdling scream and scrambled backward in a total panic. The ancient elf just smirked with chilling amusement, basically telling him that running away was a complete waste of time. But then, Morix suddenly skids to a dead stop, doubling over in pure agony as he clutches his stomach. Right before our eyes, his entire body starts ballooning out in the most horrifying way imaginable. His knees buckle as the ancient elf coldly reveals that while he was busy gawking like an idiot, she'd already pumped his body full of pressurized air, and if he doesn't want to end up as a messy internal explosion, he'd better start listening. Terrified for his life, Morix started groveling, desperately claiming he'd been a hardcore devotee of Demon Lord Procell ever since that first night at the banquet. His so-called allies had basically dragged him into this rebellion against his will. In reality, he was desperate to jump ship and join Prostyl's side. The ancient elf let out a wicked chuckle, her voice absolutely dripping with pure contempt. Did this pathetic worm seriously think her master had any use for someone as weak as him? Morix's mind was spiraling into pure, unadulterated panic. There was absolutely nowhere left to run. She had him cornered. He could practically feel the cold hand of death tightening around his throat. The ancient elf slowly closed the distance, looming over him like a shadow. Her face was a total mask, giving away absolutely nothing. She started venting about how massive and confusing his dungeon was, since that exact maze-like layout was the only reason she got nabbed in the first place. Her eyes locked onto his crystal ball, and with a terrifyingly calm voice, she told him to wipe the evidence immediately. With his life on the line, Morix hauled himself up and took the deal without a second thought. He spat out every curse word he knew, absolutely seething with humiliation as he vowed that one day he'd return to make every single one of them bow down and beg for mercy. On the surface, he forced a grin and reported that the dungeon was officially history. He was practically on his knees, begging for his life. A chillingly sweet smile spread across the ancient elf's face. "What a good boy," she whispered. Morix just stood there blinking, his brain completely short-circuiting as he tried to make sense of the madness. In the blink of an eye, everything goes blurry as his head slides right off his shoulders and thuds onto the blood-slicked floor. The ancient elf just stands there, looking down at his body with a face as calm as a still lake. She quietly mentions that she had a promise to keep to her master. Honestly, did he actually think she'd let an enemy walk away alive? As the darkness closes in, one final realization flashes through Morix's mind. She had played him like a fiddle. The ancient elf's grin only widens as his blood paints the room, while her eyes shimmer in that crimson light, looking like a terrifying mix of pure beauty and absolute horror. Prosoleil lets out a massive, exhausted sigh the moment he hits the first floor of Morix's dungeon. Every single path he explores just ends up being another soul-crushing dead end. The whole place is a twisted, oversized labyrinth built specifically to mess with anyone trying to get through. The ancient elf's words kept echoing in his head. She'd promised to get captured on purpose to handle things from the inside, but even with all his faith in her, he couldn't stop his gut from twisting with worry over whether she was actually okay. He shook off the doubt and charged deeper into the winding halls, but his heart stopped when the floor beneath him suddenly buckled. Suddenly, the walls groan and slide apart, revealing a massive hidden chamber he never knew existed. His jaw hits the floor. There's no way a room this gargantuan was just hidden by accident, and that could only mean one thing. A voice he knows all too well cuts through the gloom. He spins around and his jaw hits the floor. It's her. The ancient elf is just standing there amidst the dungeon's wreckage, smiling and waving like they're just meeting up for lunch. But then he sees the nightmare. She's casually dangling Morix's severed head in her hand. Prossel completely freezes, his face a wild mix of total worship and pure, unadulterated panic. With a serene smile still plastered on her face, the ancient elf casually dropped the ultimate bombshell. She'd just wiped the demon lord off the map. He's totally losing his mind, stuttering that he definitely didn't need to see any proof, while she just lets out a playful laugh, realizing she might have teased him a bit too hard. But beneath the smile, she's clearly hitting her limit. Even with her insane purification magic, Morix's nasty trap was still taking a serious toll on her body. The power was way more explosive than she'd bargained for, and in her frantic rush, she'd accidentally dragged the evidence right back with her. Prossel could only sigh as he looked at her blood-stained hands and the absolute wreckage of the room. It hit him then. This girl was terrifying, not because she was malicious, but because she was a literal magnet for disaster. His eyes landed on the shattered remains of the crystal fueling Morix's dungeon, and just looking at the wreckage made him wince. The room was a total bloodbath, reeking of decay and the aftermath of a brutal war. But the ancient elf was still standing tall, unfazed by the chaos surrounding her. With total composure, she reminded him they had one job left: smash that crystal into dust. Prossel froze, his mind spinning as he tried to wrap his head around the carnage. Then she caught his eye with a look that was surprisingly gentle, but dead serious. She asked him point blank if he still remembered the promise they'd made. And right in that moment, he flashes back to their old promise. She'd sworn to slay a demon lord just to earn a name and a place by his side. And looking at her now, he's absolutely floored by how far she's actually come. While Kuna, Rorono, and White were soaking up all the glory, she was working behind the scenes. And trust me, they wouldn't have lasted a second without her. She's the legend who scrubbed the deadly poison from the air, turned rotting swamps into crystal-clear rivers, and built the very ground this town stands on. And now, she's putting her life on the line once more to crush the monster threatening to destroy it all. Prostel flashes back to White's warning about letting emotions cloud his judgment, and with a subtle smirk, he knows his old friend would absolutely love the chaos he's about to unleash. He locked eyes with the legendary elf, a woman who'd balanced light and shadow for eons, and finally broke the silence with total gravity. "All right," he declared. "You aren't just some ancient elf. You're my third contracted demon." Her eyes went wide, completely blindsided by the revelation. She was shaking like crazy, but Prostel's voice stayed rock solid as he finally gave her a name. Aura. Way back when, the ancient elf Aura spilled her heart out to White, revealing that her ultimate dream was to finally become a contracted demon. She explained that this bond would tether her soul directly to her master's, merging them into a single being through that sacred connection. His kindness surged through their link, instantly chilling her red-hot bloodlust and quieting her feral instincts. This would finally let her walk among humans without the constant nightmare of her powers snapping and going totally berserk. Whenever Prostel speaks her name now, you can literally see his eyes light up with a whole new fire. She clamped her hand over her mouth as tears started to spill, a massive wave of warmth surging through her entire body. Prostel froze, blinking in total shock and starting to panic. Did she absolutely hate the name? But she just shook her head, a radiant smile breaking through the tears. She wasn't upset. She was freaking ecstatic. For the first time in her entire life, something real and incredibly kind finally filled her heart. The days of being an outsider were finally over. She was officially in the inner circle now, a true-blooded member of Avalon. Deep in the second layer of Prostel's dungeon, White suddenly freezes dead in his tracks as a massive, chilling shift ripples through the very air. The dwarf smith caught the look on his face and immediately asked what was up. White stayed silent for a heartbeat, a small, knowing smirk creeping onto his lips. He could feel it deep in his soul, the unmistakable pull of a brand-new contract. Prostel had finally done it. He'd officially locked in his very last contracted demon. And standing right there by his side was none other than her. Turns out, betting everything on her was the smartest move he ever made. White let out a soft breath, whispering a quiet, "Good for her," under his breath. Exhausted but breathing a massive sigh of relief, Rorono and Kuna finally make it back to Prostel, greeting him with pure, unadulterated joy. Prostel beams with relief seeing his team in one piece, while Aura takes one look at them and realizes the mission was a total success. That crystal orb of viscosity is officially history. Prostel shouts that the Steel faction has finally breached his dungeon and orders an immediate hunt. But Rorono just keeps his cool, predicting they won't even clear the first floor before getting wiped out just like they did at the evening party. The moment Prostel and his crew step inside, their jaws hit the floor at the sight of the dungeon covered in the mangled wreckage of a destroyed golem army. Prostel's jaw hits the floor in pure disbelief, while Rorono scans the carnage and realizes the enemy didn't just break in, they absolutely pulverized every single mithril golem. The second layer is locked down by the town's most vital demons, and even White himself is stepping up to hold the line. Rorono breathed a quiet sigh of relief that they were finally safe. But let's jump back a few hours to see how this all went down. Zagan's been lurking in the shadows, watching Prostel's squad struggle through Morgs's labyrinth, and he's got a massive smirk on his face because they're walking right into his trap, the dungeons of viscosity and evil. He declares it's finally time to move, practically buzzing with hype at the thought of personally shattering Prostel's crystal orb. He's storming straight into the heart of Prostel's dungeon with a massive army of steel at his back. Zagan starts absolutely roasting his rival. Using the same trick from the party? What a total joke. While Prostel's golems gear up for war, Zagan just stands his ground, oozing pure confidence. The golems unleash a total hurricane of lead, but our guy doesn't even blink. A massive wall surges up to tank the entire barrage, and standing right behind it is the acid slime, the demon bound to the Lord of Viscosity himself. Its damage absorption is a total cheat code, making all that gunfire look like a complete joke. Zagan flashes a cocky grin, bragging that he's the only one smart enough to turn this worthless viscosity power into a total nightmare. Feeling a sudden surge of power, He rallies his men for an all-out charge, but in the blink of an eye, that massive slime wall literally disintegrates, vanishing into a thick cloud of mist. Zagan screams for them to open fire, but he realizes a split second too late that there's a hidden tunnel in the wall. An uncontrollable wave of flames surges through the gap. Since these slimes are weak to heat, they don't stand a chance and instantly turn into puddles of goo. Suddenly, Procel's golems burst right through the smoke, charging full tilt. Zagan is absolutely losing it because everything just went completely off script. He bellows for a retreat, face planting in the dirt as he frantically claws his way out of there. The absolute madness breaking out around him makes that formal evening party look like a total joke. This isn't just another close call. For the first time, he's 100% certain that he's a dead man. Out of nowhere, a colossal white tiger manifests right beside him, and the beast actually speaks, asking Zagan if he truly wants to survive. Zagan's jaw hit the floor as he realized this was the exact same beast he'd borrowed from the demon lord of evil. The tiger gives him a chilling death stare, calling him absolutely pathetic, but Zagan snaps back, refusing to let that insult slide. He screams that he's still the tiger's master, but mid-sentence, a bullet zips right past his face, leaving him absolutely desperate as he begs the beast for help. The white tiger doesn't even blink as he coolly gives his word. Before anyone could even blink, it lunges forward, closing the distance in a heartbeat. He's weaving through a chaotic storm of bullets ricocheting off the dungeon walls, and Zagan is absolutely floored by that impossible speed. The tiger respects the sheer heat those golems are packing, but he still brushes their weapons off as nothing more than pathetic toys. It rips through the front line in a total blur, leaving those golems completely frozen and unable to even process what just hit them. The tiger catches the scent of a trap and lunges away just as the ground below him erupts into a massive explosion. Zagan's jaw hits the floor as he watches the chaos unfold in total disbelief. They'd laid out their own set of deadly traps to catch him off guard. But let's be real. Absolutely nothing can keep up with this white tiger's god-tier reflexes. Out of nowhere, a lethal white mist floods the room, but the tiger just laughs it off and lets out a roar so massive it literally shakes the entire dungeon. The golems lock up and explode into a million pieces under the tiger's overwhelming force, leaving Zagan totally speechless as the mist finally clears. That white tiger flashes a wicked grin, clearly loving every second of this absolute chaos. It didn't just tear through the first layer like it was nothing, it actually one-shotted the mithril golem, Procel's absolute tank of a masterpiece. With this beast at his beck and call, Zagan is dead certain that Procel's defeat is finally within his grasp. The dwarf smith bursts into the room, frantic and gasping for air as she delivers the nightmare news. Every single golem they had has been completely pulverized into scrap metal. The enemy just smashed through the first level and they're tearing through everything in their path. Those words hit White and the rest of the squad like a total bombshell, leaving them completely floored. She warns them that this invader isn't just a brute. He's reading their every move with terrifying precision, clearly using foresight and scouting magic to stay 10 steps ahead of everyone. She's totally losing it as pure terror starts to set in. Everything looks completely and utterly hopeless right now. I mean, how are they even supposed to take down a monster of this level? But through all the chaos, White stays absolutely ice cold. He claps a steady hand on the dwarf smith's shoulder, his face a mask of pure confidence. He's telling him there's zero reason to freak out, because even if winning is off the table for now, time is the only weapon they need. They aren't here to crush the enemy. They just need to stall them until the heavy hitters arrive. If they can just hold the line a little longer, they've still got a fighting chance. Shaking like a leaf, the dwarf smith stares at White, wondering how on earth he's staying so cool in front of such a terrifying monster. White just lets out a faint, knowing smirk. He tells him the secret is simple. It's all about the man he's put his faith in, Procel. This isn't just blind ego. It's pure, rock-solid trust. He's betting his entire life on his master's insane power and his grand vision for the future. That rock-solid conviction keeps him standing tall without a hint of fear, and he tells the dwarf smith she's got to do the same, to find her faith and steady her heart. Overwhelmed by his strength, she pulls him into a tight embrace, finally finding some peace in his unshakable resolve. White calms her down with a voice full of warmth, reminding her that even though they're staring down a total monster, backing down just isn't an option. White is putting it all on the line for the man who didn't just craft a dungeon, but a paradise where every soul can finally live and laugh in peace. He's standing his ground to defend Prossel's ultimate dream, a world forged in nothing but kindness and harmony. He's ready to pay the ultimate price, even if it means he doesn't make it out alive. With a heart of absolute steel, White stands tall to face the nightmare closing in. This is it. The moment he finally crushes this trial once and for all. The white tiger was just lounging casually atop a mountain of bodies, looking like it didn't have a single care in the world. His claws are absolutely drenched in the blood of his fallen enemies, but the rush of battle has totally vanished, leaving him with nothing but a cold, hollow feeling. It was a total blowout, but honestly, these guys were just too pathetic to even be called real competition. The massive beast huffed with pure boredom, his golden eyes half closed like he'd seen it all before. But then, a familiar voice cut through the silence like a knife. The voice asked if the beast was ready to hear a special request from a certain man. The white tiger's head snapped up instantly. He knew that voice anywhere. His eyes gleamed with pure hype. His master was finally back. The demon lord standing right in front of him was none other than the absolute legend, the Lord of Creation. Completely blindsided, the white tiger couldn't believe his eyes and demanded to know if it was actually him. The demon lord dropped a bombshell, explaining that a massive feud had broken out among the ancient kings during the evening party. Now, the three legendary rulers, including himself, were ready to crash the party and meddle in the war of the new demon lords, while the other two were itching to wipe the demon lord of creation off the map right then and there. He was betting everything on the white tiger to step in and shut them down. The white tiger realized this deal was actually a total win, because if this creator lived up to the hype, he'd definitely be strong enough to satisfy the old king's curiosity. If the creators actually managed to blow past those expectations, the white tiger was as good as dead. And the wild part? His master sounded like he was genuinely hyped for it. He grins, declaring that this is the one moment he's been dying to witness. He drops a bombshell. Demon lords aren't agents of chaos. They're celestial tools meant to keep humanity on the right path. But if someone could actually shatter those chains and rewrite their own destiny, he'd gladly trade his life just to see it happen. He flashed a faint smile and put him on the spot. What would the white tiger? No. What would Kahaku choose? Kahaku wasn't just some low-level contractor anymore. He'd been given a name, a move that's as rare as it is legendary. This wasn't your typical soul merger. A named monster gets a massive one-way power surge straight from their demon lord. Most demon kings stay far away from this ritual because it puts a brutal strain on their own life force. But for these two, it was the ultimate flex of trust. A sacred pact of loyalty between a ruler and his monster. Kahaku couldn't shake his master's words, wondering how anyone could talk about life and death so casually, and it made him realize it had been way too long since he'd actually fought with everything he had. If he was destined to rot anyway, he was going to handpick the time and place for his final stand, a wicked smirk crossing his face. Since he was the only one who could unlock the creator's god-tier power, he was more than ready to march straight into his own grave. Zagan's hyped-up shouting completely shattered his train of thought as the guy started geeking out over the white tiger's insane feats. This beast effortlessly shredded the exact same golems and guns that had turned the evening gala into a total nightmare. Victory was finally within their grasp. It was only a matter of seconds before that crystal ball was smashed to bits. But suddenly, Zagan's voice dropped, filled with pure panic. He spotted a nasty gash on the tiger's side, with fresh blood staining its pristine white fur. Kahaku just shot it a bored look, acting like it was barely worth his time. But don't let the attitude fool you. Even he didn't walk away from that scrap in one piece. That attack had actually managed to shred right through his divine hide. This enemy was no joke, and their power was the real deal. Seeing that, Zagan's hype instantly died out, replaced by a cold, sinking feeling in his gut. If that kind of raw power can actually scar the white tiger, then one tiny slip-up means it's game over for them. Before he could even wrap his head around it, The acid slime suddenly vanished into thin air, and it hit him. The crystal ball of viscosity had been completely obliterated. Zagan's army was running on empty after most of his monsters were shipped off to other dungeons, leaving him with only his heaviest hitters, the archdemon, the demon of evil, and the white tiger himself. If his dungeon gets raided right now, his entire empire is going to come crashing down in a heartbeat, pushed to the absolute limit. Zagan roared at his remaining troops to charge ahead and shatter the creator's crystal ball before everything went to hell. Kahaku's face twisted in a scowl, his voice cutting deep as he warned him to get a grip. The order was a total suicide mission, but Zagan snapped back, barking at him to shut his mouth. At the end of the day, Zagan was still the one calling the shots, and Kahaku didn't have the rank to say a single word. Kahaku clicked his tongue in pure frustration, trapped by the ironclad rule that no monster could ever defy their king's orders or even dream of striking him down. He'd always sworn to die with honor, but serving a reckless moron like this made his skin crawl. Zagan instinctively recoiled as Kahaku's eyes locked onto him, the atmosphere instantly turning ice cold. The beast's gaze burned with pure, unbridled malice, a chilling reminder of the terrifying power he was barely holding back. Zagan and his crew finally breached the dungeon's second layer, and with the coast looking totally clear, they were starting to feel like they had this in the bag. Zagan lets out a roar, commanding his massive army to charge headfirst into the fray. Before Kahaku can even react, the steel soldiers are already blitzing across the battlefield. But Kahaku's gut is screaming that something is horribly wrong. He desperately bellows for them to pull back immediately, but the warning came a split second too late. The floor splintered as the earth literally disintegrated, revealing a massive bottomless drop. Zagan's face contorted in pure, unadulterated panic. A pitfall trap? You've got to be kidding me! He's sent reeling as his own steel golems plow into him from behind, bulldozing him right toward the ledge. He screams for them to halt, but there's just no stopping that much massive metal momentum. The whole formation just snapped, charging forward like an absolute runaway train. Suddenly, Zagan catches a flicker of movement out of the corner of his eye. Someone is definitely lurking behind that tombstone-shaped rock. Kahaku's eyes narrowed as the truth finally clicked. This enemy commander was a tactical genius, using the terrain to trap them like rats. Whoever was running this show was clearly a master of the battlefield. Kahaku started plotting a way to capture them, but Zagan cut him off by barking out another suicidal order. The White Tiger, the archdemon, bound by an absolute command, they were forced to strike right then and there. Neither the archdemon nor Kahaku had a choice. They had to follow orders. Their powers exploded at full throttle, literally ripping the battlefield to pieces. That raw energy didn't care who was who, vaporizing friends and foes alike. Kahaku stood there paralyzed as the realization hit him, but the archdemon didn't even flinch, coldly reminding him that the master's word is law. Kahaku absolutely snapped, letting out a roar that shook the entire battlefield as he finally unleashed his ultimate trump card. He unleashes the Shockblade, summoning the roar of the White Tiger as a massive explosion of light swallows the entire scene. The massive blast tore right through the dungeon, shaking the place to its very core, and by the time the dust finally settled, all that remained was a pile of twisted steel and rubble. Zagan stands amidst the wreckage, laughing like a madman because he actually cheated death. Kahaku just burns a hole through him with his eyes, the air heavy with enough bloodlust to choke a horse. He spits out a single icy word, idiot. Zagan's boneheaded command backfired completely, forcing him to waste his absolute strongest trump card for nothing. This was the secret move he'd been saving for a real threat. The Shockblade, his ultimate ace that could tear through S-rank monsters like they were nothing. And just like that, it was all gone, completely wasted on nothing but pure mayhem and accidentally blasting his own teammates. Kahaku's jaw tightened as pure rage boiled over. If Zagan wasn't technically his master right now, he would have ripped him to shreds on the spot. All while Zagan was still doubled over, desperately gasping for air. He caught sight of reinforcements closing in from the distance, and without skipping a beat, Kahaku snatched Zagan by the collar and hauled tail at a speed that would make your head spin. They ducked into a shattered ruin as the roar of battle finally died down, and Kahaku slammed Zagan onto the floor. his voice sharp as nails now that they had a second to breathe. Kahaku glared at his pathetic master with pure disgust, realizing that dragging this dead weight any further was a total suicide mission. From here on out, he's going solo, leaving Zagan to stutter about his authority and beg for protection like the coward he is. Those golden eyes flared with a deadly glint as the beast bared its fangs, instantly shutting Zagan up and leaving him shivering in pure terror. Zagan growled under his breath, making it clear he was just biding his time for Kahaku's next move. Haku just scoffs and brushes him off, heading out solo to see exactly how far his raw magic can take him without ever touching his ultimate trump card. Meanwhile, deep in the dungeon's belly, White and his squad are frozen in a silence so heavy you could practically taste the tension. Dwarf Smith's face fell as he delivered the nightmare news. That tiger beast just tore through the third Aegis rim and it's closing in, right as heavy footsteps started echoing through the shadows. Kahaku steps onto the scene with an overwhelming kingly aura and locks his eyes onto White, thinking, "So this is the commander?" While White stands his ground and introduces himself without flinching. Kahaku gave a respectful nod, impressed by the guy's ironclad composure, and after praising White for defending the dungeon like a total tactical genius, he couldn't help but ask if there were any other named monsters lurking around. But how could he be so sure, especially when there were other monsters out there with power that could rival his own? Kahaku flashed a wicked smirk, realizing he'd finally found a real challenge. He introduced himself and made it clear that as the gate's guardian, he was going to give White the duel of a lifetime. Deep in the echoing halls of the dungeon's second floor, these two are finally squaring off, both ready to bet everything on their master's pride. The stage is set and the tension is through the roof, because the final earth-shattering showdown of this entire war is finally ready to explode. Kahaku finds himself staring down the gatekeeper, a skeleton known as White. Right away, Kahaku can tell this bag of bones isn't some frontline brawler. No, this guy is the mastermind, the high-level commander calling the shots for the entire dungeon's defense. It's beyond suspicious. Why on earth would a high-ranking general like him step out onto the front lines just to face Kahaku? But here's the real kicker. White shows up right in front of him totally solo, without a single soul to back him up. Right there at his side, Kahaku's gut was screaming that something was dead wrong. Just what kind of twisted scheme was White actually cooking up? White stayed ice cold, daring him to just read his mind and find out, because this might be Kahaku's only real shot at actually taking him down. Kahaku's eyes sharpened as he felt a sudden jolt of genuine interest. To know his power and still talk that much trash? This commander was definitely built different. A hungry, dangerous smirk slowly crept across his face. All right then, he thought. Game on. If White wanted a duel, Kahaku was going to give him the fight of his life, pouring every drop of his soul into the clash. Kahaku's body coiled like a spring, ready to launch himself forward with everything he had. But White didn't hesitate for a second, whipping out his twin pistols and letting the lead fly. Bullets were raining down in a deadly storm, but Kahaku just danced through the chaos like it was nothing. He's dancing through a literal storm of lead, weaving between bullets as if the whole battlefield is his stage. This gunfire is basically a joke to him, since his magically reinforced fur is way too thick for any of these shots to even leave a scratch. But that's exactly when White decides to switch up the game plan. He whips out a flamethrower and paints the entire battlefield in a roaring wave of fire. Kahaku's face went dark as the same relentless hellfire that just toasted the acid slime came screaming right for him. His magic shield was barely holding, and he knew if those flames swallowed him whole, he was dead meat. So he braced for a massive counterattack when a sharp sting suddenly ripped through his side, and Kahaku froze dead in his tracks as blood began to soak into his fur. A sniper! Kahaku's head snapped toward the distance, spotting the high elf with her rifle already locked on. He'd braced himself for long-range backup, but he never expected. Seeing such a flawless hit was honestly impressive, but now that he's pinpointed the shooter, he's making sure they never get a second chance. He didn't even get a chance to strike back before the earth beneath his feet straight up exploded. A trap goes off way too early, and as another explosion erupts right in his path, he's forced to scramble back. White watched from the shadows, realizing these landmines were modded with a massive hair trigger range. Standard traps would never touch a guy like Kahaku. His speed is just too insane and his reflexes are way too sharp. But these mines were actually predicting his path, forcing him to constantly scramble just to stay in one piece. White jeered from a distance, asking what the deal was as the tiger demon fell into a chilling, uncharacteristic silence. Back in the control room, Yuko and the dwarf smith were glued to the scrying crystal, watching the absolute madness go down. Yuko's jaw hit the floor as she stared in total disbelief. White wasn't just surviving against the tiger demon, he was actually overpowering the beast and forcing it to back off. But Dwarf Smith? She was absolutely sweating bullets. Her mind raced back to that heavy conversation she had with White right before the chaos kicked off. The second she heard he was planning to go toe-to-toe with the white tiger alone, she totally lost it and tried to shut him down. This was pure insanity, a literal suicide mission. His adjutant was practically on her knees, begging him to stay back in the safety of the crystal ballroom to lead from the shadows. If they could just get Strauss and the third-layer guards to join the fray, they might actually have a shot at crushing this invasion together. But White shut that down instantly. Strauss was his absolute best friend, and he knew that if she got hurt in the crossfire, no victory would ever be worth the cost. But hold on, he's got a way better idea. He's going to throw himself out there as the ultimate bait. That white tiger is so drunk on his own hype, he'd never even dream he's being played. They're going to use his supposed weakness as the ultimate bait to lure him right into their kill zone. He knew the price of this battle was getting steep. His undead army was being torn apart, and while he could easily bring the monsters back, his living allies didn't have the luxury of a second life. He loved them all to death because they shared one massive dream. A paradise where humans and demons could live in total peace, and he was ready to bet his entire life to make sure not a single soul was lost. Dwarf Smith, fueled by a conviction that burned deep in his soul. They weren't about to take no for an answer and force their way in to help him out. White cracked a soft smile, clearly impressed by her sheer stubbornness, and finally gave in, but only if she promised to retreat with the team and get Strauss on board when the real fight started. Dwarf Smith's heart is practically jumping out of his chest because White is walking a literal razor's edge. One hit from Kahaku and it's lights out. But he's fighting with insane precision, predicting every move and triggering every trap perfectly in a deadly dance over a bottomless pit. She's on the edge of her seat, desperately clinging to that last shred of hope. But White's still got an ace up his sleeve, a final, lethal trap he's been saving for this exact moment. Because if anyone has the brains to outplay that savage tiger demon, it's definitely him. But before she could even finish that thought, a bone-shaking roar ripped through the chamber as Kahaku's aura erupted like a hurricane, turning the very air into a crushing weight. White's body locks up tight as his instincts scream that the real nightmare is just beginning. The white tiger demon is finally cutting loose with its true power, and Yuko and the dwarf smith can't believe this monster is still standing after the absolute beating it just took. His power is still live, and Kahaku lunges straight for White, locking him in his sights and finally cracking open his thoughts in that split second. With every hidden trap finally exposed to his eyes, Kahaku stops playing defense. He was only wary because he couldn't read White's mind, but now that he's certain nothing can blow up in his face, he finally lunges in for the kill. White just flashes a wicked smirk as Kahaku lunges forward, because little does he know he just made a massive mistake. Out of nowhere, Kahaku's entire body just locks up right in front of White. His limbs go rigid as his face twists into a mask of pure shock. Seriously, just how many steps ahead was White actually thinking? Without missing a single beat, White levels his flamethrower and Gulf's Kahaku erupts into a massive inferno, completely incinerating the tiger demon's body in the process. White just stands there, cool and collected, as he starts explaining the terrifying truth behind his power. See, he isn't just any leader. He's the absolute commander of the entire undead legion. Most demon lords can only link their minds to one or two subordinates at a time. But White? He's built different. Instead of jumping from mind to mind, he's actually synced up with every single one of his minions simultaneously. Suddenly, the collective consciousness of over 100 undead slams into his brain all at once. With Kahaku trapped in a ring of fire, White and his undead army level their weapons to finish him off, forcing the guy to admit that this total defeat was something he never saw coming. If Zagan hadn't baited him into burning his ultimate move way too early, this fight might have actually gone his way. But deep down, he knows that's just a lie he's telling himself. Even though he knew he was hitting his limit, he still threw himself headfirst into this battle. Is this really the end? His mana is bone dry, his trump card is burned out, and he's got absolutely nothing left to fight with. But honestly, isn't this the exact fate he signed up for? Even with his mana tank hitting 0, Kahaku scrapes up every stray spark and crushes them into a hyper-focused needle, thin, sharp, and deadly, as his eyes ignite with a blinding glow. In a heartbeat, his presence completely flatlines, leaving White and his crew paralyzed as Kahaku vanishes into thin air. The dwarf Smith and White didn't even have time to blink. Suddenly, the tiger demon blurs behind him, unleashing his ultimate trump card, the Tiger God's Thunder Needle. The attack hits with such insane speed, it's practically invisible to the naked eye. Before he can even react, White's body is ripped clean in half. Dwarf Smith lets out a gut-wrenching scream, paralyzed by the sheer horror of it all. She just watched her own commander get absolutely demolished right before her eyes. The entire world goes dead silent for a heartbeat as White just lies there, not moving a single muscle. He's beaten, and his promise lies in ruins. But just then, Kahaku's eyes snap wide in total shock. Sensing something's dead wrong, he instantly rockets back to create some distance. Prusel and his squad burst onto the scene at the last second, only to be paralyzed by the absolute nightmare unfolding before them. Procel's heart sinks as he finds White absolutely mangled and barely clinging to life by a thread. Without missing a beat, he unleashes his 3 contracted demons to tear into the White Tiger, telling them to handle the rest, right before he bolted straight for the White side. He drops to his knees, pulling White's broken body into a desperate embrace. White manages a weak smile, finally realizing that it's really him. He chokes out an apology, feeling ashamed for being caught in such a pathetic state. He's finally been brought down by his own weakness, but even as he tastes defeat, he's relieved he played his part to the very end, though one final regret still lingers in his mind. He's crushed that he won't live to see the dream city they built together finally reach its peak. Prostel's face turns to stone. He snaps at White, telling him he's never been just a soldier following orders. He's his brother in arms and his absolute right hand. "I haven't given you permission to die yet," he roars. White lets out a cold chuckle, finding their stubbornness almost funny, but he tells them it's no use because his soul orb, the literal core of his existence, is already smashed to bits, and his physical body is seconds away from completely falling apart. The dwarf Smith lets out a shocked yell, his jaw hitting the floor. "No way! It's actually White!" Procel's mind starts spinning as he tries to make sense of it all. Then, out of nowhere, it finally hits him like a ton of bricks. He asks White if he remembers that insane gift from the Master Creator's party, the power to be reborn with every single memory intact, as long as a willing partner hands over a token. Prostel is practically on his knees, begging him to accept that power and just let him use it. White stops dead in his tracks, haunted by the memory of the time his own pride made him walk away. But now, Procel is cornering him with the one question that actually matters. What does he truly want? White's mind suddenly flashed back to that life-altering moment from years ago when Prostel made it official. He'd finally found the perfect candidate to become his final contracted demon. White was hit right in the heart, realizing that oath wasn't some cold command. It was a powerful symbol of their unbreakable bond and trust. But he turned them down flat, dead certain they could build their dream paradise without needing that kind of insane power. He forged a pact with the demon, but he still had the nerve to think that kind of insane power was totally unnecessary. But in the middle of this war, the brutal reality finally hit him. This wasn't just some simple town project. He was building a literal fortress for a demon lord. If he couldn't seize that power, it was game over. His friends, his dreams, and everything he stood for would be wiped off the face of the earth. Now he's drowning in regret, screaming at himself for not grabbing that insane power when he had the chance. With his hands shaking like crazy, White desperately reaches out to grab the Prosol. He's practically begging at this point, screaming for him to unleash that god-tier power from the creator and hand it over. I'm not leaving any of you behind, and I'll fight to protect our shared dream until the very last second. Procell clenches his fist with everything he's got. And just as you'd expect, it's that signature white glow. He triggers the revitalize skill. A blinding explosion of light erupts, drowning out the entire room. Right before our eyes, White's body begins to dissolve into nothingness. He vanishes, leaving nothing behind but a shimmering token, the legendary medal of the dead. Prostel stares down the medal, his face set with ironclad determination. White was starving for the power needed to protect his comrades at any cost. This medal is the key, the one thing that can finally make that wish a reality. Then, he pivots toward the next man on the list. Strauss. He slams the cursed metal of the fallen into the dragon's steel, and the entire mixture erupts into a blinding inferno. Procell's eyes go wide as saucers as the total shock of the situation finally hits him. This is the dragon metal's omen. Berserk. A terrifying trump card that trades every ounce of sanity for a massive power boost, instantly jumping the demon up a whole rank. It forces him to relive the nightmare of the evening party, where this same uncontrollable energy turned his own allies into bloodthirsty monsters. If he grants this berserk power to the reborn White, he's about to birth a monster that completely shatters the S-rank ceiling. But doing that means erasing everything that makes White who he is. His kindness, his wisdom, and his entire heart would be gone forever. Prostel's knuckles turn white as he grits his teeth, because there is no way he's letting that happen. He wonders if his creation powers are enough to just wipe the BER out of existence. But before he can even finish the thought, something cuts him off. White's metal flares up with a blinding light, drifting dangerously close to Prostel's face. White. His presence suddenly flares. A familiar voice begins to echo deep within his soul. White swears he can suppress the berserk state and keep that wild power on a leash. Procell finally catches his breath, feeling a massive weight lift off his shoulders. Copy that. I'm putting my life in your hands. A blinding explosion of light erupts out of nowhere, completely searing Kuna and Rorono's vision. Prostel throws his arm up to block the blinding flash, and as the glare finally starts to fade, a massive shadow looms over him. And as he looks up, he realizes he's staring at the terrifying silhouette of a dragon. The dragon stays dead silent, slowly lowering its massive head until it's right in his face. Dwarf Smith starts stuttering, his voice shaking with fear. Wait, there's no way the berserk state actually swallowed him whole, right? Prostel stares up at the towering titan and actually smirks, knowing exactly why he put his faith in this monster as that massive dragon claw freezes dead in its tracks, stopping mere inches from his face. He eases it down with absolute precision, keeping every movement smooth and rock-steady. Prostel's body is screaming for him to stop, his voice fading to a rasp as he teeters on the absolute brink of collapse. Procell lets out a faint, knowing smirk and finally relaxes, leaving the absolute final command of this war entirely up to you. Back on the front lines, his demon trio, Kuna, Rorono, and Aura, are locked in an absolute war with Kahaku. Aura notices Kahaku is running on fumes, and when Rorono begs Kuna to transform, she screams that she's totally tapped out and can't pull it off again so soon. Just as they're about to make their move, a massive roar rips through the air, shaking the entire battlefield to its core. Everyone, fall back right now! The three of them whip around, their jaws hitting the floor in total shock. Because from this moment on, this fight is officially in White's hands. They look up, and their eyes go wide as dinner plates in total shock. A massive black dragon towers over them, its presence absolutely suffocating. Its scales shimmer with a lethal obsidian-like glow. Kahaku is completely floored, staring up in total disbelief. But then he realizes the truth. That thing is actually White. The Pruselnauts. The White is reborn. A bone-chilling growl from the dragon rattles the entire ruined battlefield as he announces, I am Siegworm, the Black Dragon of Death. He leans in close to Kahaku, practically whispering his death sentence. This is the end of the road, Sir Kahaku. White unleashes his massive legion of the dead while Kahaku charges straight into the fray with everything he's got. The tiger pounces with lethal precision, aiming straight for White's jugular and, He clamped his jaws shut with everything he had, but Kahaku's heart sank when he realized his fangs couldn't even dent White's iron-tough scales now that his mana was bone-dry. Before Kahaku can even blink, White snatches him up and slams him into the dirt with just one hand. The pressure was so brutal that Kahaku didn't even have time to scream before his lights went out completely. With the dust finally settling, White's monstrous form melts away, and he shifts right back into his human self. There was no doubt about it. The win was officially in the bag. Rorono's jaw hit the floor at the sight of his human form, and Kunal couldn't help but notice how sharp he looked. But Aura realized something even crazier. The madness that once consumed White was gone. He hadn't just survived the insanity, he'd weaponized it to fuel his dragon transformation. After Prostal showers him with praise, White bows low and brings up a huge favor, reminding him of the promise to act as the matchmaker for his wedding with Saxan. But this time around, he's got a completely different favor in mind. Perched right next to the broken demon tiger, White called out for Prosol to take a... They welcomed Haku into their ranks as one of their own, realizing it'd be a massive waste to let a powerhouse like him die out here. Prosel fires back that the decision isn't his to make. It's all up to the Demon Lord of Steel, the guy who's actually calling the shots. White is totally blindsided, gasping, "Hold on, you're telling me Zagan is actually here?" Prosel just shrugs and says he found Zagan shaking like a leaf on the way over, so he just tied him up and dragged him along for the ride. Utterly crushed, Zagan muttered for them to do whatever they wanted, as he finally threw in the towel, while White was just relieved they finished the fight without spilling another drop of blood. Out of nowhere, a soft light starts shimmering, and Zagan's eyes nearly pop out of his head when he realizes it's his crystal, demanding to know what it's even doing there. Prosel figured the crystal popped up just because Zagan surrendered, and honestly, he wasn't about to complain about things being this easy. The second he reached out and touched it, the whole thing shattered into a million glittering shards. While Prosel was just glad it saved him the extra work, Zagan could only watch in total horror, screaming his lungs out as his precious crystal turned to dust. Suddenly, a voice they knew all too well cut through the air, announcing that the dust had finally settled, and as Prosel spun around, he found himself staring right at Strauss. She admitted she'd been glued to her crystal watching the whole fight, and seeing him in action made her realize the power gap between them was even more massive than she feared. They apologized for being dead weight, but Prosel shut that down immediately, telling them they were actually a total game changer. He made it clear that he only went full throttle because he knew she was right there, covering his blind spot. He was genuinely stoked to have a ride-or-die friend who'd drop everything to back him up the moment things got real. Strauss finally cracked a warm smile, looking like a massive weight had just been lifted off his chest. Strauss turns pale as a ghost when a memory hits him, and now Sigworm enters the fray. When asked if he felt any different from his days as a white, Sigworm admitted that since his race changed, his entire existence felt like it had been completely overhauled. The only thing really eating at him was the strain of keeping his berserk side locked down, leading Prosel to ask if Strauss was starting to get worried. She gave a firm nod, revealing that it was all tied back to the legendary power of Rebirth. Astra-sama's warning kept ringing in her head. Rebirth was just way too broken, and there was no way a sadistic creator would hand out a cheat code like that to demon lords out of the goodness of his heart. There's gotta be a catch, right? Proso took the warning to heart, promising to hit her up the second things started getting weird. Her words hit him hard. Was he playing with fire by using Rebirth? Maybe, but without that trump card, everything would have been lost forever, and he knew he didn't have any other choice. Suddenly, a voice like pure thunder erupted from the heavens, shaking the very earth as it hailed them as the children of the stars. A booming voice echoed across the battlefield, declaring that the war was over and creation had snatched the ultimate victory. Usually, the fighters would just be sent packing, but the voice dropped a bombshell. The creator himself had set up a private spot for the warriors who'd entertained him the most to kick back and talk. He was actually inviting the whole squad to his personal round table, leaving Prosel and Strauss absolutely speechless. The big man himself was actually calling them in. But before they could even blink, a massive burst of light swallowed them whole. Just like that, they were warped straight into their seats at an absolutely massive round table. He found himself completely surrounded by the rest of the demon lords who had just survived the chaos of the war. Ranov scanned the area in a total daze, realizing Morix had completely vanished into thin air. Suddenly, the creator's voice boomed out, answering the one question they were all too stunned to ask. The ultimate evil had finally been wiped from existence. The word was out. The crystal of evil was officially being handed down to a brand new demon lord. And at that exact second, the creator materialized right in the dead center of the table, and his massive presence instantly forced every single person there to lock eyes on him. He stepped up and told them it was time to forge real bonds, his voice booming with authority as he called them the children of the stars once again. Prostel and Strauss stared at him with their jaws on the floor, unable to believe their eyes. The legendary creator standing right in front of them looked like nothing more than a totally average, run-of-the-mill old guy. But then, the terrifying reality of the situation hit them like a freight train. This was the creator himself, and as they froze in absolute shock, he read their minds like an open book, confirming he was indeed the sadistic monster they'd heard of before asking if they had a problem with his appearance. Out of nowhere, his body warps and shifts into a nightmare-inducing demon, unleashing a wave of pure terror that chills them to the bone as he mockingly asks if this monstrous form is more like what they expected. These demon lords were absolutely paralyzed with terror, their bodies locking up and their voices cracking as they instinctively hit the dirt before him. Prostel could feel the soul-crushing pressure. This being was on a level they couldn't even fathom, making any resistance totally useless as the creator just laughed and shifted back into his old man form. He smirked, impressed that his creation was actually smart enough to know exactly where he stood. Russell let out a heavy, defeated sigh as the chilling reality set in. This creator could read their every thought as easily as breathing. The creator locked eyes with Procell and dropped a bombshell. Since the war was such a blast to watch, he was hooking him up with a secret bonus reward on top of his massive winnings. He'd answer any single question with the absolute truth, and the weight of that offer left Procell completely paralyzed. He had a million questions burning in his soul. Was there a dark price tag on his rebirth? Why were the demon lords dubbed Children of the Stars? And was there any way to actually cheat the 300-year death sentence hanging over them? But before his brain could even catch up, the words just spilled out of his mouth. Who am I? It finally clicked. From the second he was born, he's been sitting on a mountain of high-tech secrets and crops that have absolutely no business existing in this world. It was pretty much a given that this guy was some legendary soul reborn. But if those past life memories ever came flooding back, would the him we know even exist anymore? That chilling thought just wouldn't stop eating at his sanity. The creator just arched an eyebrow and fired back an answer without missing a single beat. Forget about reincarnation. This man didn't even have a past life to look back on. He was Procell, the legendary demon lord of creation himself. Turns out, Procell had it dead wrong from the very beginning. It turns out demon lords don't get their wisdom from past lives. They're actually channeling ancient memories ripped straight from the core of the star they were born from. The creator drops a massive truth bomb, explaining that the advanced tech and crops Procell knows were once a living reality in this very world. These were lost pieces of history, preserved only in the deep, silent memories of the planet itself. Those memories literally took shape as the demon lords themselves, which is exactly why they're known as the Children of the Stars. While the others played their parts from the shadows, the demon lord of creation was the real deal, acting as the direct hand of destiny. This guy wasn't just some lackey. He was the literal physical manifestation of the star's own will. The creator's voice suddenly dropped to a whisper, but it still carried that heavy, bone-chilling power of a god. He finished by saying he was genuinely hyped to see what kind of madness his creation would birth next. Once the big meeting finally wrapped up, the creator just dropped a massive bombshell. From now on, fighting dirty carries a heavy price, especially since Zagan and his crew were caught red-handed borrowing elite demons from their parents, a move that's now strictly banned. With his crystal shattered and his defeat final, Zagan is being hauled off to the palace to stay under the demon lord's wing. In a move that caught everyone off guard, Ranov drops a total bombshell. He's ditching his throne as a demon lord to finally live life on his own terms. The war finally ground to a halt. and after living through that soul-crushing tension, the world could finally breathe again as peace returned. The second Procell and Strauss stepped back into their territory, they were hit with a massive, heartwarming hero's welcome. You could practically taste the victory in the air as the scent of an incredible feast filled the room. Strauss was the first to notice, instantly calling out how mouth-wateringly good everything smelled. Right on cue, Quina comes charging in like a hyperactive rocket, screaming for her daddy with pure excitement. The victory party was officially a go, and Rorono stood tall with a massive pot, announcing she'd whipped up a mountain of the master's favorite tomato stew. Procell stood before his allies and made it crystal clear. Before they did anything else, it was time to party hard and celebrate their massive win. Chapter 28 kicks off deep inside a legendary demon lord's crumbling fortress, where a dark and ancient power is finally starting to stir. Meet Muse, the legendary powerhouse who used to rule it all as the demon lord. He admitted he was totally blind to the war's final moments because his evil crystal had been shattered to smithereens. A wicked smirk spread across his face as he realized Proso, the demon lord of creation, was turning out to be one seriously fascinating monster. He kept replaying those reports in his head. Some guy was actually bossing around S-rank demons with weapons from another world, completely wiping out the archdemons and gargoyles the demon lord of steel had lent out. He even forced Kahaku into submission, the legendary tiger demon whose raw power had the most elite demon lords shaking in their boots for ages. That absolute beast was completely broken and now bows down to creation's spanner. The ancient demon lord just kicked back with a smirk, watching as the demon lord of creation officially became the most notorious name in the entire underworld. Whether they decided to crush him or milk his powers, they had to act fast before their rivals left them in the dust. But right then and there, he finally made his choice. I thought it'd be a blast to rattle his cage a bit just to see how our young lord would actually react. Back in Avalon, Procell was brooding in his office, realizing that while he could finally craft more metals, actually putting them to good use was proving to be a massive headache. Barely a few days after the dust settled on that brutal war against the three demon lords, peace has finally, at long last, returned to the land. At this point, he was dead certain that no other rookie demon lord would have the guts to step up to him. I mean, the guy just absolutely steamrolled through a 3-on-1 ambush like it was nothing. It's no surprise that his name alone was now enough to send chills down everyone's spines. And the best part? The veteran demon lords were legally banned from messing with him until he hit his 9th month of independence. With that out of the way, it was finally time for him to lock in and get serious. He went full throttle into managing Avalon for a while. He'd been itching to spawn a brand new demon to finally breathe some life into the town. But even though he could forge way more metal now, he was still hit with that massive wall. Only one original metal every single month. Right now, he's finally secured the legendary time and water metals. He was drawing a total blank on what to craft next, so he figured he'd just settle for forging another batch of creation metal. But his focus was instantly shattered when the door flew open and Klopp came charging in. She bursts in with a loud, cheerful shout, balancing a tray of refreshments while reminding her master that even a powerhouse like him needs to take 5. Prostle stood up, giving them both a massive, proud smile. He'd heard all about how hard they'd both been grinding lately. Quina immediately flashed her hand, showing off a stunning new ring with a huge grin. And you better believe they were fired up. After all, this was a personal gift from the man himself. Once the war was finally behind them, Procell gifted his girls some legendary rings, a ruby for Kona, a sapphire for Rorono, and a brilliant emerald for Aura. He'd handed over those rings as more than just a thank you. They were powerful symbols of the eternal bond they shared as his loyal, contracted demons. Watching them treasure those rings like their lives depended on it filled him with a massive sense of pride. As the two of them geeked out over their new gifts, Procell decided it was finally time to kick back and take a well-deserved breather. They headed straight for the apple orchard, desperate to finally kick back and catch a breather. Kahaku's just vibing in the orchard, munching on an apple and giving Proso a massive, cheerful wave. He looks way more chill now that the war's finally over. Prostle stared down at the Watch Tiger sign around his neck and realized his legendary demon lord crushing aura had completely vanished. leaving Kahaku to just tilt his head and wonder if he had something stuck on his face. Nearby, Aura admitted that even though her contract finally put a leash on Kahaku's bloodlust, the guy was still a major pain in the neck. Forget your average watchdog. He was officially a watch tiger now, and Prossel couldn't help but laugh at how surprisingly chill Kahaku actually was. Having a powerhouse like him on guard was a massive relief, but right as he went to speak, a tree started glowing like a freaking beacon, making him freeze in total shock. Aura saw the look on his face and admitted she was just as shocked when she first saw the change. This was all a side effect of her officially becoming a contracted demon. Her demonic energy had turned the trees into glowing beacons, making them surge with life and boosting the quality of the fruit. Prossel leaned in, inspecting one of those neon-bright fruits. They were beautiful, sure, but he couldn't help but feel a little weird about eating something that doubles as a nightlight. Aura then dropped a bombshell. Her presence had even birthed a brand new fruit, the peach. Prossel was genuinely floored and couldn't thank her enough for this amazing discovery. Just as he's kicking back with a fresh peach next to Kahaku, the tiger's vibe shifts instantly as he drops some heavy news about White being reborn as Seagworm. Kahaku warned Prossel to stay on his toes, telling him that banking everything on White's power was a recipe for disaster. Stuck in his dragon man form, White was burning through massive amounts of energy just to keep from going totally feral. But if he ever decided to let that power rip, Kahaku kept hammering the point home. It was only a matter of time before White finally lost his mind. He was a total force of nature, but keeping him in line was like trying to hold back a hurricane. Prossel just flashed a grin and nodded along, swearing up and down that he'd play it safe from now on. But behind that fake smile, he was already planning something else entirely. The mysteries behind Berserk and Rebirth were piling up way too fast, and he knew it was finally time to corner White and demand some real answers. Our story kicks off right in the heart of Avalon's insanely crowded and lively streets. Prostel's chilling at his favorite tavern, absolutely devouring a top-tier meal. He only stopped by to crush a craving and catch a rare break from all the chaos. Now, in this town, there were only 2 spots run by humans where you could actually get a decent bite. While the budget spot is a hit with adventurers looking for a cheap bite, this place is in a league of its own, serving up high-end gourmet dishes made from the freshest local ingredients. Naturally, this was Prossel's absolute favorite, and he was just starting to savor his meal in total peace when his vibe was suddenly ripped to shreds. Suddenly, a voice he knows all too well calls out from behind. It's that long-haired merchant, sounding way too hyped to see him. Prossel whips his head around to find a familiar face lurking nearby. It's that big-shot merchant from the Cretrito company, looking as smug as ever. Before Prossel can even get a word out, the guy smirks, mentioning he'd heard rumors about our hero becoming a local regular. He then brags that he's actually the mastermind who built this entire tavern from the ground up. He starts gushing about how honored he is to have the legendary Demon Lord of Creation as a VIP guest. Just like that, Prossel's good mood is completely flushed down the drain. Now he's seriously considering finding a new spot where he can actually drink in peace. Trying to keep his cool, he brought up the merchant's shady new ventures, from the red light district to the gambling dens, and while he admitted the town was buzzing, he warned that things were spiraling out of control, all while playing totally innocent. The merchant played it off like he was just a humble partner helping the town grow, even reminding Prossel that the brothel they'd greenlit was already pulling in massive profits. Prossel grit his teeth because he couldn't argue with the truth. But man, there was just something about this shady merchant that made his skin crawl. The merchant immediately clocks the change in Prossel, noting that his aura and eyes look like he's survived a total nightmare. And Prossel realizes right then that this guy is way too observant to mess with. That recent war was an absolute nightmare, and once the smoke finally cleared, Prossel spilled all the secret intel to Strauss. Word was, she'd turned her dungeon into a total powerhouse by spamming demon clones to handle the grunt work, leaving her free to pour every drop of her mana into fortifying the layout. Talk about a genius-level grind. But Prossel flipped the script. Instead of a dark dungeon, He built a thriving town because he wanted his demons to actually enjoy their lives rather than just being fodder for the next war. But here's the kicker. This town is only thriving because of the Dungeon of Time, and he knows the second that dungeon loses its pull, the entire place is basically a ghost town waiting to happen. To basically cheat time, he built the Eyeball Dungeon, but their survival still depended on trading with humans. A huge problem since Avalon is so isolated that land and sea routes are practically useless. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off. Strauss didn't walk to Avalon, he soared in on a griffin, meaning if the ground and sea are off limits, the only way out is straight through the sky. Procell was deep in his own head when the long-haired merchant smoothly cut in, sensing a big plan brewing and offering to jump on board. Before Procell could even get a word out, the guy flashed a grin and slid a glass of booze his way, completely on the house. Procell shot them a look of pure disbelief. Booze in broad daylight? Talk about a bold move. Suddenly, a massive ruckus breaks out across the room, and the dwarf smith looks totally panicked as he screams for White Sama. Prostel spins around only to find White absolutely wasted, stumbling all over the place and sobbing while he begs the ladies to forgive his pathetic behavior. Proso's jaw hit the floor because he couldn't believe his eyes. It was actually White. Just like Kahaku warned, the sheer strain of keeping his inner demon in check was clearly wrecking him. And then, White suddenly slammed his glass down with enough force to shake the entire room. He's losing his mind, screaming his lungs out about his shattered heart, and wailing that he loved Suksan with every fiber of his being, only for her to brutally dump him because she refuses to date a literal reptile. The merchant leaned in close, practically begging Procell to spill the beans on what went down. Procell hesitated, his mind racing as he tried to find a way to explain the absolute chaos. He suddenly remembered White mentioning some crazy plan to marry another skeleton. But looking at the guy now, it was obvious that those wedding bells had totally crashed and burned. He glanced over at the dwarf smith, White's loyal partner from the last war, and he could see the deep affection written all over her face as she hovered over him with worry. He's practically screaming in his head for White to finally wake up and see the truth. But the long-haired merchant snaps him back to reality with a look that says things just got dead serious. Before he let it slip his mind, he dropped a bombshell of bad news, and Procell's face instantly hardened as he locked eyes with him. The merchant dropped the massive bombshell. Avalon was officially in the crosshairs. The biggest and most brutal town in the region was driven by pure greed, and they were dead set on swallowing Avalon whole. He warned Procell to stay on guard because the peace he was soaking in was about to be ripped to shreds. That long-haired merchant dropped a major bombshell. Avalon was officially in the crosshairs of a greedy neighboring town. Welcome to the massive trade hub of Eclaba, a city sitting completely solo with absolutely nothing else around it for miles. Procell had actually helped Eclaba build their city from the ground up, so he never expected them to turn around and bite the hand that fed them. Avalon was completely off limits to human law, so normally no nation would even think about messing with them. But greed doesn't care about logic. Prostel's train of thought was suddenly shattered when Cobb slammed the door open, panicking because a group of mysterious strangers had just appeared out of nowhere. That's when the chilling truth hit him. The danger wasn't just coming, it was already knocking at his front door. A man outside started raising hell, screaming for the town leader to show his face and calling Avalon's boss a total coward for hiding from the Eclaba delegation. Yuko stood her ground against the rowdy thugs, calmly explaining that Proso was tied up with other guests, but the Eclaba leader, a total scumbag, suddenly snatched her up, mocking her demi-human features before trying to lay his hands on her with the worst possible intentions. But before he can say another word, Procell shuts him down, snatching the guy's hand in an iron grip while casually apologizing for the delay. He introduces himself as the big boss of Avalon and invites the crew back to his massive mansion to finally talk business. The Eclaba delegation completely took over Procell's office with zero respect, kicking their boots up on his desk and howling for more booze like they were at some rowdy tavern. Procell and White tuned out the haters, keeping their eyes glued to the document as they searched for answers. The demands written on that paper were straight up insane. The records made it crystal clear. The Empire held the entire continent in a total death grip. Sure, the Empire promised to protect Avalon, but only if they were handed over to the ruthless jurisdiction of Eclaba. In exchange for that safety, Avalon had to surrender their wealth, their resources, and their very rights, while constantly begging for the Empire's favor. It wasn't just a deal, it was a straight-up demand for total surrender. But the ultimate betrayal was a disgusting new law that deemed all demi-humans subhuman, forcing them into a life of brutal slavery or total exile. Prostel's temper absolutely exploded. White narrowed his eyes, totally repulsed by that level of cockiness. To him, this was just the typical human way. But Prostel just growled back, snapping that it wasn't just about being arrogant. These demands were a total setup, clearly designed to be rejected from the jump. That's when the realization finally hit White like a ton of bricks. Eclaba was just fishing for an excuse to get violent and spark an all-out war. Prostel gave a grim nod, confirming this was officially the nightmare scenario, but just as he was about to explain how he'd avoid a total war, he was cut off mid-sentence. Out of nowhere, a massive splash slams right into his back. The Eclaba leader loomed in the doorway, clutching an empty glass with a smug grin. He'd just doused Prostel, hurling his entire drink right at him. He let out a booming laugh, mocking them for trying to talk smack behind his back. His lackeys roared with laughter, egging on his absolute trash-tier behavior. White was absolutely seeing red, but Prostel stepped in and caught him by the chest to keep him from losing it. He dropped into a massive bow, practically begging the high-ranking officials for their forgiveness. He claimed that bowing to the Empire for a little peace and quiet would be the greatest blessing the town could ever ask for. He played the part of a humble servant perfectly, but underneath that mask, he was absolutely seething with pure, unadulterated rage. The Eclaba leader let out a massive victory laugh, completely convinced that his pathetic scare tactics had finally broken the guy's spirit. But before the man could seal the deal, Prostel cut him off, insisting they needed time to break the news to the townspeople and local businesses before giving a final answer. The moment that delegation finally hauled themselves out of Avalon, the real games began. Prostel and White stood frozen, tracking their every move until they were finally out of sight. White was absolutely fuming, cursing their sheer audacity for treating a man of Lord Prostel's status like total garbage. Prostel gave a small nod, thanking White for keeping his temper in check and not starting a bloodbath. He's willing to swallow his pride for now, because his only focus is stalling for enough time to figure out a way to save the city and everyone in it. But he could feel the clock ticking down, and he knew he was officially out of time. Out of nowhere, Kanana tracks him down, demanding a private face-to-face right then and there. Prostel is completely thrown off by how desperate she sounds. This definitely isn't like her. Back in the office, the vibe shifts instantly as Kanana stares them down with a look of pure, grim dread. Eclaba started ruthlessly shaking down every merchant who dared to set foot in Avalon for trade. Prostel's whole body went rigid as he tuned in, his mind racing to figure out what kind of twisted harassment was actually going down. Kanana didn't mince words, laying out the cold, hard facts with a voice as sharp as a blade. While most cities bleed you dry with taxes at the gate, Avalon is a total free-for-all. They don't even bother checking your gear for contraband until you're already heading out. But then Eclaba started hitting merchants headed for Avalon with massive taxes, and get this, the fee was just as expensive as a full-blown import tariff, which meant these poor merchants were getting slapped with double the taxes, absolutely bleeding them dry. Avalon was absolutely booming as a trade hub, but there was a massive catch. If things kept going like this, every single merchant would pack up and bail. Prostel's knuckles turned white as the realization hit him. Eclaba's dirty play was to suffocate Avalon's entire economy before he could even open his mouth to fight back. The stakes were through the roof because Avalon was still totally dependent on Eclaba's merchants for everything, and if those supply lines got cut off, the entire town would be facing a total collapse. But then, a spark of genius hits Prostel. If they can trade without crawling back to Eclaba, they still have a shot. He remembers Strauss's Griffin and realizes that by taking to the skies, they can completely bypass those blocked land routes, and he's more determined than ever to make it work. Prostel looked Kanana in the eye and declared that Avalon was launching an immediate counter-offensive to protect every merchant being bullied. Kanana was completely blindsided, his jaw practically hitting the floor. Little did he know, Procel was already 10 steps ahead with a master plan ready to roll. Prostle gave a sharp nod and cut straight to the chase. If a clash with Eclaba was truly unavoidable, he was going to need something in return. It was time to size up exactly how much firepower these guys were packing. Konana and the merchant shared a look of pure dread as she gasped, asking if Procel was actually insane enough to wage war on a massive city of 200,000 people. But the merchant noted that Eclaba's actual army only clocks in at 3,000 soldiers, and even with backup, those numbers aren't getting any bigger. But numbers didn't matter when the quality was this insane, and he reminded Procel that Avalon's demi-humans were so cracked they could actually scrap with demons, giving them a massive leg up. But here's the kicker. If Eclaba actually has champions who can shred high-ranking demons, or a beast powerful enough to put a demon lord in the ground, this whole war is about to flip on its head. Prostle's face went dead serious as a chilling thought hit him. Could Eclaba really have monsters like these in his pocket? The merchant immediately folded, admitting he was clueless since those top-secret military files were way out of reach, even for a veteran like him. If they want to get their hands on those secrets, they're gonna need a master spy who can actually slip into the heart of Eclaba. Afterward, Procel and White pulled each other aside to break down the situation away from prying eyes. But why even dwell on it? Kahaku had already floated that exact same idea before. These demons were absolute masters of intel, using their insane powers to sniff out every hidden secret. We're talking about legends with razor-sharp senses and masters who can literally command every beast and bug on the planet. Even the entities lurking in the gaps between dimensions weren't safe. Procel suddenly remembered that Marco's demon had the terrifying ability to slip through shadows. He finally realized the truth. That beast was an interdimensional predator, using the shadows as its personal gateway. He grit his teeth, knowing these interdimensional demons were basically a glitch in reality, and if one actually managed to sneak into Avalon, the entire kingdom was toast. White agreed, pointing out that this was exactly why Kahaku kept pushing to create demons built specifically for deep cover spying. If they're out of the picture, Avalon is a sitting duck. Any rival demon lord could swoop in and expose every single one of their hidden strategies. Prostle cracks a devious smile as he locks in his next big project, a master infiltrator with the terrifying power to slip between dimensions. Just like Marco's demon, he needed a medium that was hiding in plain sight. And as he watched the raindrops race down the glass, he knew exactly what his weapon would be. Water was surging from every single direction, but he didn't care. He already had a water original medal in his back pocket. The second medal goes to the human category, prioritizing a massive brain and the silver tongue to match. Then came the third one, a force born from pure creation that manifested as a world-shaking song. White shot him a skeptical look, totally baffled by his choice of metal. But Procel dropped some knowledge, explaining that sound and water are actually a match made in heaven. By using water as a conductor, they could zip information back and forth without a single hitch. He thrust the metal charms high and chanted the ritual. Water, song, human, appear, turning the water itself into a gateway to drag a demon straight out of the underworld. And right out of that glowing summoning circle, Reliadeva finally makes her grand entrance. Procel laid it out plain and simple. Reliadeva was now his master spy, responsible for digging up every scrap of dirt on their enemies while making sure Avalon's secrets stayed locked down tight. Her first major mission is to infiltrate the trade hub of Eclaba, digging deep into their economy, their military, and he pointed out every other critical target and demanded to know if she actually had what it takes to pull this off. Reliadeva flashed a cool, confident smirk as she stepped forward, making it crystal clear that gathering intel was her absolute bread and butter. She called it a total stroke of luck, especially since she was bored out of her mind while her master, the Great Old One, was busy taking a cosmic nap. Prostle's face went stone cold the second he heard that name. The Great Old One let out a massive sigh, looking totally exhausted by it all. Once again, Prostle had managed to cook up something completely bizarre. Prostle gave a wry, awkward nod, knowing he was totally busted. They'd have to be insanely careful this time, or they might just wake up an actual evil god. Reliadeva shifted her gaze toward the window and, seeing the rain as her perfect opening, she tapped into Prostle's magic to fuel her ritual, and with a soft chant, She summoned a deadly rank B demon, the Ocean Singer. She needed to be 100% sure about the target. We're talking about the trade capital of Eclaba, right? With a smirk of satisfaction, she finally barked out the order. Her brand new minions didn't waste a heartbeat, vanishing instantly to do her dirty work. They dissolved into the downpour like shadows, streaking toward Eclaba to scope out the situation. Proso looked totally blindsided, asking if she was really staying behind, but Relia Diva just played it cool, explaining that her demons would beam every bit of intel straight to her so she could command the entire operation without even moving an inch. White watched her in total awe, realizing her skills were on a whole different level. Without wasting a second, Relia Diva started unloading all the intel her subordinates had just gathered. She broke down the market shift in Eclaba, specifically how the prices of food and iron were hitting the roof. Prices were hitting the absolute ceiling, a massive red flag that the drums of war were already beating, and White's expression turned stone cold. His gut was right. These guys were absolutely gearing up for a bloody showdown. Procell scanned the situation, piecing together the grim reality of the threat. With market prices skyrocketing, it was clear this wasn't just some small-time scrap. Even if you counted every single demon, Avalon's total head count didn't even reach 100. Were they really trying to wipe his home off the map for good? Or was there some other twisted motive lurking in the shadows? He turned to Relia Diva to gauge the strength of Ecloba's army, and after a brief pause, she admitted there wasn't a single impressive soldier in the bunch. But there was one spot her crew just couldn't crack. A zone locked behind a massive energy barrier that screamed top secret, and Procell gave a sharp nod, knowing exactly what that meant. He tells her to track down every single forbidden zone and map them out. He'll worry about crushing their defenses later. Relia Diva just gives a quiet nod, totally on board. Prostil let a smug grin crawl across his face, knowing this kind of raw brilliance was the exact game-changer they'd been looking for. Procell rounded up every single merchant in Avalon for a massive meeting right in the heart of the city square. Standing tall right in front of the massive crowd, he greets them like family, thanking the merchants for dropping everything to meet up so fast. But then, his face gets serious as he drops some majorly bad news. It turns out, Eclaba has gone totally rogue, choking everyone out with corrupt and soul-crushing trade laws. That's why he's here with a massive pitch. Ditch Eclaba for good, and make Avalon their brand new home base for business. Procell points a finger toward the heavens with absolute swagger, declaring that the vast blue above is the sky. The merchants just traded bewildered looks, having absolutely no clue what was going on. Whispering the sky. What kind of cryptic secret was he trying to bury in those words? But before they could get another word out, a massive blast of wind tore right through the center of the square. A massive shadow suddenly blots out the sun, and just like that, a legendary hippogriff comes diving right out of the clouds. The merchants' jaws hit the floor as they realized they were staring at a straight-up demon. Kanana lets out a roar of laughter as he sticks a perfect landing right on top of his griffin. He gives the beast a proud pat on the neck while his cloak whips wildly in the wind. The long-haired boss of the Crotrudo company hops down right after him, sporting a massive grin. He admits that was his first time ever taking to the skies, and man, it was a total rush. Kanana couldn't agree more. After a ride like that, he's officially done with boring old horses forever. But the merchants were absolutely floored and instantly grew suspicious. They demanded answers, wanting to know exactly what kind of game was being played. Was the Crotrudo company really in on this whole thing? Kanana just flashed a knowing smirk and broke down the situation. See, Avalon had secretly started breeding and training massive hippogriffs for an elite aerial transport service. And the Crotrudo company was lucky enough to score the exclusive rights to the very first test run. To show them he wasn't bluffing, he whips out a bundle of insanely rare meat. The merchants just stood there, eyes wide and jaws hitting the floor. Normally, hauling that meat from those remote mountain peaks would take a brutal 4-day wagon trek. But then he drops the bombshell. This batch was brought in from all the way across the ocean. The traders were completely stunned, unable to even find their words. Moving cargo that far in such a record-breaking time was supposed to be impossible. Kanana breaks it down for them. With flight, they can just soar right over bandits, rough terrain, and annoying border guards. They're taking the ultimate shortcut, flying the safest and straightest lines directly to their destination. He couldn't nail down the exact payday yet, since a hippogriff carries way less than a massive wagon. But one thing was dead certain. To these merchants, this brand new air route was a total game changer, a literal miracle. The whole crowd was losing their minds, buzzing with pure hype. An actual air route, someone whispered, completely stunned. To be able to dominate the skies like that was just legendary. It was like a total fantasy finally becoming a reality. But then a merchant cut through the noise, asking, "Wait, aren't these things literal demons? Like, isn't there a massive risk to flying with monsters?" Kanana didn't even try to sugarcoat it. She admitted he was right. Even though these hippogriffs are elite trained, one tiny mistake could still end in a total disaster. That's exactly why they'd cooked up a genius insurance scheme. He whipped out a massive sign for the Crotrudo Insurance Basic and Safety Plan. This long-haired merchant promised that if a hippogriff went wild and trashed their gear, the company would cover a chunk of the losses after a quick inspection. Obviously, the merchants have to cough up a small fee first, but every detail is locked down in the contract. Merchants swarmed the place instantly, hyped about the safer air route. One guy was dying to try it. Another shouted that he was in, and someone else was already demanding to sign up for insurance on the spot. Seeing the crowd lose their minds, Procell couldn't help but let out a satisfied smirk. Everything was falling perfectly into place. The demonstration couldn't have gone any better if he'd scripted it himself. Konana proved he was a master of the trade, sharp as a razor and twice as dangerous. He knew exactly which buttons to push to get the crowd hungry for both gold and security. With the massive Crotrudo company backing them, Avalon's reputation was suddenly hitting the stratosphere. See, these hippogriffs are hardwired to always fly back home to Avalon, keeping the city's trade booming since no merchant would ever dream of traveling empty-handed. Avalon's economy was set to absolutely explode. Fast forward to Prostel's office, where the Eclaba delegation was staring him down with total ice in their eyes. Prostel had just finished scanning through their list of demands. He shut them down without a second thought, leaving the delegation leader fuming as he growled, demanding to know if Procell was actually serious about rejecting their deal. Prostel kept his cool and stood his ground. He could stomach the taxes, but there was no way he'd hand over Avalon's tech or turn his people into the Empire's personal pawns. And as for enslaving or exiling demi-humans, that was one line he absolutely refused to let them cross. The delegation leader slammed his fists onto the table in a blind fury, screaming at Prostel and demanding to know why he hadn't surrendered yet. Prostel didn't even flinch, staring him down and calmly calling out his lie. Seeing red, the leader lunged forward in a total frenzy, but before he could even get close, without a second's warning, the wall right behind him just completely detonates. A golem explodes out of the rubble and clocks the guy right in the face, sending him flying. Rorono strides out from the billowing smoke with a triumphant glint in her eyes, finally unveiling her latest masterpiece, the Avalon Ritter. After the old models got absolutely wrecked in the last war, they built this new golem, a twin light-drive beast engineered to be the ultimate, unstoppable soldier. Prostal stood his ground, his voice rock-solid, knowing damn well that Eclaba was already sharpening their blades for war. This whole negotiation was a total sham, a dirty trick to put Avalon in chains and snatch their ultimate prize, the legendary tree that literally sprouts pure gold. His gaze sharpened with a cold, lethal resolve. If they wanted to play dirty, he was more than ready to show them how it's done. With fire in his eyes, Procell vowed to protect Avalon, no matter the cost.